talk to him about the problem of evil?
No, but you run the argument in a different way from the way that Arthur
That you guys run
has.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, Arianus runs it the way you run it?
No,
with, like,
he
the
runs
odd
it in
stuff?
some other way.
I'm the prototo evil stuff. That's
So do you say prototo or protonto?
prototo.
Oh, okay.
But Jack, do you disagree with the prototo argument?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, Sean, Venus, go ahead.
I thought it was the same argument, just with different words.
But
Like it's
what's
categorical evils are incompatible with a being that permits. And you have like a good being can permit categorical evil.
Yeah, category. Those prototo evils are incompatible with like some.
I don't like that word.
Okay, who cares what you like or don't like? I don't give a shit. But like, look, the idea is if you affirm the existence of prototo evils, which are evils that are just going to be all things considered morally impermissible, then yeah, there is a contradiction entailed by an omnibenevolent and omnipotent God permitting those evils in the first place. I don't see how. Jack, do you disagree with that?
I got to think about it, but I would like Sean to talk to Venus.
No, Sean doesn't. Yeah, sure. I'll open up. I was just trying to understand Arianus's argument, but I'll open up that thing and run my argument in a second.
Open up what you just.
The morally.
It's the same as. This is the Oppian argument. It's the Oppie argument.
Yeah, have I sent you the argument before? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, do you have any problem? Was there anything in that argument that you disagreed with?
Well, I take it that Oppie's argument is just meant as like a foil against like some kind of free will defense. Not that it's meant to actually show like a contradiction, because I don't think there's any. I don't think you can like show that like there's a necessary truth about what it means to be morally perfect.
There can't be a what? Sorry.
It can't be like some necessary truth that a morally perfect being has XYZ commitment, intention, whatever.
Right, so which of the premises do you disagree with? In the argument that I run?
Well, I would be deferring to Oppie's argument. Is there much of a difference between that argument?
Yeah, I mean, you would hold that if a god exists, then the god is a morally perfect being. That's just gonna be analytic, because the argument is targeting precisely that type of god, and the world is morally imperfect now. That's just a datum premise that Christians are committed to because they believe there is sin after the fall. Then you're gonna have that if God is a moral perfect being, and if then his actions cannot decrease the degree of moral perfection in the world. That's just gonna follow from what it means to be morally perfect, because I don't know what it would mean for a being to be morally perfect. Well, I could qualify that by saying then his actions, he cannot like intentionally, his actions cannot intentionally decrease the moral perfection of the world. But I don't think that's going to be necessary to qualify, because we take the same God to be perfectly rational as well. And so I think to just keep it simple, you're going to hold that if God is a morally perfect being, then his actions cannot decrease the degree of moral perfection of the world. And if God is a morally perfect being, then God, prior to creating anything, the world was morally perfect. And the Christian is going to be committed to that because he believes that creation was a free act. Because if the world was morally improvable, then God would have an obligation to create, because as a being that's morally perfect, he's going to have he's gonna increase the good whenever possible and decrease evil whenever possible. That's just gonna follow from what it means to be morally perfect. And then this last thing is just gonna be an analytic truth that if prior to God creating anything, the world was morally perfect and the world is morally imperfect now, then the actions of God has decreased the degree of moral perfection in the world. That's gonna be an analytic truth. And so I really don't see which of these premises the theist could possibly reject. I mean, I imagine the pushback is going to be on the idea that if he's morally perfect, then his actions can decrease the degree of moral perfection. But if you take into
Right.
But if you just think about it a little, if God is like omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent, and he's perfectly rational, then it is going to be the case that his actions could never decrease the degree of moral perfection in the world, because he couldn't be ignorant of the results of his actions. He can actualize any logically possible state of affairs, and given that he's rational, his desires to always maximize the good and decrease the evils are always going to be realized, because if we take his like perfect rationality in conjunction with his omnipotence and omniscience. So once you go through that train of thought, you see that there is no way that these could reject the third premise.
Well, maybe there's like logically, maybe it's only logically possible for God to create, like there are necessary evils that are involved in creation. There are logical connections between certain goods and certain evils.
Yeah, but they would
God
have to
being perfectly
demonstrate.
rational.
They would have to demonstrate that there is. Well, first off, it's hard to see how that thing would be an evil if it's a necessary. If it's a logically necessary means to some good. It's hard to see in virtue of what it will be an evil. The second, they would have to give an example of what kind of a logical evil. So what kind of an evil is going to be logically. There's going to be some kind of a contradiction in like God actualizing the end without having that particular evil means.
Just
And
think,
thirdly, even if they did manage to do that, the problem would just be that God would then just have to refrain from creating, because prior to creation the world was not morally improvable. But now we have a world with an evil, and since the world wasn't morally improvable, whatever good that evil is going to bring is not going to increase the degree of moral perfection in the world. And so, given that this leads to a decrease in moral perfection by having that evil, it's just going to follow that God ought not to have created them. And so, even if they manage to show such a connection, the argument still that form of defense still doesn't go through.
I mean, just think about that for a second. It's the case that something ought not be done, but it's like logically necessary that it occurs anyway. Like, the fuck does that mean?
Sorry, what?
How does it make sense to say it's the case that something ought to be done, but it's like a logically necessary fact that it just occurs? How does it make sense to say that this thing ought not to be done, but it's logically necessary that it occurs anyway?
Well, I don't think there's a contradiction. That's the thing. I think that those things just
I
seem
didn't
like.
say there was a contradiction. It just I don't know what the fuck that would even mean.
Yeah, that's my point though, is that it just seems like strange, but it's not like logically impossible. So like, you can't say that it's like logically successful.
What's not logically impossible?
That there are things that
Shouldn't occur, but it's logically
shouldn't occur, yet it's logically necessary that they occur.
It's logically necessary that they occur?
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna.
If it's logically necessary that they occur, what does it mean to say that they shouldn't occur?
Yeah, that's what I
It
meant.
just means that it's logically necessary, and we like don't like it.
We're not talking about what people don't like. We're talking about what ought not happen, right? Or
Yeah,
ought not be.
I'm saying how does it make sense to say that it's both the case that something ought not be done, but it's logically necessary that it occurs, right?
It doesn't seem, because you're talking about two different modalities. That's the point. Like,
Wait, when did I use two different modalities there?
because you're talking about logical modality on the one hand, and like moral calculus, whatever that's supposed to be on the other hand.
There's no moral modality, sir.
I know there's no moral modality. Well, there's
I don't know
like
what you mean by
there's
two
like,
modalities.
Wait, what's the two modalities there? Don't pull a Gamos on me, Sean. Don't do this. I don't like it when people.
I mean, the idea is, right, that an ought is a reason, right? But how could you have a reason action that you understand is impossible?
you say it again?
How could you have a reason to perform an action that you understand is impossible?
How could you have a reason?
How could you have a reason? How could you have a reason for you not to do something which you also understand is impossible?
Like, the point is, you're saying X ought not to be, right? That means there's a reason for it not to be there, right?
Yeah.
But how could it furnish a reason to an agent, right, if the agent understood that he could do nothing about it, couldn't rationalize an action, right? And that's what reasons are. Reasons are what rationalize actions, right? But there's no action in any possible world, right, that could be rationalized by that reason. So what does it mean to call it a reason?
Well, we're not talking about actions. We're talking about.
No, that's what I'm understanding an ought. I'm understanding an ought to be a reason, right, for an action, right? Oughts are action guiding, right? So they're reasons for an action, right?
Yeah.
And I take it that if what reasons are what rationalize actions, if that action doesn't, if there is no action that reason could rationalize in any possible world, what does it mean to say that it's a reason at all?
Well, you can rationalize actions, even if you can't do anything about, even if there's like some underlying.
It would be
Even if,
like aiming. Do you think it's coherent to aim to fail?
Maybe I don't.
It's not coherent to aim to fail, because if you aim to fail and you did fail, you'd succeed, right? Which wouldn't be failing. So it's not coherent to aim to fail.
But God's not aiming.
No. The point
no
that I'm getting at, right, is that to say that something ought or ought not be means that it provides a possible reason for an action, right? But there couldn't be a reason for an action, right, that couldn't take place in any possible world, right?
Couldn't be a
Because
reason
that would,
for an action that couldn't take place in a possible world.
Yeah, in any possible world, right? It has to be an action that could occur in some possible world. If it couldn't occur in any possible world, right, then you're just imagining a case where somebody would be aiming to fail. And that's incoherent.
Yeah, but it's just the case that, like, we're talking about, like, yeah, it's incoherent for us to understand, like, reasons that way, right? And that's
wait, are you talking about reasons in some other sense, in the sense that we understand?
No. Well, in the case of God, and what it's logically possible for him to, for the state of affairs that he's able to.
He understands, right, that what you're calling a reason couldn't rationalize any action that he could undertake. So how is it a reason for him?
You say that again?
He understands that what you're calling a reason is a reason that could not rationalize any action that he could undertake in any possible world. So how is it a reason for him?
It's not a reason for him. We don't know what.
If it's not a reason for him, what does it mean to say that it's an ought?
It's not a reason for him. What does it mean to say that it's an ought? Well, that's the thing. Is it's not. We're not saying that God ought to.
Then what does
there are any
what does it mean then to say that God maximizes the good if he ought not create the best possible world or something? For example, what does it mean? What does it mean to say that God ought to do something, but there's no reason, or there's no action guiding norm there as to what he should or shouldn't do? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, there could be, but again, we're just talking about like what's logically possible for him to do.
I don't see how anything of that hinges upon like the problem. Do you think that oughts are some sort of like moral reason?
Yeah.
Okay, so like, what's the dispute between you and Jack then about? Because you both possess the concept. You both possess the concept of oughts having to do with like reasons or like action guiding like norms. Like, what's the problem here?
Yeah, I'm saying maybe you can understand like good and evil from two perspectives, right? There's like the human perspective of what it means to guide.
No, we're not talking about that.
No.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about, right, what is all things considered ought to be done.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, what all things considered ought to be done. Yeah, so maybe,
yeah.
Maybe if it's like, maybe if it's impossible for God to create a world that doesn't have any, all things considered, evils in it, then maybe like Venus's argument go through that he couldn't have a reason to create. But then again, maybe he is not perfectly rational, or maybe he.
The argument turns on the idea that God is perfectly rational. Obviously, if you change, if you're talking about a God, you can change God's properties to evade the argument, right? You could say he's not a perfectly rational being, but that's just not the God that's being targeted by the argument.
Well, maybe what we mean by rational,
this whole stuff,
perfectly rational,
perfection, and
because that's the whole thing. Is like the concept of perfection is not like I could just attack like how you're defining perfection. Like, what is it?
How is that not equivocating?
Well, I don't know, because I don't think there's a clear like understanding of what.
Okay. Let me just ask you this question: do you think that a being that is both perfectly rational and all good, right? Let's just take those properties in conjunction. That it's coherent to say that that type of being would morally permit things that are all things considered morally impermissible. Do you think that's coherent?
Yeah, I think it's logically possible.
How a perfectly rational and morally good being morally permitting evils that ought not to occur in a way that's all things considered. How is that coherent?
Well, I mean, it seems that's the thing is you can just
He's
attack like
he's fucking morally permitting the morally impermissible, the things that are morally impermissible, irrespective of the context. That's what it means to say.
yeah, but the point is there's no
pro-total
logical contradiction there. You can't say that
Yes,
there's some
there is.
necessary truth
Yes,
about what
there
it
is.
means
Yes,
for
there
something
is.
to be morally good.
Yes, it is. And here's
Okay, so
the
what is it? How do you derive what's morally good from the
con-
axioms of logic?
here's what the fuck are you talking about? This isn't about like what's derivable as like a good from like the axioms. It's not what you just said, right? The thing in question is that if something is a pro-total evil, then it's going to be the case that all things considered, that thing ought not be done, right? It's morally impermissible, irrespective of the context in question. And obviously, if you had a God that was perfectly rational and all good, he would only permit evils that are the types of evils that are permissible under some circumstances, right? If it's impermissible under any context, then obviously God, being the perfectly rational being that he is, he wouldn't permit the morally impermissible, right, under any given context. That's the contradiction.
That's just trivially true.
I don't know what Look, X is evil in a way that all things considered is morally impermissible. You agree with that, right?
X is evil in a way that
All things
is.
considered is morally impermissible.
No, I don't know what that means. I don't even know what it means for anything to be morally impermissible.
Wait, is Sean trying to say that God could permit the impermissible?
No, obviously not. I'm just saying that this is not like this is not what theists are committed to.
Really? Well, I mean, certainly they could. I mean, classical theists, I think they're going to affirm that there are going to be pro-total evils in the world. Obviously, a retard like J. Robin is just going to deny evil altogether. So, like, why would we listen to a guy like that? But you haven't really like provided anything as to like why. I mean, I just spelled out like what the contradiction is in saying that God permits the morally impermissible as a perfectly rational and all good being.
But that's
The impermissible is what ought not be
there's
permitted.
a contradiction if you agree with everything that the theist is or the atheist is saying, that the theist like it's analytically true that this is what a morally perfect being does, and this is what a categorical evil is.
No, it doesn't. Look, do you agree that if something is morally impermissible, it ought not to be permitted?
If something is morally impermissible, it's of course that's the point. You're saying it's
Yeah.
impermissible.
Yeah. So if God is all good, he ought to instantiate a state of affairs of things that are permissible, right? That things in which ought to be permitted.
He ought to instantiate a state of affairs where things that are permissible or permitted. Like, okay,
What does it mean to say that God is all good and he permits things that ought not be permitted under any circumstance?
I don't know. I'm just saying that the theist clearly has a different.
Well, you haven't provided an alternative if you're like role playing as a theist.
Hmm.
The point here is, if God is all good, then it's just going to follow from that. If he maximizes the good, then pretty much the idea is that he's just going to permit certain things that ought to be permitted, and that's just going to trivially follow from like that, from having that property, right? If you're saying otherwise, if you're saying that God permits things, and these things in question are like irrespective of any context, morally impermissible, then you're just saying that God permits the morally impermissible, right? That God.
I don't really get this concept of permissibility. Like, it's not that like, yeah, it seems like pretty clear that the theist is committed that there's nothing that exists in the world, like the created world, that's impermissible, because if it were, then God wouldn't have created it. He wouldn't permit it, right? So I'm just not sure that like permissibility is like a feature of their belief about categorical evils, if they have any.
If something all things considered ought not be done, what would it mean for it to be permissible?
I'm not sure about this. What does it mean for something to be all things considered evil?
Something all things considered ought not be done, I said. So that's what I'm taking evil to mean.
But what does all things considered mean? Like objectively?
It means that there are no countervailing reasons which override the reasons for or against. some action.
Yeah, so I don't know how we could determine that.
That's an epistemic question, right? We're not talking about that.
Well, yeah, but if you're saying it's open, it's an open question.
I'm saying on their view, there's a fact of the matter about it. God knows, right, what the fact of the matter is. And so I don't understand what it would mean in a case where something, all things considered, ought not occur, or be done, or be permitted, whatever, right? What it would mean for that permissible.
What it would mean for what?
For that to be permissible.
Yeah, I agree with you guys that it's like sort of paradoxical, but it's just I can't.
It's not
I can't
paradoxical, it's contradictory.
How can you derive a logical contradiction?
You're saying that what ought happen, right, is what ought not happen. That's contradiction. Which is to say that what is evil is good, right? What ought not be done ought be done. That's contradiction. Those are all contradictions.
What ought happen ought not happen.
Yeah, that's contradiction.
Yeah.
You're saying that it's both the case that X ought to be done, and it's not the case that X ought to be done.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
First,
But like theists clearly have like two separate concepts in mind. There's the normative.
Yeah, if they're talking about non-normative evils, then that's not the target of the argument. Right? We're talking about good and evil as normative notions. At least that's what I'm talking about. Right? So if good and evil are understood to be normative notions, they're action guiding, right? It's not possible for there to be a perfectly good, all-powerful being and for evil to exist. The thing is that when they say evils exist, they mean schmevils, right? They don't mean things that all things considered ought not be done. There's no problem. Or similarly, if when they say God is good, they mean that he's schmud, right? And it's not the case that he ought to do what all things considered ought be done, right? Then obviously they're not targeted by the argument. Or find a theist who's going to say that.
What? Say what?
Say that evils, what they mean by evils are not things that all things considered ought not be done.
Well, that's the thing is they have this idea of necessary evil.
No, what you're calling a necessary evil is in all things considered good.
Yeah, and I get that it shows the weak. It seems to like show like, seems to be like a reductio in how they're conceiving good and evil. But that doesn't actually like, especially if we take like the skeptical theist route, you know, it doesn't.
Skeptical
doesn't
theism
actually,
has nothing to do with it. We're not talking about the evidential problem.
Well, you don't think that an appeal to like the state of affairs that we're in epistemically, that is that we're limited and we can't know what actually is good and evil. You don't think that can be used on deductive arguments?
It can't be used on the logical problem of evil because the logical problem of evil is showing there's an inconsistency between the existence of evil and the existence of an all-powerful, all-good being.
Theodicies are a response to the evidential problem, Sean. So, like, what relevance does it have to the logical problem?
Wait, so Jack, do you think that the concept of necessary evil is like incoherent?
Yeah, it is.
I think what you could say is that what's meant by necessary evil is just that something like it's something that there are pro tanto reasons not to perform.
But to say that the evil in question, but to say that the evil in question is pro toto, but it's still necessary. Yeah, that also entails a contradiction.
Wait, what? What? Can you give me your answer again, Jack? I couldn't hear you very well.
I was saying that there can be there could be an action X that you have all things considered reasons to perform, right? But nonetheless, there are pro tanto reasons not to perform. If you want to call that a necessary evil, right? But you just have to understand that you're not saying there that something that ought not be done, all things considered, right? So what theists don't realize, they're permitted to. No. What you're saying is what you have pro tanto reasons not to do, you nonetheless have all things considered reasons to do.
You mean not to do? We have pro tanto reasons to do. You have all things considered reasons not to do.
It just depends. I mean, you could do it either way. It doesn't matter.
Yo, Jack, what are you buying?
Some protein bars.
We have pro tanto reasons not to do. You have all things considered reasons to do.
Yeah.
So you think it's just like analytically true of like classical theism that they're committed to all things considered evils?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, like, what the hell are they talking about when they say that, you're sinning, right? If nonetheless those actions ought to be performed. It's ridiculous.
Is this the same Adam who I dated?
Like, God commands you not to do X, but nonetheless you ought to do it? I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, you've seen the way that they've tied themselves into knots, right? Where they start saying things like, oh, well, those are not really commands, right? Like John Lee. Those are not really commands when God tells you not to do that. Or he's got a prescriptive will, right, which is distinct from his decretive will. Like, you've seen just the insane nonsense, right? Like, that's what James is Tired and Steph tried to say, right? God has like a lesser will.
Not just
right?
that, it's like what's the guy? Alex Frosten? Also, he is also committed to saying such a thing.
Oh, you're talking about the guy Strasser?
Yeah, Alex Strasser. He also has that view.
He also what?
He also has that whole view about the creative will.
Oh, does he? You talked to him about the problem of evil?
Photo, yeah, that argument.
Where'd you talk to him about it?
Twitter.
Oh, really?
So you don't think there's some like objection here about the difficulty of proving necessary truths about things that are things like moral perfection and all things considered evil, what the entailments are of theism?
No.
Like there could be a necessary truth about what it means to be.
Meanings are not the kinds of things that they're necessary truths about.
Right, but that would be the point, because it doesn't seem to be an analytic.
Analytic just means what follows from their concept. What's true in virtue of the concept. So given that that's their concept, this is what follows from it, right? If they want to deny that it's not their concept, then they're just talking about a position that's not targeted by the argument, right? But that's just going to be true of every argument.
Right, and that's obvious point is that it's every argument fails on either side.
Yeah, but that's not. If that's your position, then you're not making an objection to the problem of evil. You're just making a problem to arguments in general. Thank you.
Yeah, I've heard that said a few times. I don't get what's so controversial about it. It seems like there should be like the standards for a logical argument have to be pretty, like a successful logical argument have to be pretty high.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, the argument is presumably formally valid, right? So somebody says, well, not everybody accepts all the premises of the argument. Why is that interesting? I mean, is there an argument that everybody accepts all the premises of?
No, of course.
Yeah, so it's just not interesting. It's not interesting to say. My problem with the logical problem of evil is that it's an argument, and arguments are not, particularly useful. Because that's not specific to the logical problem of evil. That's just going to be true of every argument.
Hey, it's a
Yeah, I don't know. So you just fill in all things considered good into the argument, all things like considered evil into the argument, and then the theist is faced with rejecting like an impossible choice.
Yeah.
I mean, there is an interesting version of the argument.
We can't hear you, Dart.
There's an interesting version of the argument that wasn't even run using like normative terms. It said something like, if God is all good, and we define all good as what's consistent with God's nature, and what's consistent with God's nature is that he doesn't intend for a world where there's actions that aren't consistent with his nature, then you couldn't have a world where there's a perfectly rational God and and evil, if you understand evil as being inconsistent with God's nature. Because the whole point is that if God is always consistent with his nature, he always intends to create a state of affairs that's consistent with his nature. So he can't create a world that's inconsistent with his nature. So in other words, a world that's evil or that contains evil. The problem is that the whole that does when on the face of it doesn't appear to use normative language until they employ perfectly rational, right? I mean, obviously, you're just going to construe reasons for something, reasons to do anything in the moral sense to just be like a normative notion, right? So what else does it mean to say that you have reasons to do X, but the reasons in questions aren't normative? So that was like another interesting version of the argument against like John Lee types. But I don't even find it to be a fruitful endeavor anymore because, really, they're just defining it in such a way. Really, the theist in that sense is just defining evil and good and just in a way that's compatible with like moral anti-realism, right? So it's just not interesting to render the argument on them.
Why not?
Well, because like if I define morality as like a chair, to use Josh's example, I'm using it in like a descriptive sense. Am I disagreeing with the anti-realist necessarily? If I just take that meta-ethical view, is there anything distinguishing my view from like anti-realist view on morality? If I define morality as like unicorns, right? Is a better example. If I define morality as unicorns, then sure, yeah, moral error theorists are just going to say, yeah, there are no moral properties because there are no unicorns, right? It's just not interesting to talk about the problem of evil with someone who uses a proprietary definition of evil and good up to the point that there's nothing distinguishing those concepts with like what an anti-realist takes those things to be, right?
If we're talking about the logical problem,
No, we're not talking about the logical problem.
well, I heard AP earlier mention that the logical problem, right? AP?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, in a sense, the
Yeah.
logical problem seems to me to be problematic because it makes it difficult for us to determine what is good and evil.
Yeah, so I
That's
didn't
just how I feel about it.
Yeah, I didn't hallucinate.
No, you didn't. No, I'm sorry, Dan.
Okay.
But Danny, Blake's right. I may be mixing issues that are not necessarily like I know the evidential and logical are distinct, and I probably do mix them up when I talk about it. That's on me.
Yeah, and I can tell you're not actually concerned with the logical problem, AP, because when you talk about like wanting a satisfying answer, the answer to the logical problem, like it dismantles the logical problem, but it's the way Plantinga does it, for instance, is like super stupid. Like he says, well, look, you can just say like God has a sufficient reason for allowing evil, and it's logically possible, for instance, that there are a bunch of demons that cause every instance of evil in like these really ad hoc ways. So you can end up dismantling the logical problem in pretty goofy ways.
I don't see how, because if the sense of evil that we're talking about is the kind of all things considered sense of evil, then to say that God has a morally sufficient reason, or that he could have one, undermines the all things considered sense of evil, right? So we're not. So if God, in other words, it's a contradiction to say that God has an unknown morally sufficient reason for an all things considered evil event.
Can you help me with that argument? Like, what would be the premises of that particular argument?
Well, the logical problem that I'm thinking of, the sense of evil that we're talking about is the all things considered sense of evil. Okay, it's like given everything, right? It shouldn't occur. Okay, I believe, and hopefully you do too, that given everything we know, given everything, the Holocaust is not a good thing; it's an evil thing. It should not occur, all things considered. And to say that, well, though, God might have a morally sufficient reason for permitting it, or more, that would change the calculus, right? If God has a reason for allowing such an event, then it ought to occur given that reason. And so it no longer becomes an all things considered evil. So in other words, the notion of theodicy seems to just be incoherent as a response to the logical problem, because what theodicy does is attempt to explain a reason for why that should have occurred, or that should have been permitted to occur. And so I don't see how that kind of response that that you mentioned, that Plantinga's move there, would be a response.
Probably one key thing to point out is you keep saying like that, it should occur, or God should allow it to occur. But that's too strong. I don't think the theist wants to defend that kind of thing.
What do you think the implications of someone saying I have a morally sufficient reason for permitting or doing X? That morally sufficient reason, right, that's of course a normative phrase, right? The point is that it's something that counts in favor of allowing it or actualizing it.
Yeah, I really don't want to say that. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Danny, and maybe I am saying it if I say that there's a morally sufficient reason.
No,
But I really don't want to say that.
I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying that they're saying that when they say that there is a morally sufficient reason for something that all things considered shouldn't occur. There's some contradiction there.
That is my problem. That is one of my big problems.
I think.
Yeah, if we're saying that it's something that isn't it the same thing to say that it's in all things considered good to say that it should happen? Because I really don't want to say the Holocaust should happen.
Do we define good in normative terms like that? Like, I feel like you have the situations where it's like, okay, if there was a, if everyone on Earth would die unless like you did something horrible, like murder an infant, right? I don't think if by that normative definition you ought to murder the child. I don't think you'd say it's a good thing to kill a child in any sort of
It's good insofar it's good insofar that it brings about the greater good, right?
Yeah, but it's still evil. You can have,
but not in all things considered sense, right? At best, you're going to experience a pro tanto evil, and even then, there's a problem.
Sure, but all things considered good can still be evil. You can.
But all things considered good, and all things considered good could be a pro tanto evil, but it couldn't be a pro toto evil.
Right, but I don't know if Blake was maybe he can clarify this. I don't know if he was implying
that
it's pro
tanto. The question, the forceful version of the problem of evil, the sense of evil that's being thought about is the pro tanto sense. The pro toto sense of evil, right? What should or shouldn't occur, all things considered.
Real quick, let me say this. If the response to the evidential problem of evil works out that I just gave, it should trivially respond to the logical problem as I understand it. So, for example, let's go with it. Even I think that Plantinga's like sort of silly responses are enough to handle the logical problem, at least as I'm understanding it. But let's go with my more modest, or excuse me, my harder to defend one. So I just gave a theodicy a moment ago about God allowing evils for a particular reason. What would be your response to that?
I made an argument for why theodicy is incoherent in general when we're discussing about pro-toto evil, right? Because the idea is that what theodicy does is attempt to excuse pro-toto evil, but you can't excuse pro-toto evils because it's all things considered it ought not to occur. There's no fact that would make it that would change that condition, right? Including God's morally sufficient reason. Otherwise, you've just got a contradiction.
So, like your example was, given everything, the Holocaust is not a good thing, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. All things considered, the Holocaust ought not to have occurred.
Well, okay, so that's introducing like some trick. Do you need to say it ought not to have occurred, or can we just say it's not a good thing?
That's what I'm saying.
To me, that's synonymous.
No, there's a big difference between whether something is good and whether it's like right or what it ought to be.
Well, there is a distinction between a pro tanto and a pro toto good in the same way there's a difference between pro tanto ought not or ought and a pro toto ought, right? I'm fine with distinguishing those, but again, the relevant sense of evil and good and evil when it comes to a forceful version of the logical problem is the pro toto sense. Because, like, the idea is that
okay, give me the premise. Let's. I want to write out the premise exactly as you want to word it.
Okay, as far as my argument for why theodicies are going to be an incoherent response to the type of argument I'm running is that the sense of evil that we're dealing with is pro toto evil. All things considered, there are certain things that have occurred that should have not occurred. Okay. Now, what theodicy does is attempt to offer an explanation or reason for why something actually should have occurred. Okay. So you couldn't offer that though if you've already believed that the event in question is a pro toto evil.
Okay, so all things considered, there are things that occurred that should not have occurred. That's premise one. Theodicies assume, we can say, or assert the opposite, that there
is a thing to consider. In other words, there is a thing to consider. You can say it's permissible. It's fine, right? Given because there's a morally sufficient reason. The notion of a morally sufficient reason undermines the notion of a pro toto sense of evil.
Yeah, you're saying if there is in fact a reason, like an ultimately good reason, then it's no longer pro toto evil.
Right.
Okay, here's the contradiction. So, like, premise one, all things considered, there are things that occurred that should not have occurred. Mm-hmm. But if theodicies for those things are true, then there are things that all things considered that have occurred that all things considered should not have occurred. Or excuse me, should have occurred. Right. That's the contradiction.
Right. Given the theodicy is supposed to explain why. Well, it was in fact permissible.
Yeah. So here's my first question. I don't know Christians that say, or defenders of theism that say, the theodicies are things that, if true, about the issues in question, that therefore the so-called evils should have occurred. I don't know anybody saying that they should have occurred. What they're saying in talking about sufficiency is like, here's enough of a reason to allow it.
That's exactly the problem. Enough of a reason, right? That means that it's not too bad to allow.
I'm trying to digest this. I don't quite understand. Can you? I mean,
if we take an example of a vaccine, okay. So the question is, all things considered, what should I do? Get the vaccine? Because I freaking hate needles. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, getting pricked with a needle, we could say, is a pro tanto evil, right? But there's a greater good in mind that I'm going to be immune from the disease, right? So while it's a pro tanto evil, right, it's a pro toto good given the end. The end I'm going to immune. So I'm going to tolerate the pro tanto evil because getting pricked for the reason of becoming immune is pro toto good. So that means that getting pricked with a needle in that situation for that end of getting immune is something that cannot be pro toto evil.
So how would we distinguish then between a pro tanto and a pro toto, like empirically? I understand that.
Well, let me hold on,
If
Caleb.
I show you any,
Hold on, Caleb. Let me
okay.
just so I don't lose track here. It sounds like the second premise of the argument says that if theodicies for things like the Holocaust are true, then all things considered, these things like the Holocaust
Are not too bad to allow, or that they're permissible.
should have occurred. But that's so strange. I don't agree that things like the Holocaust should have occurred, and I don't know why I'm committed to saying that.
Well, the point is that if it's, let's say you're doing some kind of greater good theodicy, the point is that given the greater good, it should occur. Just like given to become immune, the end of a vaccine is to become immune, and given that immunity, given that end, what should occur is getting pricked.
Wait a second. So in your view, if something is better, right, then it should occur. Is that an assumption?
I mean, I don't know if that's accurate. Maybe it is. I'm just saying that in the case when you offer some greater good theodicy, for instance, there's an end in mind, and there's something that you've got to tolerate or have got to engage with in order to meet to realize that end. And so, and I get the vaccine case. So, like if it's the Holocaust, let's say, I know you don't believe this, but let's just pretend, for the sake of argument, suppose the Holocaust will lead to more people entering the kingdom of God, just way down the road, like millions of years later. I don't know. It doesn't matter, right? It's like the vaccine case. The Holocaust would be akin to getting pricked. Okay, because there's a greater good in mind. All these people are going to be saved given that means, which is the Holocaust, right?
Yeah, Danny. I think I've isolated the underlying assumption of this argument because your argument makes complete sense, given the assumption that if something is better, then it should occur. But if you don't have that premise, the argument makes no sense.
Okay, I mean, I would have to think. So if something's better, like it's better to get pricked with a needle for the end than not getting pricked with a needle for the end of getting immune to the disease, but that constitutes a pro toto good, even though it's pro tanto evil.
Yeah. So in other words, the underlying premise is that if something is all things better, then it should occur.
All things can, okay, if it's better, but if it's better than the alternative, then that just means it ought to occur with respect to your alternative choice.
Well, no, because you're introducing an ought there. All we've acknowledged is that it's better.
Better is normative, so it implies an ought.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that.
Well, which one is better, to save the child or drown a child? Well, I would say save the child. That means that when confronted between the two choices, you ought to save the child, not drown them. So better is normative.
No, I don't think that that follows. That sounds more like, I mean, for instance, that seems to assume. Does that assume consequentialism?
No.
Okay, then
you're talking about morality though. So what's better morally should occur, right? I mean, that's not.
No, because we're not talking like when we're talking about like the Holocaust. On the one hand, you're talking about like the occurrence of the Holocaust, and that's not something that God does. So these aren't like competing actions for God to do.
Okay, even if that's true, the point is that it's not too bad to allow. God allows it for some end, and so at the very least, it's not impermissible.
Yeah.
It's
at the very least, say God permits it, even if He doesn't directly cause it. That it's not bad enough for God to completely stop.
Right, it's not impermissible.
Let me ask this.
But I guess
see if it helps like get some clarity here. What do you think about the idea? I'm sure you've heard about the no best worlds stuff. What do you say to people who say the world could always be better?
What do I say to those people? Well, when I say stuff like ideally, this is the ideal case, I'm kind of implying a limitation on my part. Like ideally, I don't have to get up for work, but and I'm just saying like I'm kind of a limited being, and I'm just kind of coerced to getting up for work. If it were up to me and I had all the money and I could snap my fingers and have all the money in the world and be supplied well, then I just wouldn't go to work, right? And so I think
let me clarify. Sorry, let me clarify just to make sure I'm not wasting your time. So like some people say God should have made an all things considered better world, okay, than it is. And they'll give some things that could have been better. The thing is even after you make those changes, there are still ways that things could be better. And then on top of that, there are still, I mean, even if there was no pain and suffering at all, you could still say it was better to start introducing pleasure. And it could still be better to introduce even more and more pleasure. And is it a consequence of your argument that God is obligated to do all that? I'm trying to
understand what you're replying to.
I'm asking you, is it a consequence of your argument that God should always, pretty much if you can describe a state of the world that's better than it currently is, and God has the power to make it better, then God is obligated to make it better?
Look, I could be wrong about those empirical claims. I think all I need is for someone that the belief that God thinks that there are certain pro toto evils is enough for the problem, right? Now, whether there's in fact, I'm just going to water down the claim. Whether there's in fact pro toto evil or whatever. The point is that it's to believe that God thinks that there's pro toto evil is enough to show that the theist ought to revise.
It seems to me that at worst they could just bite the bullet and say that to establish, like, what criteria, like if you point to any given evil, what criteria do we establish whether or not it's a pro tanto or
Yeah,
a
that's
pro toto?
raising the epistemic
Exactly. That's the
question.
epistemic question.
It's saying you're begging the. I could concede your point and say there are no pro toto evils. There may be pro tantos, but the burden of proof would be so ridiculously high to establish that we. And this is what it'd be a little bit of a divine
Yeah,
skepticism.
I mean, look again, like when Mackey presented, and I'm not presenting Mackey's argument, but in the 55 paper, Evil and Impotence, right? Mackey says, look, if you don't think that there's evil, this argument doesn't apply. And evil in the sense that he was talking about. In the same way, I'm going to say, if you don't think there's pro tanto evil, then the argument is just not going to demand you to revise.
Do you mean pro toto?
Did I say pro toto? Okay, I'm
You said
saying
pro
Yeah,
toto.
and real quick, guys. I just want to say, Blake, and I super appreciate this. So there won't be any more people coming up on stage. I mean, we're maxed out, and I just want to make sure you're cool with it. Blake, I think the input is helpful because we're really trying to come to a conclusion here. I think Caleb's offered good stuff, and Danny has also. This point has been an issue here in Clubhouse. This is something Jack talks about. Danny obviously talks about this being an issue here, the pro tanto issue, and I think we're getting to the heart of it. So I hope we can really drive to where we actually have some sort of resolution here. I really appreciate it. Are you okay, Blake? Are you okay with what's happening right here, or do you want to shift it? Are you okay with the direction we're going?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think I see what Caleb's doing here, and I think he's right. It's I don't most theists, like, at least they're probably going to say they think the world is on the whole good as it is, and if you want to say the world is on the whole bad as a result of the Holocaust, that there's or that it's a pro tanto or pro toto bad. I don't usually use those words, and all things considered bad. Then yeah, it's going to be you can really play skeptical theist there and say, kind of do the stuff that William Lane Craig does, butterfly effect and all that junk to say it's really hard to.
I want to ask a question though.
That real quick, but that wasn't the direction I was going. That wasn't the direction I was going.
I wanted to. Well, I agree with Caleb. There could be. In fact, I actually do agree with Caleb that if that there's a big epistemic problem in knowing what in fact is good or evil in the pro toto sense. But all I'm satisfied with is or all I want to make claims about is belief revision. That if you believe X and you believe Y, you believe Z, then there's a demand for revision given certain epistemic commitments to logic or whatever, right? And I'm fine with that. I could just totally be fine with the fact that, like, there's a epistemic issue on even if there was a deity like God or God, So I'm just saying that if you believe that there's a pro toto sense of evil and you believe that God has these set of properties, then I think there's going to be an incompatibility with invoking a theodicy.
Right, and that's, I think, part of semantics, but that's fair. But all I would say, like, I would just contend, and I think you're right about the epistemic issue, is that I think well, I shouldn't say your position because that's not what you're defending, but someone who would espouse the, like, pro toto evils, I would say their view is very hard to falsify when we're doing theory comparison. Whereas I can give you examples where, like, if such evils existed, it would virtually falsify theism for me. Like, if you were to show a world in which there was horrible suffering and no afterlife, or a world in which there was horrible suffering and people had their memories wiped every 5 minutes to where they could never virtually develop virtues, those would be the kinds of evil that I think would definitely falsify
Now,
theism.
Caleb, while look, I think that. I mean, I'm just confused because of sin, right? Like, I mean, presumably, at least when I went to church, when I wasn't a heathen, right? I was told that certain actions you should not do, right? You should obey God, and it was an action guiding sense. It wasn't a sense where, like, God wants you to not do this, all things considered, right? That was the implication. It wasn't like because when I'm asking as a Christian, God, what should I do? And when God reveals the answer, that's what He wants you to do, given everything. And so to be skeptical about pro toto goods and pro toto evils is to be skeptical to the question or that you might ask God, what should I do?
Right. And I think it's a range, right? Where, like, there are things that you should and shouldn't do. And ultimately, I think God can make it work with whatever you give him. But there are better examples. Like, I like to think of it like you have a dice and you're rolling a board game. Every roll you make, you're going to move across the board, but you'd rather roll a 6 than a 1, right? So if someone is in pain, right, the good thing for me that I ought to do is to go help them and to nurture them. I could ignore them, which would be, let's say helping them would be a 6, ignoring them would be like a 3, and then, like, actively going and harming them even more would be like a 1. Like, that's something we don't want to do. I think with whatever outcome happens, it's not a pro tanto. I'm sorry, a pro toto. Yeah, I get that. It's not a pro
really, like, I'd be
from
surprised, Caleb. Can we use a Bible story? Like, do you think that Moses, all things considered, should have obeyed God in when he was a burning bush to go to Pharaoh and demand to let his people go?
Yes, but if he didn't,
okay,
then it still would have. I think it still could have worked out in different ways. I don't think it's a one option, like it has to be this way. So, like, God may have not wanted the Holocaust to happen, but it wasn't so bad to where, like, he wouldn't have permitted it.
Okay, well, look, now what I'm hearing is that it seems like no matter what action Moses took, whether he chose to obey the burning bush or not, or disobey.
As I win, tails you lose. Yeah.
Yes, but there's an easy way and a hard way. You can win the game fast by rolling all 6s. You can do it really, really slow by doing all 1s. You can do something in between. So there's an easy way and a hard way, a narrow path and a short path. We're all going to get there at the end, but some of us make it way more complicated than we need to.
But what it sounds like is that whatever action Moses take, there's not a sense in which it was where he would think to himself, well, that was a mistake, or God wouldn't be able to say that was a mistake. Everything that occurs, all things considered, ought to have occurred, or that the alternative was just as permissible. Either one. And that is just not how I understand how many theists and these Semitic religions think about sin and think about what these Bible stories, right? That what's his name? Jonah really did make a mistake when he ignored God's commands. That he should have done otherwise, all things considered, given that God commanded him to do otherwise.
Right. Yeah, and yet God still used that to work it out, and we've got the story of Jonah, which would not
Well,
even
but
say
Jonah,
that God fault.
yeah, I don't understand. I mean, to Blake and to Caleb.
You're cutting out, AP. I think it's something on his end if he thinks we're robotic.
Real quick, can I get clarification from y'all? Because it sounds like Caleb's talking about one thing.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think
Go
what
ahead.
Caleb is trying to say. Go ahead, Caleb. You represent yourself.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead, Blake. Finish what you're gonna say.
It sounds like one of you is talking about like what Moses should do, and the other one of you is concerned about like how the world ends up based on what he does. And I was thinking that Christians tended to be more deontological in terms of what we should do, and God is a little more consequentialist in terms of what we would expect him to do. So Moses, he gets commanded to do something, and if our obligations come, right on God's commands, then that's the end of the story there.
Okay, but I guess the question for me is God indifferent to what Moses chooses to do? Because his ends will be realized either way.
I don't think he's indifferent, like as in he doesn't care. I think he would prefer it, but he's not going to intervene to make it happen that way. Maybe is a better way of saying it, or at least in that it's not bad enough to where he needs to require it to be that way.
Yeah, well said. I agree with
Yeah,
that.
but then you're just talking about a non-normative notion of the good.
Yeah, which we had this conversation pretty often, Jack.
Yeah, because this is the start of discussion. Like, let me ask you this. Like you said earlier, well, no sane Christian would argue, I think you're right, that the Holocaust ought to have happened. So we all know a particular insane Christian, I think, who does argue that. So if this insane Christian comes up to you and says, God wanted the Holocaust to happen, therefore I'm glad that it happened and praise God, why is he wrong? Why is that a wrong thing to say? Because it seems to me what you're saying is consistent with what he's saying. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that would be one of those things like where I would say, well, that's obviously not God. That would be really good evidence.
Okay,
to
but why? Why? I understand what you're saying, but why? Why is he wrong? Because from what you're saying, this idea of this all things considered good, isn't it the same thing as saying it's God's will and that therefore should be done? And then are we then saying praise God it happened? I think that's really, really wrong. I think that's really, 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 really wrong. I don't want to say that.
Well, to the degree that you're,
why do you think he's wrong?
To the degree that we're both confident that God wouldn't like see to it that the Holocaust happens, like that he, in the sense that he wants it to happen and doesn't have an overarching reason for it because it's on the whole bad. Insofar as you think that it is on the whole bad, you would just think that God would never bring it about or would never allow for it.
Except for
never bring it about.
Except in the normative, but in the normative sense,
right?
In the normative sense, it's in all things considered good, right?
No, real quick, AP. No, the presumption is that it's not on the whole good. Or excuse me, I actually lost myself.
No, it has to be.
Sorry.
It has to be in all things considered good normatively if God is omnipotent.
It is in all things considered good, but you can have different ranges of that. You can have even better goods and worse.
No, you can't. You can't. Not if God is perfectly rational and all powerful, right? He's got to choose the better of the two options.
But some of that is out of his hand.
Caleb, I would agree with you if we're talking about humans. But... Sorry, Jack, go ahead.
No, it is because, well, yeah, Jack can finish what he wants to say if he wants.
No, let's go ahead, Danny. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's cutting out.
No, I kind of
want to like return to the bases, and if we're going to make an argument, we need premises, and then we need to defend. We need to like have sub arguments to defend the premises, so that we're not talking past each other.
Yes. I think that's great because we do. This is really the crucial thing. It's one of the major.
Yeah, I'm not good at that. I'm sorry.
This is one of the major reasons he came on, Blake. In my view, I was hoping we could resolve because this has really been a contentious point here. So yeah, Danny, do you think maybe you could lay it out in premises,
Well,
could you do that?
Let's just start. We have to start with some givens. The argument won't work if you don't accept these, or if you don't believe these things. They won't apply to you, I should say. Do we believe that God believes that there are certain events that have occurred that ought not to have occurred, not to have occurred, all things considered? Do the theists in the room believe that God believes that?
Do we really need to like frame this in terms of God's belief? Can't we just like speak factually?
But look, it's an internal critique, right? If you're someone that thinks that there's a Star Wars universe, right? I'm criticizing the Star Wars universe. I got to start with the kind of truths about Star Wars, right? In the same way, I'm not to be insulting. I love Star Wars, but the idea is that there's a problem, an internal problem here, as I see it, and the internal problem occurs when theists accept these premises or have these beliefs. Because it might be. I would have to.
Propositions about what God believes would be just as bad, right? Because that would be Star Wars all the more. Because then you're saying God exists.
No, I'm just saying that. Look, I'm saying that these commitments or these beliefs are incompatible, and I think that most theists hold to these beliefs. Now, there might be a theist out there that doesn't think that God is omnipotent, in which I don't think the argument applies to them. There's not going to be a problem,
omnipotent or
right?
So I agree. Huh? Omnipotent, because I'm privy to open theism. I'm not necessarily there. I think Molinism is also possible. I go back and forth between the two. But even then, I don't really think that makes sense. I think I can say that ultimately, the world in which we have there's not any evil that is bad enough for God to not permit. However, that doesn't mean that this is necessarily the ideal way God wished it came about, given human freedom. But the human freedom falls within what God permits. So
yeah, I hear you, Caleb, and I want to jump to that honestly because I think that's something that does need to be addressed because I think now here's my claim, and I got to support it. But
Guys, hold on, please. I'm begging you. Let's start from scratch because
well,
I can tell. Okay, but here's the thing: is I can tell
how
you.
I felt at some point, Caleb. Right. So what you said is how I felt.
Hold on, Danny. Hold on, Danny. Hold on, buddy. Just a second. I promise. Look, here's the deal. I mean, I want to uphold my commitments to Blake, and I'm giving him kind of the driver's seat on where he wants to go here.
Okay,
so
well,
Yeah, I want to get to what you're going to, Danny.
Wait, Blake, I want to know what the all things considered good here.
No, you're going too far too fast because I can tell y'all have been having this conversation, and you're even a little ahead of me. But for me and everyone in the room, it would really behoove us to write down the actual premises. This is
that's the point. Is that the all things considered good thing to do here and right now, right? It is.
Don't ask me questions. I want to help you. Let's work together. Maybe Caleb can do it if you don't feel comfortable writing out an argument. Caleb, what do you?
I think you misunderstood me, Blake. I was telling you.
Can you go through what we have to accept, though, Danny? Because maybe that will help. You were starting to say, do theists accept this? Like, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think there's a problem.
Are you good with that, Blake? Is that what you is?
Andrew, you're roboting.
Blake, is that what you want to do for Danny to? Okay, Blake, do you want Danny to go through with what we need to accept?
I think Caleb has a grasp of what he's doing, and maybe Caleb can help formulate actual premises that we can put down, and then we can all be on the same page.
But the premise, I'm making the claim that the argument does not apply to people that don't accept these propositions.
That's fine. You can make a premise that I'll ultimately reject, but at least it's there.
I think Danny and I are somewhat on the same page with a lot of this. Maybe not to the ending of it, but
yeah, I think so.
I think he understands where
I know. I'm telling you guys, it's going to do a world of wonders, though. And you're right, Danny, that there might be a premise that someone's going to reject. That's fine. But you can still talk about the argument at that point.
No, the argument is that there's a problem with these beliefs together. You can't hold to the conjunction of these beliefs and be rational. That's the argument.
Okay, then what you do is you say assume X, for contradiction.
Yeah. So assume that the theist believes that God thinks that there are all things considered evils. Okay. So that the theist believes that these all things considered evils have good explanations for their permissibility.
Okay, so we're assuming two things here. Assume that God thinks there are all things considered evils, and then what does the theist think?
If that is incompatible with the belief that God has morally sufficient reasons or for permitting.
It's incompatible with God. God has what?
God having morally sufficient reasons for permitting, or even I should say actualizing. That's probably the better word. God has morally sufficient reasons for actualizing pro tanto evils. Sorry, pro toto evils.
Actualizing the world.
Okay. So let me read these. So we're assume that God thinks that there are all things considered evils, and then we can say if the assumption is true, then God has morally sufficient reasons. Would that be how we do it?
No, I'm saying that is incompatible with the belief that God has morally sufficient reasons for actualizing the events that he thinks that are pro toto evil.
Okay, so if God thinks there are all things considered evils, then this is incompatible with the Christian worldview that there basically aren't all things considered evils.
Yeah, because the idea is that if God has a good reason for actualizing a pro toto, an event, then it's not pro toto evil. Yeah. These are the two beliefs that I think
are
at the heart of it for me.
Like, to give you like an example, if I can piggyback off of Danny, as far as I understand, like if you're going to say that, let's say that a man rapes a woman and you're going to say, okay, God gave that person free will, then in that case you would say that God giving that person free will and not intervening is overall a good thing, and it's better for God to not intervene and to give that person free will, even if he uses it to harm someone, than it is for him to have prevented that. So, all in all, it is technically a good, even if we would say, it ought to have happened in terms of God ought to have given the opportunity, ought to have given that freedom without intervening, even if you wouldn't say the act itself was a good thing. Does that make sense? If Danny might agree with that in terms of
that went quick, but it does sound like somewhere in our argument we're actually going to need to affirm that if something is like a better state of affairs, then it's what God ought to make the case. It's what God ought to actualize.
Right.
That's a premise that theists almost unanimously. In fact, like every theist philosopher I know denies the premise that if something's better than God, ought to actualize it.
Wait, no, look, if X is better than not X, then X ought to be actualized.
No, where are you getting ought? That's a weird way of ought.
Again, the notion of better. I'll just ask you.
That's strange.
Is it better to drown a child or to save a child?
Do you notice that you're switching ontological categories? Like there's a category mistake here because you're switching between like the goodness of states and then what I ought to do to realize those states.
Okay,
those
fine. I don't think that's going to make a difference. I can just change the language, right? Do you think the event actualized where a child is drowning is better than the event that's brought about where the child is being saved?
Let's say all things considered. Use your all things considered language.
No, that's the question. I'm trying to show you the sense of better as to demonstrate that it implies what ought to occur. So,
are you talking about all things better when you talk about the child drowning?
I'm asking you. Do you understand the question?
Yeah, but my answer is going to be contingent on whether it's an all things considered or not.
If someone on the street asked you that question, how would you respond?
The same way. I need to know the context because I can imagine scenarios where all things considered it could be better, but that doesn't mean there's an ought attached to it.
Okay, so let's use a concrete example. All right, do you know Corrie ten Boom? Okay, she was a Holocaust survivor. Her sister died, unfortunately, because in the camps because they were hiding Jews. Okay, and it was very sad because she survived and her sister did not. and she just saw her sister starve away and die from, I think it was some typhus or something, or whatever, typhus, okay. Anyway, so I'm going to ask you, Blake, that's what occurred, okay? Now, Blake, what would have been better that Corey ten Boom's sister would have lived along with her, along with Corey?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean,
That's
it seems like,
bizarre.
huh? What?
A little bizarre to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine goods that can come out of that would outweigh it.
Okay, so is there anything that you think is any event that's better than some other, the negation of that event? Is there anything that you believe?
You mean in a pro tantos or a pro toto sense? Is there?
In any sense. At this point, now I'm wondering how you're interpreting it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you just gave a pro tanto sense, and I mean, in pro tanto, it's better to save a child. That's drowning.
Okay, so is there a pro toto sense of better? That anything that's just all things considered is better than some other event? Anything?
Oh yeah, actually, I'm positive there is, because I think that God can make the world better.
Okay, so then, so now I'm seeing. So now, the notion of better that I was using earlier was the pro toto sense. Yep. All right, so it does imply an ought.
No, it doesn't imply an ought.
Like, how would God make the world better in your mind? What would that look like when you say
add
that?
one more happy baby to the world?
Okay, but I guess I'm thinking, like, do you think the world we live in where people have, I know you're Molinist, where people have free will and they can go closer to God, isn't that a good world that we live in a world in which God wants, even if it has evil entailed? So, okay, do you think that God continues to create after a certain, like, do you think God, because if you think God's eternally creating, then you will always get, one more happy baby at some point, right?
Yeah, but I mean, God could make things better now. So overall, the idea is that the way things that are now, they could be better now and could be increasingly better. Basically, I'm affirming the no best. I'm affirming the no best worlds thesis. The world could always be better.
Well, I agree that
God has an obligation to make things better.
But there's categories of worlds, though, right? Like, I agree with you that God can always make one more, and I think that I actually would say God probably has a creation where that will always continue to get better. It'll never get to that infinity because you can't, but it'll always be a potential infinite, right? I'd say that's the world we live in. And there are worlds in which God. Do you agree that there are worlds in which God would not create? Like, would God create a world in which people only were tortured and could never, like, become better people out of that torture? Like, God would not create that world, or would you say, well, there's no possible world, so they're all.
Sorry, hold on. You're gonna have to repeat that. My Alexa's yelling at me, reminding me to send my tax forms. It's the last day.
Oh, no.
I complete.
Stupid tax day.
I know. I finished it. I just have to recheck it and send it.
I work in state government. I know all the people hate taxes.
Okay,
anyway.
maybe Blake, I have a question. Do you think it's better for someone to obey God or disobey God?
That probably obey. That's an interesting question. I'd have to think. I haven't thought about that question before, but it's certainly right for them to do it. But I don't know if it's better. Like, that question would be like what makes that interestingly unique is it's like God is omniscient, and the question is, is it possible for a perfectly good God to command someone to do something that would result in a world that's not overall better? Maybe it could, for instance, if God knows the person will disobey, and that will result in an overall better world. So I think it's possible.
All I'm trying to get at is that what does it mean to say, yeah, it's better to obey God than disobey God, but it's not. Nonetheless, that what ought to have occurred, but nonetheless, it's not true that it ought to that obedience ought to occur over disobedience. I don't know what that. If it doesn't mean that, then I really think we're abusing the term better here.
No, I guess I'm not following you there. I think that we have obligations which fall out of God's commands. I think that's what we ought to do is a different question than what is better. Better has to do with like the ontology of things. There's a difference between obligation talk and how am I?
When we say greatest value, when we say better, that's usually what I mean by like the world with the most value. And
a better state of affairs. Yeah, that's right. You can talk about that's right.
Valuable state of affairs.
And axiology. Yeah, that's axiology. So right, when we talk about better in a better world, that is completely separate. Unless you're like a consequentialist, that is completely separate from what obligations are.
If God existed and I could talk to God, like I could talk to Jesus or something like that, and I said, Jesus, I don't know what to do here. Should I be a physician or a lawyer? Which one is better? That's what I'm asking. I'm asking Jesus, which one is better?
Are you talking about like better for you?
I want all things considered.
Or do you mean like which one do you want for me to do?
Look, do you think Jesus would be puzzled at the question?
I don't understand why this is so hard.
But he's saying, is it arbitrary on what Jesus is saying? Let's draw it out of hat. Okay, he'll be a physician, or like, does God have a reason that like he can bring it? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, is God just arbitrarily picking like, yeah, he can be a physician, why not over lawyer? Or does God have like a good reason?
I'm just getting at the meaning of better. I'm just saying that the way I think Jesus would interpret me is like, hey, Jesus, what is better? I'm deciding, right? What's better, a doctor or a lawyer?
Results in a better world. Let's say that. That's what I think you mean.
Yeah, Jesus even uses himself when he says, is it better for you to give your son a snake instead of bread or something like that, right? Like, I think Jesus understood this concept pretty well.
Yeah, and so the question is, if that sense is divorced from the question, Jesus, what is the good here, or what should be done, or what should be here, then I really think you've isolated yourself from how the term is being used in most contexts.
Let me back up. Give me some time here to develop a thought for you. Okay. Real quick, are you familiar with supererogatory goods?
Unfortunately.
Okay. So supererogatory goods, as you know, are goods that are things that you aren't obligated to do, but nevertheless are good to do. So, for instance, a surgeon, right? Let's say he does some pro bono work for someone. He's not obligated to do that for free, but nevertheless, it's good for him to do. Most pro bono work is good, but not obligatory. Okay. So when we talk about like my relationship to God, a lot of the things that God wants me to do, I'm obligated to do. For instance, I'm obligated not to sin. I'm obligated to not lie. Okay. On the other hand, if I'm praying to God and saying, God, should I be a lawyer or a surgeon? I'm not asking God, which one of these am I obligated to do? I'm asking which one is better. Hold on, let me finish, please. Let me finish. You can correct me later. I'm asking which one, would please you most, and I would interpret that as which would make for a better world. And then I would expect God to tell me no which one is better, but that doesn't mean I'm obligated to do the one that God gave me.
What though?
Hold on.
You'd be obligated if you want to please God.
All right, try to let him finish too when he's talking, guys. I appreciate
What's
it.
the basis for it being better though? Like again, without it just being arbitrary, why is it better for God to tell you to be a physician and a lawyer? Like,
I'm stipulating that God has a reason for saying that it's better. For instance, it'll result in one extra person coming to be saved.
Okay, so then we would say that saving people is like the value making state of affairs that we would want to actualize, right?
Yeah.
Right, and so if you can choose between a state of affairs that has more value over another, then you ought to choose that.
No,
higher
I completely reject that premise. That's like the supererogatory thing. Just because it's better doesn't mean it's an obligation.
The sense of good that you're talking about is the non-action guiding sense of good. It's not a sense of good that sort of helps us answer the question, what should I do? Or what should ultimately be?
I'm confused. So is there anything about my story where I was talking about the difference between obligations based on God's commands and something like you suggested where I pray to God, should I be a surgeon or should I be a lawyer? And then let's say God successfully communicates to me that it's better for me to be a lawyer, or let's say it's better to be a surgeon because of course surgeons are better. So I get that message, it's better, but that doesn't mean, I reject that means I'm obligated to be a surgeon.
What would it mean to say that you're not obligated, but that's what you should do, or that's what should be?
Meaning it would result in a better state, it would result in a better world.
Why wouldn't you want that?
I'm not saying I wouldn't want it, just like I'm not saying I wouldn't want to do pro bono work. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to make the world better, but I'm saying I'm not obligated to make it better.
Well, what does it mean to say that you should save the drowning child, but no, you have no obligation?
If you should save the drowning child, then you do have an obligation.
Okay,
trivially.
So if God tells me, let's just stipulate for simplicity that I want to follow what God ultimately wants to be, right? And the point is that I ask God, I don't know about being a lawyer and being a doctor. You know more about my psychology in the future, so I'm going to ask you, God, what should I do? What is better, to become a lawyer or to become a doctor? And then he says, lawyer.
Are you making a hypothetical there when you say, if I want to reach this conclusion, then tell me what to do, God, to reach that conclusion? Isn't that more of a hypothetical imperative?
Well, if you're appealing to categorical notions of good, that would be wonderful. Then you're just appealing to some that gets thick. I'm fine with appealing to categoricity. I don't think it's going to change the calculus of my reasoning. But the idea is that the center question in ethics, as I see it, is we're faced with circumstances, dilemmas, or whatnot, and we ask ourselves, what should I do? And when we answer that question, I should do X rather than non-X, right? That is how I understand obligation.
Okay, I think I might be able to clarify what might be happening here. Okay, there are two senses of what should I do. If this whole time you've been talking about like a hypothetical imperative where if this is my goal, then I should do this because that's what's going to produce the goal. Then you can talk about obligations in that hypothetical sense. But if you're talking about what should I do in the categorical sense,
but the categorical sense is divorced from God's will, right?
What?
The notion of categoricity is a kind of norm that's unconditioned, and including unconditioned from, it's not conditioned in terms of God's will or God's intent. And I don't think
that's not what categoricity means.
Oh,
what
yes,
categoricity means that it's not about what categoricity means is it's not for a different end.
Yeah, but the point is that so it's not. Yeah, so
I'm not obeying. I'm not.
Fine.
Go ahead.
Well, that means that God. Does it make sense to say that God ought to do anything? And if so, then is that categorical or hypothetical, right? And if you're appealing to the categorical oughts, right, then those are going to be independent of his desires and his reasons. But so I'm just wondering, like, I just didn't think we would include the notion of categorical norms here, as I understand them to be to kind of jeopardize the way that we understand God's obligations.
Real quick.
God doesn't have.
Real quick.
God doesn't have.
Blake. Sorry. I just so it's like three people are left, Jack and whatnot, and there's a guy Bill. He's pretty philosophically inclined. He said that he got something relevant. He's insisting. I think he'll be respectful and he'll probably slow it down a little bit too. Danny, you're like a firecracker, Danny. I love you, buddy. And it's very good. And so is Caleb at times. But I know Blake's trying to slow it down at times. But I just wanted to bring him up and just hear what he wants to say. If it's bad, we'll just mute him, boot him, whatever. But I think it's good. I think it's going to be good. But anyway, go ahead.
No, it's funny that I'm on Blake's side on this, and yet I think I'm agreeing more with Danny's definitions. But I'm just trying to straggle the lines here. But it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, just two things. I think categorical norms undermine the notions of good as it pertains to God. And the second thing is that I think they're just incoherent, right? So if we're building the categoricity here, then those are going to be two rabbit holes. I'm wondering, I have to think about the exact relevance. I don't know if I need to make those objections or not. I'd have to think about it. But the idea is that categorical norms can still be understood in terms of the all things considered.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Perhaps I don't. I can hear you now.
Yeah. Well, I think there's several problems here. Firstly, when God gives a command, presumably
the reason that he's giving the command is because he wants some kind of particular outcome for humans. Like he wants humans to do something, and if he wants them to do it, that's going to give him a reason to instantiate a world in which they're doing the thing that he wants them to do, which is presumably acting in accord with his commands. The second thing is that I don't really know what it means to say that God is good if you don't think he has obligations and you don't think that he always instantiates supererogatory goods, right? I mean, it seems like then whatever notion you have of God's goodness is just going to be like vacuous or just like meaningless, right? So in that sense, I mean, yeah, you could just deny God is omnibenevolent, right? You could just say, yeah, he never does what's good because like he doesn't have to or something like that. I don't know. But then it just seems to not be engaging with the actual argument, right? If you think that God is good, you're going to have to say that either he always does what he's obligated to do, or he always acts in accordance with his best reasons, or he always instantiates the best possible like world, or something along those lines, right? Otherwise, I don't even like what are we even saying there, right? And so those are my two objections, right? Is that either if we ground what you're saying, then either your notion of omnibenevolence is going to be problematic, or there's going to be another problem, which is that you can't explain what grounds people's reasons for action or obligations. And if you do think that it's grounded in God's commands, and you do think that those commands are sincere, right, which presumably God doesn't lie, so they have to be sort of like sincere, right, then you're also going to have to grant that God has a reason to instantiate a world in which we're obeying his commands, right?
Okay, real quick, Bill, just so you know, your audio is pretty wild, man. It's like I think you need to turn your gain down.
Okay, yeah,
some kind of something. Yeah, it's okay.
Say
And then
he
just
ought to
secondly, was that helpful, Blake? Was that helpful to the conversation?
I mean, not to our particular conversation. It's a different question, but I think it's a
Way
good question.
better.
But I think we should.
better.
Once I'm going to say something about it, and then we should probably. I want to return to Danny's issue because I think
Yeah, I would
we've
like
reached
that too.
a breakthrough.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we need. That's exactly what we need.
Can we
So
ask
please-
Maybe
Maybe we
real
can
fast how
maybe we can
we-
back burner Bill's point and then do
Yeah,
that.
for sure, Bill. That's cool, and I appreciate it too. But yeah, we definitely want to keep rolling on that. And Jane, thank you for that tip. That was very cool. Actually.
Well, what I said is
So,
directly relevant to the conversation, right? Because the
Okay,
point
thanks,
is,
thanks, Bill.
I'm
But
saying, yeah.
can we just run this?
It is relevant. It is relevant, but they're driving at a particular point, and we're right on the cusp here. Caleb, what were you trying to say just now?
Well, I was gonna make a joke and ask Bill when he says his mic is better, does he mean like of more value? But no, the serious thing I was gonna say is seriously, I was gonna say that just asking AP if he's following or like where he's. I know this has been a lot. And he's been like we were originally talking to him, and he was.
Yeah, are
saying
you getting this, AP?
quite
Are you enjoying this? Are you appreciating this? Because this Blake, we dove into this kind of through you. You were the springboard, so.
Oh yeah,
hopefully
no, I
you're-
appreciate you yeah. I mean, it's a little frustrating. Like Danny asked a question a few minutes ago, and part of this is because of my own philosophical ignorance. But like the question that Danny asked Blake a few minutes ago was like, "Well, do you think we ought to obey God's commands?" And Blake said, "Wow, I never thought about that." Which I find
Wait,
I don't
no,
know
that's
what-
not. That wasn't the question.
Yeah, I don't know if
What
that's
was
what
the
he
question?
said. He said it like
That's what I
Is it
heard, but maybe I
better?
misunderstood
Is
it.
it better?
Wait,
Is it
what?
good?
AP? Sorry,
I don't know. It just seems obvious to me that we want to obey God's commands.
Yeah,
It's
That's because
it's
you're
frustrating to me.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah,
He's joking.
Okay.
That's a joke. That's
No,
a
I
joke.
know, I know.
That's entirely.
I always make at least one
I know,
Catholic
I like
joke
it.
when I talk to him.
I
Yeah,
get it.
his councils and his popes tell him he has to do something. He's obligated. That's how he's used to. So God must be the same way.
No, but
But isn't it though the same
no,
way?
no, that's not what Blake said.
I
Though.
mean, it's not the same way.
Yeah, just to be clear, when Blake didn't say that that we, of course, we ought to do what God commands us, but that's not what Blake said. Blake, you remember the question was? It was something like, is it
yeah. The
better?
question was more like, is it always good for a person to obey God, essentially? And this isn't about their obligations. It's like, is the world always better when someone obeys God? That's what it amounts to. And my answer is,
How is the answer not yes though? Like, as a
well,
Christian,
because I mean, I can at least imagine a scenario. Go to a particular city, and God knows, and then God knows that when He commands someone to go to a particular city, the person is actually going to go to Jerusalem, and God wanted them to go to Jerusalem. So in disobeying God, it's actually a good thing happens. So I actually, I had to think about it for a second, but in the end, I think that sometimes disobeying God can result in a good state of affairs. Yeah.
Well, but
Yeah,
there's
it
I
just
also
seems like sophistry though. I mean, that means what God intended to happen happened, and therefore you did the will of God.
yeah, but
Right?
I think we're equivocating between God making that state of affairs good versus him. Like, okay, when God told Jonah to go to Nineveh, like Jonah ought to have obeyed and gone to Nineveh. Like that would have been an easy way. Jonah said, "No, I'm not going to do that." Tries to go to Tarshish. God does make it work out to where Jonah ends up going to Nineveh, but this is where it's like God does get his way in the end, but he probably would have preferred Jonah to go to Nineveh
Suppose
first
God
place.
told him about that plan way later. The question is for me, when Jonah reflects and said, what does he think? Does he think he made a mistake? Does he think that he should have done differently? And given all things considered, Jonah should arrive at the conclusion that he didn't make a mistake. Right?
Danny, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike. Finish.
That's it. That Jonah, he knows all the facts, is not going to believe that he should have done differently.
Okay, so here's something I want to try to get out to you, Danny, because I feel like a lot of what you say, when it seems to carry any force at all, is when you start mixing up different kinds of ought. Okay, so I hear you mixing up and saying like plausible sounding things, because on the one hand, first you're talking about a hypothetical imperative. Then another time you're talking about what's good, the good thing to do, and just assuming that it's what we ought to do. And then other times you're using it in a language where it seems like you have to be talking about deontology. And then it's all getting mixed up.
the reason why I'm not equivocating is because I'm never going to be referring to categorical norms. I think they're incoherent. Like I don't. But the
realize. Sorry, I have to say one quick thing. Do you realize that means you're basically not talking to Christians anymore?
No, I don't think Christians could look. If you're going to die on the hill of categoricity, then that's fine. Then Christianity is incoherent, like with respect to at least their meta-ethical framework. But the point is that I think if Jonah found out, if God told him his plan, right? Jonah is going to be rationally compelled to think that he should have not done differently, and I just want to make sure that that's agreed upon.
I'm
Doesn't make sense to me, though.
see, AP. Do you understand? Do you understand that what Danny is saying is that in order for like the way he's presenting his argument, all that there really are hypothetical imperatives, which is to say there's nothing that's just full stop good. They're the only things that are good, or the only things that we ought to do there's no full stop right thing to do.
Oh, really?
The only things that are the right things to do are the things that you should do given a particular goal that you state.
Well,
whereas Christians, of course, if you're a Catholic, you're going to believe that there are things that you just ought to do full stop. It's not like if you want to, create more humans in the world, then you should do this, or if you want to taste strawberries, then you should do this. Those are the only kind of oughts that Danny recognizes. He doesn't recognize a full-blown moral, categorical, you just ought to do it. It's the right thing to do.
With Christianity.
Huh?
Those are in conflict with Christianity.
Categorical imperatives are in conflict with Christianity?
Yeah, I just take them to be incoherent, right? But the idea is that the reason why we can make sense of a pro tanto obligation or pro tanto ought here is because of the ignorance of the person that has heard God's commands. The person is ignorant of the good, and that's why they have the obligation.
They have what?
That's why they have the obligation, because they're ignorant of the good.
Well, you're assuming that a person's obligations are on the basis of producing the most good thing, and what I'm telling you is that Christians are deontologists. They think that things, or some of them are threshold deontologists, but that means that they think that there are obligations that don't necessarily line up with the most good thing. So, for instance, let me give you an example. Christians have an obligation not to murder. Now, if I'm confronted with baby Hitler, maybe I can produce a better world by murdering him, and it would be a pro toto better world. But guess what? My obligation is to not murder him.
The point is that you understand my ignorance point, right? If you're ignorant of the good, you could have obligations that are, look, given what I knew, this is what I should have done. But now that I know everything, that's not what I should have done. Right? You understand that?
When you're saying what you should have done, you're saying because you're thinking like a consequentialist.
No,
you're thinking you are.
I'm not presupposing anything like that.
You actually are, I believe. I would insist that you are.
What did I appeal to a consequence?
Yes, because when you say, "Oh, I realize that I shouldn't," you're talking about because it produced a worse state of affairs.
That doesn't imply consequentialism, right?
It does. It's because the consequences being a worse state of affairs are what make the action wrong.
I take consequentialism to say that some act is good or bad, or right or wrong, or obligatory or not, in virtue of an effect of or some kind of result.
Yes, okay? And think about what you just said. Think about what you just said. The person realized that they should have done something different, and that's on the basis of them realizing the consequence wasn't what they wanted.
How does that imply that?
Well, what kind of revelation are you talking about? Like, what did they realize?
God says, "This was my plan, right? My plan all along was for you to disobey me." And then Jonah thinks to himself, "Oh, well, I'm glad I didn't do differently."
Jonah thinks to himself, "I'm glad I didn't do differently." Can you say the whole thing for me? What are you trying to say?
Okay, the point is that you're saying, like, take the Jonah case as an example of that Caleb offered. Jonah disobeys God. Let's just stipulate that it brought about God's plan, right? In that God disobeyed.
Yep.
And now, the obligations that Jonah had, he had obligations. I'm fine with saying he had obligations, given his ignorance, given the little that he knew, and so it might. But when he's not ignorant of the plan, right, then he's going to reflect and actually be thankful that he did not do differently, right? There's not going to be in which he made a mistake.
Wonderful. Okay, let's tease this out, because again, I think there's some conflation going on here. Even if Jonah comes to find that in the end his disobedience of God resulted in a better state of affairs, he's not going to look back and think, therefore, I ought to have disobeyed God in that situation just because it results in a better state of affairs. Hold on. Like he can recognize that the ultimate state of affairs that occurred from his disobedience ended up being a better state of affairs, while simultaneously acknowledging that what he did was wrong.
No, and that doesn't make any sense, right? The reason why that doesn't make any sense is that we're stipulating that God's plan is the pro toto good.
Yep.
Okay, and that Jonah recognizes that. Okay,
yep.
And he knows that if he had done differently, it would undermine the pro toto good. So he's not going to look at his action in a way where he's going to think, I should have done differently.
Yeah, you're assuming consequentialism, because on deontological ethics, it's enough. Your obligations do not ride on what makes a pro. Hey, hold on, Danny. Your obligations, if you're a deontologist, do not ride on what make for a pro toto good. It's irrelevant what the pro toto good is on deontology.
No, look, the point is that we are stipulating here, and by stipulating this, we're not implying consequentialism. Aren't we stipulating that that God's plan is the highest good?
Sure. Yeah. Well, no. When you say the highest good, it's higher than any of our It's higher than any of our plans, but it's not like going to produce the best possible world.
Imply consequentialism.
Huh?
Does that imply consequentialism?
Does what imply consequentialism?
By stipulating that God's plan is the highest good, does that imply consequentialism?
What do you mean by, okay, what do you mean by highest good?
Meaning that like a prototo good, like all things considered, it's God's plan.
Okay, I can work with that.
Okay.
So now ask the question with prototo good?
Yeah, it means just prototo. It's the highest good prototo good. That's fine, right? The idea here.
No, ask your question, but use the word prototo good.
Yeah. Is it assuming that in saying that God's plan is prototo good, that we're assuming consequentialism?
No.
Okay, good. Now, can Jonah find out the prototo good?
Sure.
Okay. Does that assume consequentialism?
Nope.
Okay, good. So no consequentialism. Now, if Jonah recognizes and finds out he's no longer ignorant of the prototo good,
yep,
and thinks that it's prototo good, then he's going to look back at his actions and realize that if he had done differently, the prototo good would have been undermined because his is part of bringing about the prototo good.
You got it. Keep going.
All right. So then he should have not done differently.
Oh, it should have. You just made the transition to should.
Well, you didn't follow that? Look, the point
is... No, I followed it entirely. You were talking about the prototo good, and you're talking about how it's a better state of affairs. But where do you get the assumption that just because it's a better state of affairs, that it's what he should have done?
Because you've agreed that that Jonah has recognized the prototo good.
Yep, he has.
Okay. You recognize that logically implies that if he believes that he was instrumental in bringing about the prototo good, then and if he believes that if he wasn't instrumental in that, there's a counterfactual that the prototo good would have not been realized.
Yes,
then that would be not as good.
Yes, you've said all that. That's exactly right. But you're still, I think you're like stuck in your own worldview, and you haven't taken seriously or considered seriously an alternative perspective, which is the theological. Let me hear Jenny real quick.
Wait, am I assuming consequentialism? Because you can take back that claim.
No, you are assuming consequentialism.
Where did I assume consequentialism?
At the very end, when you made the shift from this is better, this is a better outcome, to therefore this is what I ought to do. That's when you made the shift to consequentialism.
How does that imply consequentialism?
Because consequentialism is the view that you ought to do what results in a given consequence. The consequence is what is the right maker.
No, now you've already said, okay, now if anything, if this is true, then you're guilty of it too, because you're saying that Jonah was instrumental for an end. Is that consequentialism?
I think that God is a consequentialist.
Okay,
so God, real quick.
You're
real quick. Hold on, Danny. Let me clarify here. When I say God is a consequentialist, what I mean is I don't think God has obligations, but I think God has a nature of loving and prioritizing the good. So God has a tendency to produce good things. That's what I mean. That's what I mean there. But real quick, what I need you to understand is go back to the baby Hitler thing. This is going to help you understand that a Christian looking at baby Hitler isn't going, even if I knew that murdering baby Hitler was going to result in a pro-toto better world, my obligation remains not to murder that baby.
Then you're equivocating on the obligation, because presumably an obligation is what you should do, considering what you know. Okay, and if it's the case that you know that your obligation would have undermined the pro-toto good, then that's just, what does that even mean?
It's clear to me. I mean,
Yeah, no, that's not clear to me. So go ahead and tell me what it means to say that you have an obligation that undermines the pro-toto good.
I think that there are categorical rights. There are categorical right things. That
translates that you have an obligation to bring about evil, pro-toto evil. That's the implication, right? If your obligation undermines the pro-toto good, then it supports the pro-toto evil.
If you're say that again. What?
For what it means to say that your obligation undermines the pro-toto good is that in carrying out the obligation, you support you bring about the pro-toto evil.
Yeah, no, I'm not. So really, what this boils down to is two different perspectives on whether you should murder baby Hitler.
Do you understand what I said?
Real quick. Hold on. This is really what it boils down to.
No, do you understand what I said? That's critical that you understood what I said.
Okay, repeat it again, please.
That what it means to undermine that for your obligation to undermine the good, and here when I'm using the word good, I mean pro-toto. Okay.
Wait, for my what to undermine the good?
If your obligation undermines the good, then that means the obligation supports evil in the pro-toto sense.
If it undermines the good, what do you mean by undermines the good?
If your obligation makes it such that the good is not realized.
Well, just because a good isn't realized doesn't mean an evil is realized.
It's pro-toto.
So
then that means that if the good was not realized pro-toto, then what has been realized is the opposite of the pro-toto good, which is just the opposite of pro-toto good is pro-toto evil.
No, that's not right.
Look, it's either that what should be actualized isn't, right? And that implies that...
No, I don't affirm that. No, I'm not saying it should be actualized. I don't even know it should be actualized.
That's what do you think good means? To say something pro-toto good is that it should occur all things considered, right?
No, I don't use that language. I don't use that language of like a good state is what should occur. I don't know if
if God is telling you that... What are you talking about now? Like, you've been fine with this stipulation I remember in the beginning, I talked about all things considered, this shouldn't happen, all things considered, this should happen, and that just means pro-toto good and pro-toto evil.
Say that again?
Remember, when we started with the problem of evil, I said the sense of evil that we're talking about is the pro-toto evil, which is to say that that event that's pro-toto evil is an event that should not occur, all things considered. That was stipulated a long time ago.
And Blake, I thought you agreed that with the value.
Yeah, so it's confusing because on the one hand we want to talk about what a person should do, and then here I guess we're talking about like a state of affairs that should obtain. Hold on.
Yeah, but when we discussed like the definition of value, valuable.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, we can talk about. So it's kind of like the world should always be better, no matter how good the world is. Based on how you're using the words, the world should be better, and I don't think I
What does
think I
it
go in
mean
for
to
that.
say, earlier you said God's plan is pro toto good? If that doesn't mean that all things considered, God's plan should be realized, then I don't know what you mean.
I mean, when I talk about good, I think I'm thinking like things that like love and joy and like the valuable things.
Wait, could it be true simultaneously that God's plan is pro toto good, but all things considered it shouldn't occur?
If under what condition?
Does it make sense to you? Can these be true simultaneously? That God's plan is pro toto good, but all things considered it should not occur?
I don't use that language of it should not occur like full stop. When I use the word should, it's always for me in the context of persons doing things. It's obligations for persons. I don't think in terms of.
Do you think God's plan should occur?
Again, that's if I accepted the language of like the plan should occur, then I would have to go on to say that no matter how good the world is, it should be better. And I don't like that language. I don't think that's the right way to talk.
Then answer the question, right? Is it true or false? God's plan should occur.
False. That's or it's more like it's kind of like the statement about the bald king of France. I don't think it refers. I mean, it fails. You're making an assumption in the statement that is false. And the assumption is that states of affairs have the property of like they should obtain or shouldn't obtain. And I think that's a category error.
Okay, so you think sin? So when the pastor says, you shouldn't sin, right?
No, that's the obligation of a person.
Or sin shouldn't occur. So now, if the pastor says sin shouldn't occur,
mm-hmm.
Do you understand what that means?
I interpret it, when I hear a pastor say something like, speaking loosely, I interpret him as saying a person should not sin.
Okay, so then when I say that God's plan should occur, what does that mean to you? Nothing?
That's weird. That makes no sense to me.
But Blake,
you can say it's good for God's plan to.
So you don't think events can be good or bad in the sense?
No, I think they can be good and bad.
Yeah,
but I don't think events can be events implicator or states events implicator can be right or wrong.
Like, is there any kind of world that God can't create outside of like logical impossibility? Like, does God's goodness prevent God from creating any certain kind of world? In your view,
does God's goodness prevent him from creating? Yeah, I think so. I think it prevents him from.
So could God create a world where people are just being tortured for all of eternity with no like salvation, no redemption, nothing good coming out of it?
Probably not.
Okay, so why would God? So God ought not to create that world, or God shouldn't create that world?
No, it's not ought. It's just it's such a bad world that it's incompatible with God's nature.
So God has to choose states of affairs that are compatible with His nature.
When you say God has to, God has a nature to do a particular thing.
So God will choose states of affairs that are compatible with His nature.
Yeah, that's right. God will.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So I think so maybe that's better language to use then. So then I guess the question we could just rephrase it then is God, by God allowing certain states of affairs, does that mean that those states of affairs are consistent? So by God allowing like murder or something, or rape, is God's allowance of that consistent with His nature?
Right. That's the good question to ask. Yep. And I think that's the question in the problem of evil, and that's what theodicies are addressing.
So you would say yes, it is that. It is consistent with God's nature to
yeah, I think that all sorts of like suffering and things are consistent with a good and loving God.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I would agree with that, but I'm just trying to use language I think maybe more.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's great.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad that we could discuss this in 2 minutes what it took 20 minutes the other.
Well, Danny's going to say he thinks the whole project is kind of incoherent.
Well, but he's saying that he's saying that if we're going to say that God actualizes states of affairs that are according to His nature, that if God is going to like actualize a world where there is let's say bad things, you're going to say those are pro toto evil, then that is inconsistent with God's nature.
Wait, what's pro toto evil?
If there is a world, like if there were a world where there were pro toto evils, like all in all bad, that would be inconsistent with God's nature to actualize it. So God would not actualize that. But you and I would probably contend. I mean, I don't know if you would, but I'm contending that we can't ever, at least from what we observe, we really have no justification for saying there are in fact pro toto evils.
Yeah, that's an epistemological objection that I think.
Yeah, and Danny agrees with that.
Yeah, Danny agrees with it. So I mean, we could just stop there because the epistemological objection runs. But I think that there are underlying metaphysical problems with what Danny is saying as well, because I think there's metaphysical confusion.
Look, I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't know why you're going on non-cognitivist here, but like when Jonah goes to heaven and says, finds out.
I actually have to run now because I put this off a lot. Go ahead and say your last thing, but then after that I gotta run.
I just think if Jonah went to heaven and then found out that it was all according to God's plan, okay, that he disobeyed, and the idea he's going to form the belief that that's God's plan is the highest good. That's what should occur, and he's going to reflect, think about, well, would it have been better, or would have been a better world if I had done differently? He's going to think no, because then God's plan would have not been realized, and then he's going to say, well, thank God I did what I did. Right?
Well, no, your conclusion is, therefore, I did the right thing by disobeying God.
The conclusion is that he's going to form the belief that he should not have done differently.
Yeah, when you say should, you mean ought, right? And so his conclusion in heaven, based on what you said, is going to be, cool, I did the right thing in disobeying God.
But how are you divorcing the right thing from what should?
I'm identifying them. We're saying the same thing. When you say that he will acknowledge that he should have disobeyed God, that's synonymous with saying he will agree that he did the right thing in disobeying God.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think that...
I gotta run, dude. I really do.
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
I appreciate this is a great conversation.
Yes, it is. But can we pick it up another? Because Blake, I feel like I hope we can start it over. Not start completely over. Like actually start where we're at here and actually get to the end. Because I feel like
what I thought. I'm wondering if you feel similarly or if you feel differently.
I mean, there's some stuff I'm going to read that Blake mentioned, but yeah, by and large, it's a little frustrating to talk to Blake because he does this. I mean, I don't know. I probably just don't have enough
I was to talk to that guy
understanding of
now.
philosophy. I just don't
Now
have
I'm
enough understanding of
only
philosophy to understand what he's saying sometimes. And so,
He was
like,
saying,
a seemingly simple question like, oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you
Danny
get
said that Danny asked him, that Blake said that he didn't understand what Danny meant when Danny said that God's plan should be realized.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's a hard question, but maybe there's some sort of angle to it.
That just sounds insane,
Yeah.
right?
I mean,
Like,
as a Christian, it should be
like,
the answer should be yes. God's plan should come to fruition because that's
yeah,
how we
it's
define
hard to
something
think
good.
of anything. Yeah, it's hard to think of anything that for a Christian,
Did he say that?
right?
Did he say that though?
Well,
He
I may
did.
not have
He
understood.
said
Maybe I
multiple
misunderstood what he was
things like
saying.
that.
I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood what he
Yeah,
was
no,
saying.
he said it. He said it for sure.
Here's what
It was not a
Danny wrote
misunderstanding.
me. Here's what Danny wrote me verbatim. He said that he didn't know what it meant to say, "quote God's plan should occur."
That's right.
Yeah. So I don't see how somebody saying something like that is going to be able to offer you anything.
Maybe what he meant by not knowing what he means by should occur, maybe he's trying to figure out if you mean there's something guiding God or if God
what
didn't
does
have
it
an
mean
option
to
to do
say?
something.
What does it mean to say? Well, I don't know. I think that sentence was gibberish. But Andrew, I really want to talk to him now that I've like sobered up and I'm letting him drink like heavily. I want to like talk to him, but nobody invites me up.
I'm just throwing out, like, because Blake is usually pretty smart and he normally answers questions directly, but I think maybe that was what he was pausing for, is he wanted somebody to clarify. When you say God's plan should come to pass, are you saying that like there's a cause that God has to do it, or that God can change His plan?
Well, that's
Like, I
actually
think,
like a really good question, James, because I don't
yeah,
know what the fuck it means to say a state of affairs should occur. Should is action, should pertains to action. What does it mean to say a state of affairs should occur? That's a
I mean, ought to
category.
occur.
It's just going to mean
Ought to occur,
it's just
right?
going to mean that some feature.
Ought and should are synonymous.
Oh, are they?
Essentially.
Okay.
It's just going to mean that there's some reason providing feature in the state of affairs such that one ought to actualize. Because we're
Saying?
talking about God's plan, right? So we are talking about an action. Should
Yeah,
God
so what you mean
take?
is, yeah, no, I get you. What you're saying is, if God plans something, what that means is there's some intentional state that God has, and God then has a reason to act upon.
That's right. Yeah. For any agent, right? If it's up to them to bring that plan to fruition, right? Then they ought to.
I appreciate that you're breaking this down, but like for
I think
real,
it's better
what
to
this is
explain
not a
it.
complicated. Why I'm trying to talk. Why like that was weird though, right? Like we don't need to break down the semantics there. Like Blake not knowing how to answer that question is bizarre. Like I don't know why you would get tripped up on that. It seems just intuitively you would say yes.
He knows, but that's the issue with like the problem of evil. You either have to take some really uncomfortable position like the one that Blake did, or you just have to say that God doesn't exist, and it looks like Blake took the uncomfortable position.
Well,
Well, it
Blake
just seems
actually
like a
said,
nonsense position.
well, I mean, Blake said that the proposition itself was like nonsense. He said he likened it to the proposition the King of France is bald when France doesn't have a king. He said that there was no
Yeah,
referent or
he
something
did
like
say
that
that.
when he
Yeah,
said something like ought God's plan occur or something
like
of
you're just
that
saying
nature.
gibberish. You're saying gobbledygook. Like the thing you're
Yeah,
saying doesn't make. It's not even a sensible question. Something like that.
that's right.
Like it's a malformed
Yeah.
question, right? That is what he was saying. Yeah.
But the point is, it's easy to address the issue that Venus raised, right? And at that point, right, it would be absurd to deny, right, that God's plan, that God's plan ought to be realized when understood that way.
Yeah, but this is how I put it.
If
I
you're a
don't know.
Christian.
It would be like an easy way to corner him on this. I mean, this is why I want to get on stage. But if this like should occur thing just means God has a reason, and the reason is his intentional states, he's going to ask him, is God like a rational agent? And if God's a rational agent, that just means that God's going to act in such a way to actualize the content of his intentional
Yeah,
states,
if
like his
it's
desires.
in all things considered good, then and he's perfectly rational and all powerful, it's going to be analytic, right?
Absolutely. But then
Yeah.
there's also the other problem that how can God have conflicting desires? That sounds kind of like bizarre
I
to
was
me to say something
trying
like
to
that.
explain that earlier, and Blake didn't get it, and I wanted to explain that problem to Andrew because Blake couldn't understand the objection.
I followed that pretty well. That was pretty good.
Well, I'll read the Peterman in wagon paper. I don't mind reading his writing anyway. Maybe.
I think
Yeah,
you guys
well,
should drop that like fucking pro toto talk though. That just fucking confuses everybody. And it's
It
not
was
like a
confusing
widely
me.
used term.
It was
It's not
confusing
like
me
even
too.
widely used in the literature either. So like nobody knows what pro tanto is widely used. Pro toto is not widely used. So it's like just drop using the word.
I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that Blake doesn't actually know what the argument from evil is that we're presenting. So the literature that he was appealing to doesn't actually address it.
No, I know, but
No, I know you
I'd
know.
like
I know
to,
you know that. I was just telling Pa, right?
Oh,
Like,
okay. I see.
Oh, I thought his
Blake,
his
I
Blake,
statement
want
was
to talk
wrong.
to him about something that he actually knows very much about, which is divine hiddenness, because he's written like 14, 15 blog posts about the argument, and he seems fairly familiar with like Schellenberg. So I think that would be a more interesting conversation than running like the Alpo on him.
yeah, well, he was talking about that earlier, but I wasn't around for a lot of it, so I don't exactly know what he was saying. But I guess that's on the replay.
Paul, can I ask you another question? And like, I guess any Christian or anyone who's like pretty familiar with the Bible in this room could probably answer this. But like, it's been a little while since I've read a lot of the Bible. But doesn't it like say God's plan should obtain, like, if not verbatim, in spirit, like a lot? Am I crazy?
I mean, I wasn't interpreted that way, but I will say, as a Catholic, I'm not the best person to ask about the Bible. Unfortunately, I can tell you a lot about catechism, but I always
The
interpreted it that way.
Catholics prohibited access to the Bible
Easy,
for lay people.
easy.
Well, that's true, right?
Oh, back
It
in the
wasn't
yeah, you're
until
right. That's true.
yeah, for centuries, it was actually prohibited
That's the whole point of
for
the
lay
Stations of the
people to
Cross,
have.
so that people who aren't able to read the Bible can follow the story. Yeah, that's
So
true.
that explains why you're so liberal. You're Catholic. No, I think that
Well,
the
the
Bible's
Catholics
pretty
that
clear.
sided with Franco weren't that liberal.
I think
Yeah,
that
James. Sorry, I forgot you were here. What do you think?
so I think the Bible's clear that what God does will come to pass, meaning that the actions that He chooses to pursue. But God has also been presented as an emotional being, has a pure form of love, pure form of hate, pure form of vengeance. All these characteristics are things that are of God. So
Things that exist which are not influenced by the laws of physics.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's where we can start. Now,
Okay.
so what exactly is your opposition to God, accepting that there are material and immaterial things?
Oh, I just think the concept is incoherent.
Can you elaborate on why?
Are we talking about a classical God, a God with the three omni properties?
Well, we're talking about Islam, so let's just purely talk about a single God, the Father. No Trinity, none of this essence stuff. Just purely one undivided, non-contingent being.
Well, I think there's a couple of arguments that I would probably start with to show that Islam was false, but they would be arguments that would apply to Christianity as well.
Oh, go ahead.
One argument would be the logical problem of evil, and a second argument would be an argument from the normativity of intentionality.
Okay, so I'll answer those in turn. I can't actually respond to the first one because I don't know how Islamic theodicy functions.
Hey, I do. I have a Muslim associate, and he's usually pretty open. Do you mind if I can get a hold of him if I send him the link to talk about this?
That'd be excellent, actually, but we might have to drift her out. 1, 2, 3.
We have 9 people.
7, 8. Yeah, go ahead, send me a link. That'd be
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think that. I don't think that a Christian could show that God, as understood in Christianity, which is to say omnipotent and omnibenevolent, could be consistent with the existence of evil.
Well, I mean, you could take the. I mean, this is ultimately Christian theodicy, so it's kind of irrelevant since we're talking about Islam. But I take an Augustinian view where everything in existence at any given moment is good, and all evil is a decreased level of good, with hell obviously being the lowest level of good possible with a good
Wouldn't
God.
explain how it's consistent that there's evil with
Well,
God's existence, right?
Yeah, it would, because evil would exist purely as a lesser property of good. It's like.
But wait a minute. Is there evil before creation?
Well, nothing existed before creation, so no.
I thought God existed prior to creation.
He existed as a non-contingent being who is absolutely good. 100%
Yeah.
good.
So is there evil? Is there evil in the universe where God exists sans creation? Is there evil in that universe?
I mean, I'd say evil in the way you're posing it. It doesn't exist full stop.
Yeah. So there's no evil in that universe, right?
No, I'm saying that there's no evil in this universe right now. At least in the way you're posing it.
Well, wait a minute. I thought. So you're saying that on Christianity, nothing is evil? Nothing has that property?
It varies by obviously theodicy. Irenaeus would disagree with me, but
we can just use your theodicy.
Yeah,
right?
we're
Whichever one you hold to.
Yeah, we're using.
So is evil something to be avoided on your view?
I would say that lesser goods are something to be avoided in favor of greater goods.
Yeah. So the greatest possible good would always be preferable to any lesser good on your view.
Yeah, the greatest possible good would be preferable to any lesser good. Yes.
Right. So a world without any evil in it at all would be less good than a world that was completely good, right?
Well, the thing is you're accepting an ontology in which evil exists. That's the thing. Like, you have to.
You agree that there are worlds which are better than others, right?
There are worlds.
A world in which existed.
Yeah, there are worlds.
A world in which only God existed would be better than one, right? In which there were evil events or people, right?
Well, I mean, I'd say that God exists in all possible worlds. I mean,
I agree. I agree that God exists in all possible worlds on your view, right? What I'm asking you is, you can compare the relative merits of different possible worlds, right?
There
So
are worlds.
a world without any evil would be a better world than a world with some evil, right?
The thing is that the way you're phrasing that, I'd say, okay, to rephrase what
you
said.
can just translate what I said into a world that's wholly good into a world that's only partially good, right? Because I don't think anything turns on the terminology.
I was going to do that, but the thing is that
now
we live in a world. Can
I finish?
Let Merchant answer.
Yeah, can I answer? Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Yes, I can say there are worlds that exist which have greater good than others. However, I think when you use the word evil, that's a problem, because evil is usually in common parlance considered to be something that is distinct from good, and I'm arguing that evil is ultimately a degree of good.
Right, and so the least degree of good would be no evil, right? I'm sorry, the least degree of evil would be all good, right?
I don't believe that good and evil are distinct things. So that's the meaningless phrase.
You think that there are better and worse worlds, right? Now, it
Yes.
doesn't matter what terminology we use, right? Whether we say less good or more evil, right? We can take those as equivalent.
Yeah, but the
right?
thing is that we can. The thing is that if you say it like that, then that can infer a different meaning to the audience. So I just want to make sure that we talk specifically in terms of lesser goods and greater goods.
Fine. Anytime I say evil, just translate it into lesser good, right? There won't be any problems with the ontology, right?
The thing is that
Now,
there's a lot of people watching this, so I want to make sure.
oh, we stipulated it. We
Oh
stipulated
yeah,
it.
I'm not going to be able to get my guy, so if you want to let somebody else in.
Okay, yeah, I'll send the thing to Pius. Give me a moment.
Now, my question is, right, we would grant that the universe sans creation, right, the universe in which only God exists, that possible world, seems to be a better world, right, than a world with imperfections, right, such as the created universe, right?
Wait, a world with only God?
Yeah, a world with only God is a better world than a world with imperfections, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So now you've granted that what the guide to an ethical being would be, right, is to choose greater goods rather than lesser goods, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, God chose to create
I see where you're going.
world. Yeah, God chose to create a world which was less than perfect, right? And that's the world that we find ourselves in. Now, how is that consistent with God's omnipotence and God's omnibenevolence?
Well, first of all, God is omnibenevolent, and He created creatures with free will because of that omnibenevolence. Therefore, those creatures themselves decided to make the world imperfect.
Now, wait a minute. You're saying that God created creatures with free will, right? But that is not answering the question that I asked, right? Which is...
Yeah, it is. Because you're asking...
Well, wait a minute. I thought you were agreeing that the created world was less perfect than the world without God, right?
Yes, because there are beings in it that can choose
So
lesser goods.
we agree that it's less perfect, right? Now, you also agreed that the guide for any ethical actor would be to choose greater worlds than lesser worlds, right? Of the worlds to actualize, right? So if God is omnibenevolent, that's what he would do, right? And if he was omnipotent, there'd be no constraint on him doing that,
But that's the
right?
problem.
And yet he chose to create a less than perfect world,
But
right?
the problem is that... Can I answer?
Just one second. Yeah, well, let me just finish my point so it's perfectly clear. So, on your own view, right, God being omnipotent and omnibenevolent would choose the better world over the lesser world. That's entailed by the premises that you've agreed to. Yet, you're saying that God chose to create a lesser world. That's just straightforwardly inconsistent. I'm not seeing how free will... But just a minute.
Can I actually... Okay, you've made it long enough. I'd like to actually respond. First of all, you're thinking of the moral law and God as things that are completely different things. They aren't. They are the same thing. He follows his own will. Second of all, omnibenevolence. Omnibenevolence means that he chooses what is good. And he's created creatures within a world that are fundamentally able to choose whether or not things are good or bad. And the root of a lot of evil, in fact, the root of all evil is the ability for people to choose lesser and greater goods. Right? So, we live in a world where people exist who can choose lesser goods. Also, what the fuck is that shit in the background? It's really distracting.
Oh, sorry, I'll mute my mic.
Yeah, please, thank you. So, God has created a world in which imperfect beings exist, or beings with free will. So God, in his infinite goodness, will not restrict our free will because I think it's safe to say that having the ability to choose is a moral good. However, we can use that to choose lesser goods, and that's ultimately what makes people perceive the world as evil. Because, I mean, we can even take this down to things like natural disasters. Natural disasters ultimately cause suffering because people choose to live in areas in which they're affected, first of all, and second of all, not to take proper precaution.
Can I interject and add to something?
Well, I wanted to respond.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not understanding
No,
what
can
you're
I
not
just-
understanding about my question, right? See, because the thing is, I laid out an argument that could easily be formalized, right? It was an argument in which I went through a series of premises, each one you agreed to, and by a valid chain of inference, generated a conclusion.
Yeah, I
I
understand how logical.
So, well, just a minute. I'm
No,
not actually...
allow me to respond.
So,
No, allow me to respond.
Mauritian, can I get I want to add something.
Yes, I know you do, but you can let me finish.
Okay.
The problem is that you, yeah, that may be true, P and Q, but the thing is you're forgetting R. And R is what I was introducing just then. It's all well and good. Like, I might accept all of these presuppositions. The thing is if there are other presuppositions there that counteract, then I'm not necessarily going to agree with the conclusion of just those presuppositions in which we've talked about, which is what's happening here.
Okay.
Now can I finish?
Can you let Logos?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. So what I was saying is this: that if God is omniscient, not omniscient, if God is omnibenevolent, sorry for that. If God is omnibenevolent, if free will is going to cause us to choose bad, that means that it then follows that God should not give us free will, but He did. So that's not really an objection. The fact that He gave free will means that He's not omnibenevolent.
But the thing is that we can also choose greater goods. So you see the complexity.
But something would be better if you could not choose the bad thing. So that is a fact. Once you grant free will, then therefore Therefore, he would not be omnibenevolent, because if he was omnibenevolent, then he wouldn't give us free will to choose bad.
Okay, so let me use a little bit of your own empiricism against you then. So, assuming that humans don't have free will and they will always choose the greatest good, then what exactly is the point in a moral system? Because everyone will always choose the greatest good, and therefore morality doesn't exist because there's no distinction. However, in the real world,
that's the point. The point is, if he's
let me finish. The problem is that we do live in a world where we can distinguish between the levels of good, hence the existence of the word evil. Therefore, there must be some sort of moral system. Therefore, there is the ability to choose. You see where I'm going here?
Yeah, well, then there should not be a moral system. There should.
Well, this is a tangent.
Exactly.
This
If
is
he's
a
omnibenevolent, he
tangent.
would just do it. Okay, he would just make us perfect and done. So there's no.
Okay, it's a tangent. It's a tangent, though. We can maybe address this other issue, but I'd like to finish the point that I was making. Right. So my understanding is, right, that if somebody gives an argument, right, you basically have two basic options, right? You can deny a premise, or you can suggest that there's some kind of error in the inference rules that are being employed to generate the conclusion, right?
That's not true.
And so what it's not?
No, there are other ones, like including other premises.
Well, wait a minute. But if in fact you agree to all the premises and the inference rule is valid, right, then the conclusion will in fact follow from the premises, right? Regardless of whether there are other things that you believe are true.
Okay, so first of all, I'll read out the super chat that I've just gotten from SX0. Thank you very much for the $10. He says, so slaving people is good because they can't choose. That's basically what he's saying to you, Logos. Second of all, I'm going to write a logical syllogism in the chat. It's going to be X and... Actually, my shift key is fucking up. X and Y, right? So suppose that we have the premises X and Y. And that's ultimately what we have here and what you've carried out. The problem is that may leave things out if we have said. That's what I'm saying. We can have subclauses in different syllogisms, right? And you've just talked about one subclause. So in reality, we may be talking about something like this. Maybe talking about X and Y or Z. Or whatever. I'm just giving an example syllogism.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to get clarification on a point. Is what you're saying that even if you agree to all the premises of an argument, and even if the argument is formally valid, that the conclusion might not follow?
What I'm saying is that the argument doesn't necessarily have the resolution to actually prove the conclusion. What I'm saying here is that you may have a syllogism here that may make entire sense or complete sense in just the pure isolation of that. However, there are more variables than what you are presenting here.
Well, I asked a yes or no question, and I don't know what your answer is. So do you believe that if you accept all the premises of an argument, and the argument is formally valid, that it could still be the case that the conclusion doesn't follow from the argument?
Yes, because the argument isn't necessarily logically sound.
Wait a minute. I didn't say that the conclusion was necessarily true. I said that the conclusion follows from the argument.
It can, but ultimately we are talking about truth. We're not talking about...
Wait a minute. When you say it can, right, that implies that it might not, right?
Yes, which is what I'm arguing here with you. I'm arguing that
you're... I guess I'm not understanding how, if you accept all the premises of an argument, and the argument is formally valid, that the conclusion, right, is not necessitated given those premises.
Okay, I'll repeat what I've said for the third time, because the very simple fact that arguments lack variables.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the variables are, right?
Yes, it does, because...
we can totally formalize the argument, right?
Well,
so
yes,
we can say that you accept A, you accept B, right, and you accept the chain of inference that generates C, right, which uses A and B in premises to generate C, and nonetheless the conclusion can be false, right?
Fair enough. Like, serious question, have you ever studied formal logic?
Well, I certainly have studied enough of it to know that it can't be the case that a conclusion is not necessitated, right, by a valid chain of inference.
Well, the problem is that you seem to be missing quite a lot, because yes, natural deduction rules do function on premises, but the thing is that that's purely a language for communicating stuff within the bounds of those premises. The problem is that you are leaving out premises here.
Let's take an example, and you can show me what you have in mind, right? So let's say that all men are mortal, right? Socrates is a man.
Yes, I know how syllogisms work.
Yeah, right. So here's my question to you, right? You're claiming that if you accept that all men are mortal, and you accept that Socrates is a man, that nonetheless, you could reject the claim that Socrates is mortal.
You're missing my point. My point is that you are presenting a very obvious logical syllogism, which is ultimately complete. The scenario that you are presenting yourself is not complete for the fourth time.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get an answer to that question. Right?
The same way. I don't know what you want.
Well, does somebody else know what your answer to that question is? Because I don't.
I'm just giving you answer 4 times.
Well, okay, so let's ask somebody else. Your name is what, Mauritian?
Yes.
Can somebody else tell me whether Mauritian believes that even if you accept that all men are mortal, and you accept that Socrates is a man, it could nonetheless be the case, and given that those premises are true, that Socrates is not mortal? Is he saying yes, I do think that's possible, or no, I don't think that's possible? Because I can't understand what his answer is. Maybe you guys who've been following it are more acute than I am and can tell me the answer to that question, because Mauritian doesn't want to repeat himself. So what do you guys think? I don't know. I'm a little confused.
I don't know
You're
about
saying
reason,
you've answered.
Go ahead, Boss.
You're saying you've answered the question 4 times, and nobody is coming to your aid to repeat your answer. That I
It's
don't think
because
that I heard.
Guys, I'll tell you.
the same thing that he's told you 4 times. I mean, you're just going to sit here and ask again.
What was his answer?
Can I actually get a word in? I'll tell you why people haven't responded to you. It's because they're busy in the stream chat complaining about the autism of this discussion. Quite frankly.
So could you maybe ask
That
people
is
in
true.
the stream? Could you maybe ask people in the stream
Yeah,
what the
that's
answer
actually
is to the question?
And they're calling you autistic.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Going off the rails with autism.
I honestly cannot tell
I'm
you guys.
Reach in a couple more times, and maybe.
I'm happy to plead to the. I'm happy to plead to the charge.
Let's see what Lash has to say.
I'm happy to plead to the charge of autism. Right, that's perfectly possible. But what I'm not
Please,
seeing,
guys, please,
what I'm
this is
not
what-
seeing is how my objection has been answered. Right, and surely if there was a very simple, straightforward response
I'm sorry.
to my
I'm sorry to
objection-
interrupt, but I have to go. If this autism doesn't stop, I'm throwing myself off the building. Goodbye.
You're gonna go with
Please don't, Chelsea.
Well, is there anybody?
Okay, I'm
Are you
back.
rejecting the conclusion? Are you rejecting the conclusion, Mauritian? Or are you saying there's other argument?
I've just spent the last 10 minutes articulating what I'm saying. Logical syllogisms in their proper context, with all premises equal and all premises there, with a logical argument behind them. Yes, they are complete and they are valid. However, what we're being presented here by Jack is incomplete because it lacks all of the necessary premises.
Wait. So just to be clear, right? You're agreeing with me then that if you accept that Socrates is a man, and if you accept that all men are mortal, right? You're necessarily committed to the conclusion that Socrates is mortal, right? There's no way that could be false, right?
But the problem is that I know where you're taking this, and I'm disagreeing with what you're saying.
I really don't understand why it's so hard to get a yes or no answer to the question.
Because I actually
I just realized this is exactly like the discussion with Deconverted Man, but without the whole face quiz.
Okay, so
Mission, are you saying that there's a suppressed premise within Jack's argument?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that for the last 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. If that's what.
Premise in my
He's missing premises, and I've mentioned.
Wait a minute. A missing premises is different from there being a suppressed premise. In fact, it's the opposite claim.
No, a missing premise, the opposite of a missing premise is a present premise.
I'm sorry.
But if the premise would be-
Are you claiming that my conclusion doesn't follow without a premise that I haven't stated?
Yes, I've been saying that for the last 15 minutes.
Oh, but wait a minute. You haven't shown. So wait a minute. So you are claiming that my argument is formally invalid as it stands, right?
Yes, I've been saying that for the last 15 minutes.
Well, you haven't shown how it doesn't follow from
told you
premises.
the fucking time and the other 3 times.
Wait a minute. Well, let's go over it. Right? Let's go over it step by step. Right?
I've just done that with you 4 times.
So do you agree?
Premises. We have to make like some kind of mass line in order for this guy to
You'll have
get
to
it.
tell me. You'll have to tell me. All right, you'll have to tell me which part, where the missing premise is supposed to be supplied. Right? So let's go through the premises. So let's go through it. Let's go through it one by one because nobody else seems to be able to reproduce your reasoning. So let's go through it one more time.
No, they're just laughing at you in the chat and calling you autistic.
Well, if you were correct about that, then it would be easy to disprove my claim, right?
Which I've been doing for the last 15 minutes, and you've just been repeating
Because all
yourself.
they have to do,
Why do we have to repeat? He's already done it.
Can you reproduce his reasoning?
But why are we requiring that?
Well, because what he's saying is, right, he's disagreeing with me that you cannot reproduce it, right? And I'm saying that if I'm wrong about that, it should be easy to show that I'm mistaken by having you reproduce his reasoning, right? Because I'm skeptical that that's the case. So let's go through it again.
Waste everyone's time.
Let's go through it again since no one seems to be coming forward to your defense.
No. Black. Like, okay, first of all, you're not going to talk like that. Second of all, everyone is laughing at you in the chat. Everyone on my side here is laughing at you in the fucking voice chat. And you think that nobody can reproduce it? No, they don't need to reproduce it because
I'm perfectly happy.
It's evident.
I'm perfectly happy for people to laugh at me
There
as
are-
long as they
okay,
aren't
Jack,
able to show that there's an
please
error.
understand, Jack, that the audience.
There are 74
The
people.
audience already has its mindset about this issue. Either just drop it because you're not going to get anything from it.
Well, I just would like to. I'd like to understand the claim that my argument requires a suppressed premise because I'm just not seeing that. Do you know what the suppressed premise in question is that the argument requires? Because that's what Mauritian is claiming, right? Just a minute. His claim is that for my argument to generate the conclusion that I claim it generates, I would require a further premise that I haven't stated, right? And he seems to think that there is such a premise, right? So what I'd like to know is what is that premise that I'm missing, and where does it go in the chain of inference? Because I'm just not seeing that.
Which is consistent with God's nature, the actions of Jesus Christ, things like that.
Conforms with the teachings of Jesus Christ or something like that.
Right. So if that just leaves open that I could do something and it'd be evil, but if God did it, it wouldn't be evil.
Well, my point is this, right? If
Is that right?
the actions of Jesus Christ
Is that
are
right?
good, why? Where do you? Okay, if it is good, where do you get the odd from that is?
Again, just leaves open me doing something being evil and God doing it and it being not evil.
Well, that would
Well, I
be
would
that
know
would
that
be
the
assuming that you're doing the
argument
same thing.
rendered whether God did evil is whether God allows evil.
Yeah,
It doesn't
assuming
seem
that
like
God
what
does
you
the
just said
same
even makes
thing.
sense, JJ. Doesn't even
Okay. However, it's
work.
not the same thing. For example, right?
If
Jesus fed the homeless, right, or the poor.
uh-huh.
So did Judas Iscariot. Do you think they did the same thing? No, they did not. And so what I'm trying
Was
to say
one of
is
them evil?
yes. So what I'm trying to say is like even eating meat sacrificed to idols, right? One person, it's okay. So it's not the act in and of itself, right? It's matters of the heart, it's intentions. Right? It's not necessarily if you're giving away money to the poor for your own self-aggrandizement, that's to be
Like the
praised by men.
Pharisees and the
This
rich
is
people
evil.
did, yeah.
So it's just going to be determined by intention.
Not in its totality, but that's certainly a part of it. Sure.
How does that work? How does the
How
assessment
does
of
intention work?
the action,
For
action
example,
and intention?
there's the act of killing, right? Killing is not
Mhm.
evil in and of itself. However, killing for malicious reasons and intentions certainly is. If you kill in self-defense, it's still killing. Do you assign the evil or good to the act of killing? No, you do not.
John's view is just incoherent.
I might.
He's calling an all things considered good something that should not be done. It's just nonsense. It's been explained to him multiple times.
Yeah, I don't say should not be done. I do say missing the mark, maybe.
What does that even mean?
Well, if God is
God wants you to do it, right? That's why he ordained it. So it doesn't make any sense for him to say you ought not do it. It's just incoherent.
yeah, I don't see where God says you ought not do it.
Yeah, so when you say that it's evil, you're just talking about some other notion. Shmeevil, a non-normative notion. It's just a bunch of bullshit. What the hell is Shmeevil?
Yeah, no one's using that term but you.
Yeah, you're calling it evil, right?
I
It's
just
non-normative.
simply said that evil is an absence of good. Do you have a problem with that definition, Jack?
It's not the absence of good in a normative sense, because in a normative sense, it's good.
Why does it have to be normative?
It doesn't have to be normative, but in the normative sense,
There you
it's
go.
good. So you're just equivocating.
So I mean, the discussion's over. It doesn't have to be normative. Thank you.
Wait, is it good in the normative sense?
I would say when it's stated God is good, it's stated in a descriptive sense.
The event. Yeah.
The event, the action.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of nonsense. All he does is equivocate and contradict himself.
How do you get an ought out of God is good, Jack?
The event is in all things considered good.
Oh, you're avoiding my question. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm avoiding your question.
Right, you're doing the J Mike thing. I actually asked him 11 times.
Yeah, you can try all kinds of stratagems to get away from the entailment. I don't care, right? The event is in all things considered good in the normative sense, right? So it's obviously not evil in the normative sense. You want to say it's evil in some other sense, some non-normative sense. Shmeevil.
So
what the fuck is Shmeevil?
Let the record reflect that I did not use the term Shmeevil.
Yeah.
Secondly, I asked J Mike and Jack a very simple question. How do you get an ought? How do you get an ought out of the statement God is good?
Is it evil in the normative sense?
Answered it.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to come here.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't like questions, Jack. You don't like questions.
Yeah, and you don't like my question. Is it evil in the normative sense, Dodger?
I already answered that. Clearly, God is good is descriptive.
Yeah. Is the event evil in the normative sense, Dodger?
What event is entailed with God is good?
Whatever event you're calling evil.
Evil is an absence of good. I don't know why you want to characterize that as an event.
It's not an absence of good in the normative sense. Because
sin
it's
is not an
normatively
event
good.
as well. Sin
Because
is missing the mark of God.
Sin, on your view, is normatively good.
So once again, sin is missing the mark of God. The question is, where do you get this notion that we ought? What makes you think? Wait a minute, sir. Where do you get this notion that we ought to be in accord with the mark of God? Where do you get that idea?
Good, right?
Where do you get that idea? You seem to be avoiding simple questions.
And you're not avoiding my question that it's normatively good, Dodger.
You mean schmormatively good?
No, I don't mean that. I said
well,
normatively.
Why would I accept the notion of normatively good, Jack? Because you're prescribing it.
I never prescribed it.
Then why don't you go with descriptively good?
What do you mean, why don't I go with it? The question on the table, right, is it normatively good?
Well, if I'm telling you that we're looking at it descriptively, why would you try to impose normativity?
I know what you mean by impose normativity. I just asked you a question, is it normatively good or not?
Yeah, so I don't view it as that the reprobate ought to do that which is good. I don't look at it that way, Jack. You may, but I don't.
Yeah, the event in question, right, if they didn't do it, would not bring about God's plan, right? God's plan would not be achieved if they did not do it.
That's not correct. God's plan is to judge them. Yes, it's achieved.
It would be achieved if they did not do it?
If people acted out of accord with God's nature, which would be sinful, right? and God judged that, and it is God's will to judge the wicked unto eternal conscious torment. God is doing what He desired, is to be just in His judgment.
Sorry, would God's plan be achieved if they did not do what God ordained them
That's
to
my
do?
point. That's what I listen. That's exactly what I said. I don't know why you can't accept that.
Sorry, I thought you thought that those events were necessary.
So once again, you asked me a question. I answered you 3 times. I don't know why it's hard for you to digest that, Jack.
Sorry, I thought you thought those events were necessary. Are they not necessary? Because if they're not necessary, you're contradicting yourself again. So are they necessary or not?
So what does
It's a yes
necessary
or
have
no
to do?
question. Yeah,
What
yes
is
or no question.
is
Yeah,
necessary?
I don't care about the questions. I
See,
just want
listen
the
to yourself.
answers.
Is necessary? I'm trying to find a
Yeah.
clarifier. Is
So
necessary a normative
are
question?
those events necessary or not?
So if it's not a normative question, why are you even asking?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why you're asking that. So are those events necessary? Are what God ordains
Sounds non
necessary or
sequitur to
not?
the question of whether it's normative or not.
Yeah. So are
It's just you don't want to answer it.
Are the events that God ordains necessary or not, Dodger?
Yeah, I mean, all events are necessary according to God's ordination.
Oh yeah. So then God's plan could not be achieved, right? If those events, if those agents did not undertake those actions that God ordained, right?
So are we
God's plan could not
looking
be
at God's
achieved,
actions,
right?
or are we looking at the agents that are acting out
I don't know why you're asking
out
that
of accord?
I don't know why
Listen.
you're asking me a question.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you a question. So what
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, Jack, is that the agents acting out of accord with God's nature is in line with the ordination of
Sorry,
God.
you just said that those
Did
events
you even
that
understand
God
what I just
ordains,
said to you, Jack?
Yeah, I don't know why you're
Are
interrupting
you even
me.
well?
So
I'm
you
not.
just
I'm
said.
not. Wait.
You
I'm not
said-
sure you understood what I just said.
Yeah.
We're following.
Okay, so
We're following.
We're gonna go over it again, right? So you just said that those events, the sinful actions, are necessary, right?
That's correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, they're necessary. So God's plan could not be achieved without them.
That is also correct.
Yeah. Okay. So God's plan could not be achieved without them. So when I said that if the agent did not perform those actions, God's plan could not be achieved, what did you say? What did you just say a few minutes ago? Did you hear it, JJ?
About what?
When I asked him, is it the case that if those agents, right, did not perform those actions, God's plan could not be achieved? Did you hear what John said?
Yeah.
He said no, right?
And what's the problem here?
Yeah, you just contradicted yourself, you fucking dumbass.
How's that a contradiction?
Because I just asked you a minute ago, right, if those events were necessary, and you said yes, and I said, therefore, the agent's actions, right, were necessary to bringing about God's plan, and you said yes. So when I asked you a few minutes ago, and you said no, you
When did
contradicted
I
what
say
you said a
no?
few minutes
I
ago.
didn't say no.
Yeah, you did say no.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did. Now, it therefore follows, right?
Wait. Okay. First of all, I didn't say no. Assuming that let's just assume for terrible reason I misspoke, and I'm saying that is yes. What's the problem with yes?
Yeah. So the point is.
Well, what is the problem with
point
yes?
Is, do you think that? The point is, do you think that God's ends are normatively good?
I don't know why you're looking into normativity when you yourself.
Yeah, I don't know why you're asking me a question.
That necessary does
I
not
don't know why you're
have
asking me a
nothing to
question.
do with normativity,
I
Jack.
don't know why you're asking me a question.
Yeah,
Do you
like
think
I said,
God's
you
ends
have
are
a problem answering
Yeah,
simple
yeah,
questions.
yeah.
Let me make a statement then. Forget the question. When you, Jack,
I asked
say
you a
that say that whether something's necessary is irrelevant
Yeah,
to
I'm not gonna drop the
normativity,
question.
then you ask
Not
the
gonna
question of
drop it.
normativity. Then
Not
you
gonna
ask the
drop
question of
it. Not gonna
necessity,
drop it.
and then you
Not gonna
try to
drop it.
incorporate it
Not gonna
into
drop it.
normativity.
Not
Right? There's no
going to
relevance,
drop it.
Jack. And you want
No,
to
it's definitely
overtalk my
relevant.
statement now. You don't want to
Actually,
answer
well, no,
you
John
don't want
Lee.
a cogent response.
John Lee,
You want to overtalk at this point.
your answer is relevant because it has implications. And you're refusing to ask it because I
Not
think
to
you're afraid.
normative. Well, I didn't
I
refuse
think you're
to
afraid.
answer any questions, JJ. Right? In fact, if you really,
You're dodging. You're dodging the question.
you're
By asking, why is that relevant? You're dodging the question by saying, you don't know why it's relevant. Why is it
So, like
relevant?
I said, I'm
That's
going to
just dodging the
disengage really
question.
soon because you're dogpiling. Let the record be known that I asked Jack very simple questions. Like, how do you get normativity out of God is good? He's just running from that
Disengage,
question.
Dodger. Yeah,
When I asked him,
Dodger.
when I asked him that what is the relevance of a necessity toward normativity, he took a while. Then he said there is no relevance, and yet he's
I didn't take a
in.
while. Yeah, none of this is relevant to the question. Are God's ends normatively good or not? Are they normatively good, Dodger?
We've been talking about descriptive.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a yes or no question.
Come on, John, please answer the question.
It's a loaded question. And I'll tell you what.
It's a loaded question. It's a loaded question. What's loaded? That because
It assumes that normativity is even relevant.
No. Relevant to what?
So in other words,
Relevant
the answer is yes, it is normative, or no, it is not a normative, assuming a standard of
that's
normativity. But if normativity does not apply, then that question is loaded.
Doesn't apply to what?
To your question.
To my question? What are you talking about? Normativity doesn't apply to my question.
Like for example,
It's got the word normative
if
in
the
it.
question could be something like, is that action evil or not? right? It is a case that action is either evil or it is not. That's a true dichotomy. However, you're assuming that their action is even involved, right? And so in this particular question, if there was no action, then it's neither the case that it is evil nor good because there was no action. So in your particular question, you're assuming normativity, expecting a yes or no dichotomous answer. And what I'm telling you, Jack, is you're assuming normativity to a situation by which you talked about necessity, of which you yourself acknowledge there is no normativity, Jack.
Does God have ends?
And so I'm just going to drop my mic at this point.
Oh, you're going to drop your mic, Mr. Last Man Standing? Yeah, you know why he's going to drop his mic? Because he knows that it's a true dichotomy, right? That God's ends are either normative or they're not. Or they're either normatively good or they're not, right? And that's a true dichotomy, right? And obviously God has
So
ends.
those two questions are separate.
Yeah, obviously God has ends, right? And so he knows that the next question, he knows he's not going to be able to say God doesn't have any ends, right? And so then I'm going to ask a question which is a true dichotomy, which is, are God's ends normatively good or not, right? He doesn't want to answer that question.
You're assuming normativity once again.
Yeah, it's a true dichotomy, right? That his ends are either normatively good or not.
Assuming there's
right?
normativity, yes,
right?
it is a true dichotomy.
Yeah,
but if you
yeah,
don't
that's
assume
right.
normativity, it's
No,
not the
even
case
if I
that
don't
it
assume
necessitates
normativity, even
by
if I
which
don't
you,
assume normativity, it's a true dichotomy.
yeah,
So,
just like you beating
are
your
they
wife.
normatively good or
Yeah,
not?
you either beat your wife or
Are
you
they
did not,
normatively
right?
good or
So,
not?
so that is a true dichotomy. You either
That's
beat
right.
your wife, Jack,
That's
or
right.
you did not. However,
That's
what
right.
you're assuming is a wife, and I keep trying to tell you, it is not a true dichotomy with respect to a wife you may not have.
That just means that he didn't beat his wife.
Yeah. So are they normatively
So
good
in
or
other
not?
words, if he does not even have a wife, Tom, it is not a true dichotomy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that just falls under he did not beat his wife, dumbass.
So dumb.
No,
Yeah,
that's
so
not
are
what
they
I mean.
normally
No,
good or
that's
not?
not true. Because when you say I did not beat my
Yes.
wife, you are assuming a wife, Tom. That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't matter. I mean,
No,
like,
it does matter
it's not
because
the
when you
case that
say I did not beat my wife, you are the
it's
answer entail you're assuming the truth of the premise that a wife exists.
What's
yeah,
the
and
premise
it
that I'm
doesn't. So it
assuming?
would be the case that he didn't beat his
No,
wife.
that's not the proper answer.
I'm not
And
assuming
John
any
Lee,
premise.
What's going on here? What's this?
I'm not even. No, he's afraid because he knows he's been caught, Tom. He knows that
Oh,
if he
okay.
says
that
God,
true, John?
I'll just explain it to you. Yeah, I'll just
Yep.
explain it to you. He knows that if he says God's ends are normatively good, right, then that means that man's sin, right, is normatively good. That men ought to sin normatively, right? And he knows that he can't say that if he wants to be some kind of like Calvinist who affirms, the Confession of Dort or whatever, right? So he'd be contradicting himself. So he has to dodge the question, right, that God's ends are normatively good.
Or you say they're not normatively good.
Well, he could say
Or
that they're not
normativity does not
normatively
apply.
good.
That's the third option.
What do you mean the third option? If it doesn't apply, right, then they wouldn't be normatively good, right?
Actually, no. That would not
Right.
be the answer. That's what I tried to tell
So-
Tom.
Oh, no?
What? Again, that just falls under they're not normatively good then.
No, that's just like saying it's either the case, JJ, you beat your wife or you did not. And then if you answer I did not beat my wife, well, once again, you're assuming that you have a wife. The third option is I don't have a wife.
Yeah, but I'm not assuming that there's any normativity in my question.
Actually, you are.
Nope.
It's not assumed.
Nope. There's no normativity.
So the answer would be
Then his ends are not normatively good.
So the answer, Jack, was normativity does not apply.
That's not an answer to my question. My question is, are God's
Of
ends
course, that's an
normatively good or
answer.
not? That's a true
Just
dichotomy.
like if you ask, right? Is it the case that you beat your wife, or is it the case that you did not beat your wife? And if I said a wife does not apply, of course that's a proper answer.
Jack, his answer if it doesn't apply is just saying that they're not normatively good.
Is that what you're saying, John? That they're not normatively good?
I already answered you, right? You asked a loaded
Yeah, that's a
question
yes or no.
of which I
That's a yes or
responded
no.
to, and so I
That's a yes or
don't
no.
need to go further.
That's a yes or no.
John, it's either normatively good or it's not. If it doesn't apply, it can't be, so it's not, right?
No, I already explained that as well.
Lol.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
On my understanding, right, if God's ends are not normatively good, if God's ends are neither normative nor non-normative, they're not normatively good.
That's right.
Yeah, no, that's not true because you're citing normativity. You're citing.
I'm not signing normativity. I'm asking whether they're normatively good.
So the answer, Jack, is normativity does not apply. There you go.
Well, here's the
Does
thing,
that mean that
John
they're
Lee.
not normatively good?
Yeah, I'm not going to rehash this little word game, Jack.
Troy-
You ask a loaded question.
Troy-
I exposed you with the sophistry that you're
so
attempting, and you're still
here's
trying to
a
go with
simple
it.
way-
And you got
here's
your
a simple
sycophant
way-
Tom
here's
this
a
time,
simple-
trying
here's
to
a
say if you
simple
did
way-
not beat your wife, you're
Here's
not
a simple way-
necessarily you're not necessarily assuming your wife.
Here's a simple way. Here's a simple way to settle the question. So God's ends are normatively good, true or false?
That would be false.
So they're not normatively good. It's false to say that they're normatively good, right?
That's correct.
Right. So what you're saying is that on your view, right, it's not the case that God's ends ought to be realized, right?
That is correct. It is the case that they are realized.
Right, but it's not the case that they ought to be realized.
You already answered that.
Yeah, so that just means that God doesn't actually act for reasons, right?
I didn't say that.
Since reasons are normative?
Yeah, I did not say that God
It's not the
acts
case.
without reason.
Yeah. Reasons are normative, right?
Yeah, that I don't know, and whether God acts with reasons
Oh,
or
you
not.
don't know whether reasons are normative.
No, what
or
I
not.
don't know, what I don't know is if God acts because of reasons. It could be just because
Oh, I thought
that
you
he
just
acts
said he does
according to his
act for
nature,
reasons.
which
I
is
thought you
absent
said that he
from
does act
reason.
for reasons. I thought you said he does act for reasons.
There's a difference between God acting in the consideration of reasons, or the reason that God acts is because he acts according to his nature. Two different
Sorry,
statements.
does
And
God
so
have
I
a
would
reason?
claim the latter, not the former.
Does God have reasons for doing what he does? Yes or no?
I don't know, but I lean toward probably not.
So if
Like for
reasons are normative,
example, God chose a certain elect. You know the theology, Jack, right? So why did he choose the elect Susie and he did not choose Jack? What is the reason for that? Well, that assumes that he acted because of reasons.
So when you say he chose one thing rather than another, it wasn't the case that what he chose was the better of the two choices by God's lights, right?
Yeah, I certainly don't think it was that it was he chose me because it was better and he didn't choose someone else because it was worse. I mean, that's nonsensical in my worldview.
Right, okay. So if reasons are normative, right, and it's not the case that God's ends ought to be realized, right, normatively, right, then it couldn't be the case that God acts for reasons, right?
Like I said, I gave you an example. I don't view now. That's not to say that I'm claiming God does not have reasons. He may, and I'm just ignorant of them.
Yeah,
Jack,
if reasons
right?
are normative, right, and God's ends are not normative, right, can't be the case that God acts for reasons, right?
Well, okay. As far as God choosing person A over person B, it's certainly not because it's better. In the sense that there's nothing within the person being selected that has nothing to do with that, but it has everything to do with God's compassion, God's mercy. And why does he have compassion and mercy for one person and not another? I wouldn't necessarily say there's a reason. Now, there may be a reason, Jack, but I wouldn't say that there is a
Well,
reason.
if there was a reason and reasons were normative, right, then you couldn't say that his ends were
But
non-normative,
my point is,
right?
why would I assume there's a reason?
Because you just said that his ends are not normative.
So, I mean, no. What I did say was that there are certain things that are necessary to occur based upon God's ordination, right? So he decrees it; it's necessary that they occur in virtue of the ordination. Now, I don't know if you're understanding that paradigm in a different way of necessary, right? In any case, it seems to me you're acknowledging there's no normativity to that statement, right?
Well, no,
And so,
no, I'm not.
oh, you're not, because
No, I'm
I
not.
asked you the question.
I'll tell you why.
But
I'll tell you why.
I asked you a
Because
simple question:
you
does
agree. I'll
normativity
tell
have
you
anything to do
why.
with necessary? You said
I'll
no.
tell you why. I'll tell you why. Right? You agree, right, that some end, yeah, necessary just means true in all possible worlds. So that's not normative. However, right, you said, however, you agree, right, that certain things are required to bring about certain ends, right?
That's correct.
Right. So if God has an end, it's going to follow that he ought to do what's required to bring about that end, right?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would say that God has decreed something, and so
But would it be
it
rational?
ought to
Would it be-
occur, or it will occur, or it's necessary to occur. I mean, I
Would
don't,
it-
now that particular ought seems to be a different ought in a sense that you might be using that word ought.
So would it be rational for God to ordain something that was inconsistent with bringing about his end?
Yeah. So if he were to
Possible for his
do
end to be
something
realized?
contrary to that, yeah, it would be unreasonable. I guess I can accept that language,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
But if it's
right.
unreasonable,
So
it
he has
doesn't
a
mean
reason.
that it's necessarily that he did that it's reasonable. I don't think that's a true dichotomy.
What are you talking
Like
about?
for example, you're saying that if he were to do something that does not bring about an end, like choose to do that with his own volition, right? That would be irrational. It would be unreasonable, right? However, if he did do something, what I'm saying is I don't assume that there is reason why he did what he did. Does that make sense?
No, and I don't think it matters. For
So in
the
other
purposes
words, what I'm
of
saying is
my inquiry.
yeah, and so what I'm saying is that it is just the case that what he ordains in virtue of his ordination, that it occurs because of the omnipotence of who God is.
Yeah,
Right?
but the question is, right? God ought, if X is necessary for Y, right? If Y would not come about without X,
Well,
right?
even that type of language,
Uh,
Jack. Like when you anytime the word like God should, God ought, I immediately kind of like say, wait a minute, where do you get this idea that God ought to do anything?
Well, given his end, right? If his end is Y and X is necessary for Y, if he wants Y, right, he ought to do X, right?
To me, I think the way you look at God, like he's making some decisions in time. He's looking for a goal. He's trying to find out the best possible way to accomplish that goal, and he has reason to decree these things and ordain these things because in virtue of the goal. I think this is the way you're viewing it. I don't view it that way, Jack.
God doesn't have goals?
No, I not in the sense that you're describing it. I don't look at it that way.
Oh, so when you say God has ends,
Is there an end? Yes, but I don't think that necessarily means that God has goals.
Oh, so God doesn't actually aim at anything.
Right. And in other words, he is the target. He is the standard. He is the bullseye. There's no
Right. So he
aiming for
doesn't
the
have
bullseye when
desires,
you are the
right?
bullseye.
He doesn't have any desires, right?
Yeah, again, not in the way that you're framing this.
Oh, he has desires in some other sense?
Yeah, like the way I look at what Scripture is describing it, you're describing it as God has a desires an end. In other words, that's some sort of goal, and so he's doing things to achieve that goal. And if he wants to achieve that goal, he ought to do certain things in alignment with the carrying out of that goal. Like this is how you're reasoning, correct? That's not how I see Scripture describing God.
Yeah, so when you say God has desires, ends, aims, right, what are you talking about?
Well, I don't say God has aims and goals. I just described to you how I understood God, that he is the standard. He is the bullseye.
So God
He
doesn't
doesn't
have
aim.
purposes. He doesn't have
Yeah,
purposes.
well, the Bible does describe God having purpose. The purposes of
Oh, he
God, for
does have
example.
purposes. He does
Purpose,
have
yeah.
purposes. Okay, so what's the difference between purpose in the sense that I mean and in the sense that the Bible means?
I think that there's no type of like deliberation, reasoning for these purposes. I think that they just are in a sense that God is, and it's not the case that it's not like some sort of
Why would
thoughtful
you call it a
human.
purpose?
Well, that's what the Bible describes it, and that's
Yeah, but
how
what do
I
they mean?
understand it.
What do they mean
Well, I
by
just
that
described it
language?
to you. I just
No, you
described it
said
to
that
you.
they're not. You said that they don't involve deliberation, right? They
Right.
don't involve these things, right? That isn't
Right.
telling me what they are, right?
Okay.
Because lots of things don't involve mechanistic events, right?
Um.
Don't involve deliberation, right?
Yeah. So I mean, that's just for the lack of a better word, I would use something like intentions as a sort of a synonym.
He has intentions.
Yes.
Wait, so how are
For instance, like Genesis 50:20, he says that Joseph said that what you intended for evil, God intended for good, the saving of many lives, and so it's mentioning intentions there, and so the question would be, well, I mean, one could study what that intention by God's intention entails, and I think it's not necessarily related to what a human may intend.
Yeah. So what is it then?
It's a sort of like a will. It's a sort of a will, a purpose, that kind of a thing.
Well, purpose is normative.
In fact, it's kind of likened to in terms of how certain people look at divine simplicity. It's just like pure action. Some people might describe it that way and so forth.
Yeah, but why are you using the words purpose, intention? That's normative language.
The only reason why I use those words is because that's explicit in Scripture.
Yeah. So what
That's
does
the
it
only
mean?
reason why.
What does it mean if it's not normative?
Well, I mean, like I said, as far as how the Bible describes God and how it uses certain words to describe God, and how we as humans can also ascribe the entailments of those words to human beings, I don't think they're univocal in that sense. And so
Oh, they're not univocal. So
Right.
what's the what does it mean in the alternate sense?
So I mean, we've already had that discussion too. So it's anthropomorphic, it's analogical. I mean,
analogies all the way
we've had
down.
this. Yeah,
Oh,
we've
so
already had
you're
this
just
discussion.
playing the gibberish card.
Well, I mean, if Thomas Aquinas is a gibberish generator, I'm okay with that.
Well,
If that's your opinion.
he's a gibberish generator if it's analogies all the way down.
And if that's the way you want to characterize it, I don't have a
So
problem.
you don't have a problem being a gibberish generator.
I don't have a problem with you characterizing it that way.
Oh, you're not a gibberish generator?
Decide for yourself.
Well, I mean, if you're not a gibberish generator,
This is a term that you're defining, and so you have a standard for it. It's not my standard, so you're making judgment based upon your arbitrary standards.
Arbitrary?
So, are you guys like done for a little bit? Can other people talk now, or you guys can keep going?
No, please. I mean, I've been trying to kind of avoid this. Not that I don't mind it. I mean, I would prefer other people talk, definitely.
Of course you would. You notice how John made fun of me
but you know,
when
Jack,
saying he wasn't talking about Shmevel, right? When he's talking about Schmurpuses and God's Shmil, right? And God's Shmintentions.
Well, I would say that you're using the word Shmevel in the pretension that represents evil.
Sorry.
Because
when you
to
say
you,
God has
I would say
purposes,
to you, Shmevel is that which ought to be done. Well, I adhere to evil. You adhere to Shmevel. Some normative sense of action guiding norms. You're talking about Shmevel, Jack. That's how I could
oh
characterize
yeah,
it.
so when you say God has purposes, those aren't Schmurpuses?
Yeah, and so I mean, we could discuss the intentions of God as the Scripture describes it, the purposes, intentions, even the word desire is used, but not how it's being characterized.
Oh yeah, and so when I ask you how they're characterized, right, it's analogies all the way down, right?
It is, but you already know that.
Yeah, so how is that not Schmurpuses and Schmazires?
Well, first of all, it's a word that's attributable to God, and so it's yeah, it's something that is not understood in the way that it is sort of like a word that helps us to understand what's going on. So it's sort of a reflection of God, certainly in a certain way, but cannot fully be fathomed by human agents, and therefore
Well,
that's the way
how can it even be partly fathomed if you can't cite a common property?
Well, I think that we do cite common properties, but like I said, you're not satisfied because
So
it
there's a
doesn't.
property. So there's a property of intentions in the human sense and in the God sense, right? There's a property that it shares, right, in the same sense in both cases, right? So there's some property X, right, with respect to God's intentions and human intentions, right, such that I can say that God has X in the same sense that human beings have X, right?
Right, and so
what is that
the
property?
understanding as it pertains to God would be the whole. We would be the part. Now, we as the part cannot understand the whole, and so we may understand the whole of the part, but not necessarily the whole. And so it's
What
kind
is
of
the
like
property?
that. And so we could discuss certain properties that relate to the part, but it's not going to be
So what's the
comprehensive
property?
to what is the property of what.
What's the property that's common to human intentions and divine intentions?
I mean, the first word that comes to mind is purpose. And that might be just redundant. Maybe it's not satisfying to you, but I'm just saying that's the first word that comes to mind. Another way I could maybe word it is it's in alignment with God's will, His decree, His ordination, of which we also may have will, but where our will is in alignment with God's will. In other words, like there's nothing that we
To
can
say
do
it's in
outside
accord.
of His will.
To say
And
it's in accord.
so now if we were our own little gods, well then yeah, it would be analogous, but that's not the case in reality. We have no such sovereignty over the state of affairs as God does, and so we are by nature dependent upon God, whereas God is not dependent. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of people. If anyone wants to talk, I would like to.
Yeah. God has a plan, right?
And that plan is simply according to God's will.
Sorry, I lost my connection. Does God have purposes in the same sense that human beings do?
The answer would be no.
Okay, so then did you not understand my question?
I did understand your question. So, how do human beings have purpose? Right? They cannot. They're not sovereign over their own destiny. Certainly not. God is sovereign over that. So, right then and there, it cannot apply. Our purposes, by that very fact, cannot apply to God because God is not dependent upon someone else who's sovereign over the state of affairs of which are going to occur. We have no such power. We are powerless. God is powerful, and so just in that sense, there's a difference.
So if you understood my question, what was it?
You asked if our purposes were the same as God's purposes.
No, that wasn't my question. No.
Okay.
My question was, what's the common property?
Yeah. So like I said, I mean, when you asked about intentions, I said, for lack of a better word, that the common thing would be purpose, right? And that might what I said was before you cut off was that it may not be a satisfying answer to you, but
So did you not hear me say that I wanted the common property to be predicable in the same sense in both cases?
Well, I mean, that's assuming that what you want is possible.
Oh yeah, so there isn't actually a sense, right? There isn't actually a common property between the two analogs, right? Which can be predicated in the same sense of both analogs, right? Is that right?
Yeah, not in a universal sense.
Yeah. So when you say God has purposes, you're equivocating, right?
Yeah. So if I were to try to claim that God's intentions were like human intentions, yeah, that would be an equivocation. But
okay, great. So now what does it mean to
but
say
that's but
God
that's
has
not. But
intentions?
anything characterized of God, being understanding who God is, that's not what people are attempting to do when they apply these anthropomorphic characterizations to God. That's not.
I'm
They're
just
not
asking
trying
what
to.
it means. So what does it
Well,
mean?
well, when you're asking what it means, the best we could do is kind of discuss what it kind of means in our limited ability of who God is.
Kind of means sounds like an analogy.
Well, yeah, you already know that though.
No, but the thing about analogies is that the way they work, right?
There's a common property, is what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Right.
And you just said that there isn't a common property.
I think not in a univocal sense. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Which is to say that there isn't a common property.
Okay, well then that's how you word it. I mean.
Yeah. So then I don't know what you mean when you say kind of, what they're kind of like, if you don't mean by analogy resemblance, something like that. What does that mean, kind of?
Kind of means inexhaustive.
So you can give some partial account.
Right.
So there's, and that's not equivocating, is that right?
I think that it would be equivocation if you're going to. No, wait. But if a person is trying to imply that God's thoughts are our thoughts, God's intentions are our intentions in that type of univocal way, I don't think anyone, when they're talking about God's action or intentions or God's thoughts or whatever the case may be, I don't think they're intending to convey to the person that it's just like our actions.
Mm-hmm. So it's a partial account. So you can give a partial account without equivocating?
Yeah, I think a partial account is given it to the best of our ability for our finite minds to comprehend an infinite being. Now we do have the aid of special revelation, and so the words that are written on there is in a way to reveal who God is. But however, without that sort of special type of revelation or illumination, I should say, from the Holy Spirit, well then, a person who does not have that illumination by the power of God Himself may not be able to comprehend at all. I mean, not even in part.
Mm-hmm. So what are some of the things? What are some of the things that we can say about divine intentions without equivocating?
Well, I mean, when you say equivocation, like I would begin by saying I'm not trying to equivocate, but yet only the best I could do is to put information out there that does not provide an exhaustive understanding or a univocal understanding. And so I'm not the only one. I know many people here at Clubhouse who actually say something to the effect of, if we're gonna talk about God, we can only do so analogically. I've heard numerous people say that before, and so I guess that would be my response as well.
Yeah, but these are not analogies because there isn't a property.
So I mean, the way I look at it, you kind of say, okay, if we're discussing analogous properties, there must be something that is univocal to one property to the other in order for us to understand the analogy, right? And or otherwise, it's not an analogy or something to that effect. I guess that's what you're trying to
otherwise
say, right?
it's an equivocation.
And so, from my point of view, irrespective of what you want to call it, this is the process by which we are limited to, and so that's how I would characterize it, irrespective of the semantics behind how you characterize what's going on here.
Yeah, what did he ask you, John? What was the question he asked you, John? Yeah, what fucking question did he ask you?
Just a quick bookkeeping note.
Yeah, just a quick note. If you haven't noticed, Daniel, I've ignored the last 50 or so questions you asked me.
Just a quick bookkeeping note. Seems like you can start a spite room not just when you get kicked out of the room, but also if you're not getting the attention you deserve. So that's what Matt has just done. He's not getting attention, but he started his own spite room anyway.
Oh, really? I might have to go check his room out. Lackluster. He just pinged me right when you said that.
I didn't think that would happen. I didn't realize that would happen.
Yeah.
Thank you for
And
the
of course that
advertisement.
would happen. He's looking for any out possible.
Christ, dude. That was, oh my god, this whole
I'll give him attention,
I don't think I've seen him cornered. I don't
That's
think
right.
I've seen him cornered like that.
Slither away, John Lee.
Well, I don't know, not in the sense that I mean.
Well, what's the difference? I mean,
What I'm talking
in the sense
about
you mean.
what I'm talking about is what one judges to be most rational.
But that doesn't make a difference. Like if it's something that creates a problem.
It does make a difference
Okay,
because
so
on my model, what I judge to be most rational will explain my actions if my agency is not interfered with, right? That's the difference. That's not true on the alternative model.
No, I mean, I'm willing to grant that random action doesn't make it less deterministic or more willful. Like that seems to me pretty intuitive. I think you're right about that. What I guess I'm having a hard time with is why is it entailed in what Blake was saying, or maybe the view that you were talking about, Jack? Why is it entailed that Christians have to embrace the notion that only random chance separates their action from pure determinism?
Right.
That's hard to understand.
I was saying that libertarians are committed to that.
You
could ask a further question, which is why should a Christian be a libertarian? And there could be different reasons for that.
So
I think one reason is because the alternative, compatibilism, sort of makes it harder to see how God did not design sinners in order to punish them. Right, which is you've probably heard get brought up.
Yeah, and that is a problem I have. Yeah.
So one reason why Christians are often attracted to a libertarian view is because it would seem to offer a way to let God off the hook. Now I don't think it succeeds in doing that, but at least it's sort of like harder to see. It just seems like the compatibilist view just means that God designed agents, to sin, and if sin were really a bad thing, then God couldn't design an agent to do it.
I thought compatibilist really allows people to be agents.
No, people are agents. Can be agents on that view. I'm not raising a problem with respect to the fact that God designed people to do agentially what turns out to be a bad thing. The question is, if it were really a bad thing, right? Why would God design them to do it?
The compatibilism there is to say that it's determined. It's just the case that you're acting in accordance with your rationality or your reason.
That's right.
Is all they're saying.
Oh, okay. All right. So when you say the way your rationality has been crafted is what determines what you decide is your rational action.
That's right.
And you can freely choose that or not. Did I get that
I
right?
mean, it's free. It's free if nothing interferes with the exercise of your agency.
Yeah, and I agree. Random chance is not a good response. I agree with you on that one. I'm just
The question is though, if it were really such a bad thing to like slaughter people, or rape people, or torture people, why would God design you to do precisely that? If He were a good, all-powerful being, that's sort of the question that Calvinists don't seem to be able to answer, right? That how is God not somebody who merely designs sinners in order to punish them, right? It's kind of like setting. You've heard this analogy of the arsonist, right? Who sets fires to put them out, you know. And so many Christians think that's a kind of like not a good picture.
Terrible.
It doesn't really make sense,
That's terrible.
right? Or it might be morally abhorrent, right? And so that's one motive to be a libertarian, is because it seems like it offers a way out. Now, in my view, I don't think it offers any way out, but I can at least sort of understand the motivation there.
But it's not only that though, Jack. Right? I mean, it's also. I mean, it's not just that. I mean, without even a desire to want to get God off the hook for these atrocities and whatnot. Like, what about just the appearance of free will? I mean, doesn't it just? I mean, it seems the seemings of it. I mean, it just really seems as though we are making our choices. Right?
Well, that would be independent. That would be independent
Right.
of Christianity. So yeah,
Sure,
there are
that's right.
reasons to be a libertarian. There are reasons to be a libertarian.
Right. Apart from
that-
Christian considerations.
Apart from Christian considerations, yeah. And I think one reason has to do with the phenomenology of agency. And so I think many compatibilists don't have, or most compatibilists, or I would dare say almost all compatibilists, don't really have a good account for the phenomenology of agency.
Right.
And the libertarian one is going to be intuitive in that respect. But of course, there is a way a compatibilist, I think, can capture that phenomenology and not have to deal with all the other problems that would come if you tried to be libertarian. So yeah, that is a reason.
Okay, and then when you talk about the chance being ultimately still there within libertarian free will, I mean, why couldn't it just be your volition? Why do you choose to say that? Why are you saying that it's chance as opposed to your volition? Like
But your volition just means chance there, because the point is, it doesn't have any further explanation, right? It's just a brute contingency. You can call it, you can slap any label on it you want. You can call it volition, right? But it just means that's just a label for what on the model is just brute contingency. It doesn't matter what you call it.
Because Andrew, remember what I said earlier about the reasons, right? You're not going to appeal to your reasons as the explanation, because a libertarian is going to hold that you can have the same exact reasons and make either choice, right?
Yeah, one way to think about it is there are two possible worlds, right? On the libertarian view, there are two possible worlds. A world in which you do A and a world in which you do B. And the reason why you do either A or B is because you have reasons to do A and reasons to do B, right? Now, what explains why you do A rather than B? Well, it's not because you have more reason to do A that you do A rather than B, because on the libertarian view, it's possible that you do B even if you judge that you have more reason to do A rather than B.
Right.
So you can't appeal to the reasons to explain it.
Right.
So it's not meaningful to say that what explains it is that I did A rather than B, or that I willed A rather than B, because that just pushes the question back. Why did you will A? And you can't appeal to the reasons to say why you did that. So in fact, it has no explanation. And a clear way to see this is that on the libertarian model, you can just imagine rewinding time, right, to the moment of choice. And on the libertarian model, the antecedent conditions don't explain why you do what you do. And so since they don't explain, because if antecedent conditions did explain why you did what you did, you'd be a determinist, right? So since they don't explain it, if you rewound time, you might get a different result.
So why couldn't you just say? I'm still having a hard time here, Jack. So why couldn't you just say that you're opting? That's what we mean. Like that's literally what we're talking about, right? It bottoms out there. It doesn't go any further. Like you cannot like.
I am saying that. I'm saying it bottoms out there.
So I'm saying you make a choice without a reason to do it. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. And
on the libertarian view.
Yeah, and I don't see why we would have to say, well, there's still that chance that really is the cause of that. Why can't
I'm saying that choice is brutally contingent. That's all that I mean by chance.
Yeah, think about it. You don't have the reason is what it means by brute. There's no explanation, right?
Yeah, there's no explanation for it. Not the antecedent conditions.
It's not going to be right. Not the antecedent conditions. It's not going to be reasons. It's not going to be the causal, like phenomenon, the natural laws in the world. You're not appealing to any of that stuff. So when we ask you, well, why did you choose A over B? You have no answer other than, well, I chose A over B.
Yeah, that's just repeating the claim.
Right.
Not actually explaining it. So.
Well, that seems preferable, though. That seems preferable to me to say that I chose it as opposed to there's some.
Yeah, but I'm saying when you say you chose it, that's just a label for saying that it's brutally contingent, right? And I just don't. What I'm saying is I don't understand why you would want your rationality to ultimately, the exercise of your rationality, to be interfered with by indeterministic events. Right?
So my question to you, Andrew, would be, why would you say you made the decision there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, so it's assuming that I made the decision, and I don't see any like antecedent like.
Yeah, but compatibilists have the seeming that they made.
Well, that's true. No, I agree. Right. Yeah. But okay. So more than just that, I think there's other considerations. Like when we're talking about like justice and accountability, those things just kind of really don't have the same. They don't have the same force. In my mind, it just seems kind of obvious. They don't have the same force if you're saying that things are determined, or that there's even some chance that it will really.
But look, I'm not trying to offer an account. I do think that the only way to make sense of responsibility in some weak sense is going to be on my model. I don't think libertarians can make sense of responsibility. But of course, if you're talking about some more robust conception where like people should get the death penalty if that kind of stuff, like because of desert, not because of practical, because you could have like practical considerations to employ the death penalty, right? So you might think, oh, it's justified as a deterrent or something like that, right? But if you wanted to say that person deserves to be put to death, right? This kind of retributive notion. I'm not trying to offer a model of that. However, I don't see why libertarianism makes that kind of thing any more sensible.
Well, wouldn't you just add to it? Oh, sorry, it'd be also like praiseworthiness too, right? On the other side, like saying somebody did something good or giving them kind of kudos for anything, right?
I mean, again, there's a weak notion of praiseworthiness and there's a more robust notion. So I have a weak notion of that, which is something like that. I don't know. We have a reactive attitude towards others when they do what they, well, for me, it's going to be what they judge they ought to have done, You know, I'm gonna think that's praiseworthy, right? Now that's a pretty weak notion on my view, but there's probably a more robust view that people have that I don't have an account for. But I don't see how libertarianism would make any difference to that, because why is it that the person did what they did? Well, chance. Why did they do what they had more reason to do rather than what they judged they had less reason to do? Chance.
Andrew, do you read at all?
That doesn't have any connection to praiseworthiness at all, as far as I'm concerned. If anything, it would be, you know, it would just have. I mean, it would take the consideration of praise out of consideration, right?
Andrew, do you read at all?
I mean, I don't actually like read, but I listen.
Okay, well, there's a short paper, maybe about 15 pages, called
Sure.
Free Will as Involving Determination and Inconceivable Without It. So basically, the paper argues how, in order to have free will, there must be determinism. And it's by Holbert. R.E. Holbert.
But yeah, can you throw in the chat window, maybe?
Yeah, I was gonna write it down. Oh yeah, can you throw it in the chat right now, Danny? Because I will check it out. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just saying I was just trying to answer you honest. I don't normally.
Well, you can play it. You can probably find a program to play it as
Oh, yeah.
as an audio.
Right, yeah, I prefer
Jack,
audio,
you know this paper?
I was the one who recommended it to you.
Oh, I remember that. Okay.
But here's the thing, Jack. I mean, I'm just kind of talking more like on just like the level of assessment here. Like you're saying, like, I mean, in your view, it's like nonsense, or I don't think you said you ever heard of libertarian free will, but you think it's nonsense. And I'm just saying, like, there's people that you would respect that hold to libertarian free will, right? You, I mean, I presume, I mean, you don't think it's just indefensible to any degree, right? I mean, it's tenable, right?
Well, I've explained why I think there is support for it, right, which has to do with kind of the question of phenomenology.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't think most compatibilists have a good account that can accommodate that, right? But I do think there's one compatibilist view that can, and then all the reasons that count against it, which are manifold, right? And count against it very strongly, right? Which have to do largely with the stuff that I've been talking about. That gets swept away. So yeah, I think that there are people I respect that have this view. On my view, they're very confused, and they're not aware of a rational alternative, which to some degree makes it more understandable why they'd be sympathetic to a model like this. The person who I have most respect for who has this view is Peter Van Inwagen.
Right.
I was just going to mention, that he has
I think his view is the most interesting, because when he brings up the luck objection, which is that if you rewind the tape, you know, if you rewind the universe back to the moment of choice, right, you can get different outcomes, and that just sort of seems to show that it's indistinguishable from ordinary randomness, and that, which, you know, that's called the luck objection. He says, I don't know what's wrong with that argument, right? So even though he holds the view, and even though he thinks that there's like a good argument against it, he just thinks, well, because I'm more committed to the view being true than to the premises of this argument, I'm going to reject the argument, but I can't tell you what's wrong with the argument.
That's good.
As far as he knows, it's a good argument, right? As far as he knows, it's a perfectly good argument. He just doesn't like the conclusion, and so he rejects the argument, you know. And I think that's a much more honest response. But I think if Van Inwagen understood the alternative, I mean, this is just my speculation, but I kind of feel like if he understood that there was an alternative, he would reject the view. But I don't think he's aware of that alternative. So.
Yeah. So one more thing on Jack. So like, also like, so if you were convinced that the Christian God existed, right, that all the core claims or whatever Christianity are true, and that these events that have been laid out in Scripture, or just atrocities in history in general, you know, you had good reason to believe those things took place. And then you were coming to this question of free will. Wouldn't that also carry some pretty heavy weight as to pushing you towards libertarian free will? If you affirm
No, I don't think there's any way to get God off the hook.
So why do you say that? So if God creates a libertarianly free being, and that being chooses what they choose freely, why is God on the hook?
Well, because there's no logical incompatibility between. I mean, the point is, if God is really omnipotent, right, and omniscient, then there shouldn't be any incompatibility between him creating a world in which all agents freely choose the good, right? Because there's no logical impossibility there. So if God can actualize all logically possible states of affairs, then he should be able to actualize the world. Yeah. Now, of course, you could say, well, he couldn't have omnipotence of that kind because then the agent wouldn't really be free, right? But then in that case, I don't really understand why is it better for him to create a world in which people have the choice to like stab their neighbor, right?
Yeah. So the way I was understanding that, Jack, I mean, like, so given God's, so I think it matters what God's goals are, right? Like, so God has a goal to have beings living with him in eternity in a right, loving relationship. If that's his goal, and the only way to achieve that, which, you know, I was talking to Dan, we were talking last night or yesterday about it, or whatever, like, if that's his goal, and the only way to achieve that is to create these libertarianly free beings.
Why would that be the only way to achieve that? I don't get it.
Well, so if the being has to have the option to choose opposite of God, right? To make it meaningful that they chose God. Does that make sense?
I find that a little hard to understand. I don't see how that gets you being able to stab your neighbor and kill billions of people. I don't understand any of that, you know, because like normally we say that a good being would intervene to prevent that from happening. And we don't think that interfering with their free will is a problem there, right? If you saw somebody who was like about to use an axe to chop off a child's head, you wouldn't think, oh, it would interfere with their free will to stop them, right? You would just stop them.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying here. So there's a couple elements. So one thing is by allowing these beings to choose evil, right? To choose the things that they do that are horrific. I mean, he's not stopping it because obviously you could say, well, why doesn't he stop this? Why doesn't he stop that? All the way down to everything. He just effectively.
Then you're saying that those things are good. Then you're committed to saying that those things are good. It seems to me.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that was the other thing. So saying that these things are good to achieve the end, I'm saying that it's necessary to achieve the end.
Yeah, but that just means all things considered ought to be done, and they're not evils.
Yeah. So I wondered about that. So why would it be the case that the free beings, why would it be the case that they that it's good, like that they ought to do these things that God says they ought not to?
God has the capacity to stop them. right?
Yeah, he does.
And
Yeah.
it doesn't. So all things considered, it's better that that action occur than that it not occur.
Well, it's a necessary price tag for what his goal is.
I'm understanding the good.
Yeah.
What is all things considered best to do. So you're just saying that those things are good.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. I see. Okay, so it is good ultimately that it is this way, but the evil itself, it's not good in this sense. So there's equivocation there or whatever. So I'm not saying it's not that it's good for humans to do these things contrary to God's commands, but it is good for them to have the capability to do them and to actualize.
What difference any of that makes?
Well,
right? I'm saying, right? You're saying it's a better world, right? In which, let's say, millions of Jews die in Auschwitz than not. Well, if it's a better world and if it's the only way for that outcome to come about, then you're just saying Auschwitz is good.
I don't know why the whole thing has to be labeled as either good. I think that. So I think we're.
Because I'm telling you why. I'm telling you why.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying that what good means is what you have, all things considered, most reason to do, or what there is most reason to permit to happen, or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you not understand it that way, Andrew? Do you understand good as something other than that?
Well, I was going to say like.
It's the problem of God willing something to happen that is not good. This is the problem. This is the problem I have with the problem of evil.
Yeah,
God wills it. Yeah. This is, and I've always had this. Yeah, I've always had a problem with it. It's the same. I mean, it's the theodicy of the Catholic Church drilled into me as a young Catholic was free will and soul building were the two reasons for evil in the world.
Well, that's
And
what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they're both ultimately unsatisfying in certain respects.
Yeah, I agree that it isn't quite, and there might be more to add to that, but I'm just trying to, there's something here and I'm trying to articulate it, and obviously, if I feel like that we were at the end of it, Jack, I'd be like, yeah, okay, now just think about it more, but there's something else I'm trying to say here, and I'm trying to articulate. So if God has this goal, and that is good, so then that's really coming down to how we're defining good and whatnot, but that's just saying, we're just saying that God has this goal, and that is good. That goal is good, and that goal is the end game of this whole thing, right? If God has that goal, and then he chooses to, he actualizes the world that allows for that goal, and in that, there are going to be free beings who choose to go against what his desires are for those beings. He does not want them to do those things, but it is the case that those things are required for the end to happen. I don't see how
they're saying those are all things considered goods.
But not good in the sense that they should have done it. Good in the sense that it allows for the end. But I'm using two senses there. There's two different senses of good there.
I don't understand the distinction. Right? We're just talking about what an agent has most reason to do. Right? If the agent didn't do those things, right? You're saying the end would not. You're saying the end would not have come about. God's end would not have been brought about.
Right.
So obviously the agent, whether he knows it or not, has more reason to do what he does than not to do it by God's likes.
Well, wouldn't his biggest reason be that God told them, the Creator told them, don't do this, right? This is a violation of what I'm telling you to do.
Well, that doesn't make any sense for God to say don't do it, if in fact it's better that they do it than not do it.
Well, it's not better. Well, but what do you mean by better there?
I told you what there's most reason to be done.
Well, Andrew, let me work through something or see if it helps. It may not, because I apologize in advance. God could have created a world where there are only venial sins, right? Venial, right? I don't know, that's Catholic terminology. Sins that are not serious. He could have created a world where human beings only committed venial sins, right? And that would have allowed for the notion of free will. It would have allowed for venial sin. But he could have created a world where there were no major sins, where there were no Idi Amins or Hitlers. And there's nothing logically inconsistent in that world, it seems to me. Does that make sense? Like, that's what God could have created. And it would have covered all the bases on free will. It would have covered all the bases on gaining the good that comes from people choosing or being able to choose sin instead of the good. Does that make sense?
It does. I agree there. I agree there. Okay. So to talk about more extreme evils, right? Not allowing those. I think that those extreme evils do bring about a certain state of affairs that would not come about if they were prevented. And it is good.
William Lane Craig says the same thing. Yeah. In other words, there's always two
I'm jealousy right now.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Yeah. Sorry, someone else.
Jack was just saying, I don't have the same question, Andrew. In what way is that not good? Are those not good?
Because
like normally we might say, look, it's better that a child undergo some pain in order to vaccinate them, right? So that just means if there's no way to avoid the pain, that just means it's in all things considered good to administer the shot, right? Now God has a choice, right? He could say, well, I could step in and prevent this person from, slaughtering some person or torturing some person or raping some person or what have you. I could step in, but it's better that I don't, because if I do, that's going to interfere with bringing about some better outcome. Well, it just means there's more reason for that to occur than not to occur.
So can we say the same thing about, like, let's say rape? Let's just put God out the equation. Let's say he doesn't exist. I'm thinking as an atheist. And I have the ultimate power as far as in society. And I say, well, a person has to commit the crime before I put that person in jail. And then if the person's in jail, that's good for us in society. So I allow a person to commit the crime of rape so that I can then put him in jail. Does that then say that rape is good?
Well, that doesn't work for God, though, Justin, all due respect. Because if you saw someone about to rape someone, you would stop them. Like, you would jump in there and stop them.
You don't think, by stopping them, I'd be interfering with their free will.
But isn't that also because that I'm developing as a person by helping the rape victim? Aren't I improving my own moral character by helping that person?
I think I can help Justin. Justin, what you're trying to say is something like, look, if I had to punch a child in the face to save humanity from dying or something, would that mean that that's a good thing? And I would say yes. It was good that you punched that. You should feel great about sucker punching that little 2-year-old, man. That was a great thing you did there by saving all of humanity. I would not say that was evil. I would not say it was bad that you harmed that child. It was a great thing.
Yeah, so I hear you, John. I'm glad you're here, Caleb, because maybe you can help flesh this out right here. Because I think we're on something really, this would be really helpful. I think for the Christian side, for sure, to kind of work through this, and we could probably all learn from each other some way. But I'm just saying,
Caleb actually had something he was going to.
Yeah. So go ahead, Caleb. Yeah, actually, go ahead, buddy.
Well, I mean, no, I think that I pretty much already said it, but I think of it like it's not just it's either good or bad. I think it's kind of like on a scale. So there's X number of suffering that a person goes through, and ideally in the perfect situation they would react with courage and be virtuous and all that stuff, or they may not. But I think whatever happens, there's still at least partial good that can come from it. But there are greater goods than others. So if a woman is raped and it's horrible, the best thing could be is the rapist stops, or someone stops him, and then the virtue, I stopped the rapist and all that stuff, and the rapist learns his lessons. Like that's the ideal one. And the worst one is nothing happens and he doesn't learn, he goes on doing it again. That's bad. So I think the point is, even in those situations where we make the wrong decision and fail the moral test, that still adds on. And I think psychology shows this, that we have pain receptors that we still remember stuff subconsciously. And so every act of pain that we've gone through, kind of subconsciously remember and interact with, even if we don't directly remember it. So I think every action we do go through does contribute in some way, but some actions contribute more than others. And I think that's partially up to us. So you can have a scale of 1 to 10, ideal, but sometimes we choose 1, 5. It just depends on how much it goes. So no act is be a 1, but it'd be preferable if it was a 10 or something. That's like the ideal, and that's up to us to put where on that scale falls.
So there's no evil. It's just a scale of good of 1 to 10. Thank you.
I think it'd just be less good than others. I don't think evil has ontology.
Yeah, scale of 1 to 10 for good.
Yeah,
I don't see what that has to do with anything. Because what I just mean is what I just mean is what I'm understanding evil to be is what one has less reason to do. Right. So that's just some kind of equivocation. I don't think the ontology. I don't care what the ontology is. It doesn't change anything. What I'm talking about, what I'm saying, you have all things considered most reason to do. Right. Is what I'm calling good. There's no ontological commitment there. Right. So I'm saying if you do what you have less reason to do, we can call that evil.
So the reason why I brought up the rape case is because in certain situations, a person can get raped, they go to jail, and let's say that a child will be born from the rape victim, and that child becomes a scientist or whatever. Does his life, his good life, who perhaps will serve, I guess, a better portion of the world than the evil, would that justify the rape, and then therefore we can ask the person to say the rape was good?
It depends on your principle, right?
Yeah. If you say that it was justified, then it was a good thing that person got raped.
So Jack, when you say that God's choosing, so when you say that God is, I'm sorry, that there's a reason, like you're taking the thing that is good as to the thing as the thing that is most that you have the most reason to do, and you're okay. So why isn't it the case that this reason that God may have for allowing these things, right? You're not privy to that. You're not going to understand all the intricacies of that, and you just don't have that reason fleshed out. But
I don't think you want to go down that route, Andrew. Skeptical theism is going to get into problems.
Well, you may not. No. Well, hold on. I just want to hear what Jack. I hear you, Caleb. I just want to see what. So why isn't it the reason that you don't want to do it is because God says, "Do not do this. This is a violation."
It's irrational for God. Irrational for God to command you to do something that by His lights you had most reason to do.
But you don't have much reason. You're not aware of that reason.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it doesn't make sense what you're saying, right? If I say don't do this, right? The idea there is that I want you to understand, right, that it would be better for you by my lights for you not to do that, right? But that can't be God's point of view, because if it were, right, He would think it was better for you to not commit that act, right? Yeah, really, by His lights, it's better for you to commit that act, which is why He commits it.
Yeah, so not that it's better, but that it is something that is necessary.
That's what I mean by better. It's what there is most reason, right, to cause to happen, permit to happen, whatever.
Yeah, but He knows you don't know that reason.
Oh, that's fine.
And so by Him,
that's why the good evil distinction doesn't matter as much. Even if we have a scale of 1 to 10 where 1 is the lowest good, it's the same problem. God is doing something that we would look at and say, well, that's the lowest good. That's a 1. But if God's doing it because He has a greater purpose, then that really turns it into.
But how is He doing it if the person's the one who determines where in the scale it falls based on their interaction?
We're saying that God has the choice to intervene or not intervene, right? And so clearly He thinks it's better that action occur than not occur if He chooses not to stop it. He has the power to stop it, right? So by His lights, He has less reason to do so. That means it's good that it occurred.
Caleb, do you understand what he's saying there?
It's doing what is most reasonable, rational, if I'm understanding him correctly in that way. And so if God is not going to intervene or going to set up the circumstances for that to play out, then by God not intervening, He must be doing the quote unquote good thing, right? In that way. But I don't think it's if God is up here doing, hitting a button causing X earthquake or X disease or whatever. I think that He sets up the parameters, kind of like how a father would, set up the circumstances in which his child is raised in. On the one hand, you don't want them to go and run in the street, get hit by a car, but you don't also like childproof everything to where they can't have any potential experience of harm whatsoever and can't enjoy life. There's a middle ground. So I think God sets.
I don't know what you mean by middle ground. It doesn't change anything, right? Whether He determines it, it's just a question of which is the better outcome. If it's better for Him to determine everything, right? Then that was the better choice, right? But it could be that on your view or on God's view or whatever, whatever is good, it could turn out to be that what is good is actually for it not to be determined, right? And so God has a choice whether to let that action take place or to prevent it from taking place, right? If He prevents it.
The action.
Yeah, but I don't see what difference it makes, right? There's not going to be any evil in the way that I'm understanding evil. There's not going to be any evil, right? That's compatible with God's moral perfection and omnipotence.
Like it seems like Caleb, you just want to quibble over it's better, but it seems like Caleb, you want to quibble over how much it is. Sure, it was better, but it was only better by a hair in that situation.
Doesn't make any difference. None of that makes any difference.
It doesn't make any difference, right? So that's why Jack's saying he doesn't understand. It seems like you're in agreement with him at that point, right?
So would I just have to deny that evil exists?
Yeah,
in that case?
that's right.
Yeah,
there can't be evil if an all-perfect, all-powerful being exists.
Well, I mean, isn't that true for either way though? Even if God did not exist, there cannot be evil.
No.
Okay, so how could there be evil?
Why would there be some incompatibility? I don't get it.
Wait, I'm not understanding. How's that answer the question?
With no God, Hitler could.
It depends if you think that there are things rational to do. It depends if you think that humans have value and all that stuff. It would depend on your model of morality, but that is a whole.
I think that's kind of irrelevant to the discussion, though. But you brought up the analogy with the parents, right? And you explicitly said that we wouldn't let them run down the street. But you understand that destroys the analogy with God, right? Because God's not only letting them walk down the street; He's letting them be raped. He's letting them be tortured. He's letting them drown in the ocean. He's letting maggots eat their feet, right?
That's why it just seems like
He wouldn't let it happen. You're just making God out to seem like a terrible person.
Yeah, that's why it just seems like Christians are equivocating when they call God good, right? Because when we say a person is good, right, we normally mean that they intervene to prevent really horrible things from happening, right? When they have very strong reasons to think they will occur if they don't intervene. God lets them happen. Now, the question is, well, maybe God has some morally sufficient reason for permitting them. But then in that case, it does seem like, on the one hand, those things are just going to have to turn out to be goods rather than evils. So there's going to be that issue. But then, of course, I do think that you're going to be wading into skeptical theism there, and that's just not an option.
Right, but the distinction between me intervening and God intervening is that by me intervening, I'm developing my own moral character and doing.
I don't understand. I don't understand that, because if a moral character were good, God could just create you with a moral character. I never understood that.
Because then God would be responsible for my moral character, and I wouldn't.
Yeah, well, I don't understand this responsibility stuff, because we're talking about libertarianism here, and I just think libertarianism is nonsense for reasons that I've laid out. So I don't see how that would give you any responsibility. The fact that some random factor caused you to do it or whatever.
You say random factor caused you to, not if you think the, I don't want to get into the whole libertarian free will debate, but if you think the action itself arises from the agent and not from an external
Yeah,
cause.
but if we're talking about libertarianism, it's just going to be ultimately random. I don't see how any notion of responsibility is going to be gotten out of
Randomness is not like is a cause or this force that is guiding it. Randomness is just like indeterminism, but if indeterminism still strives from the actual object or agent or whatever, then I don't see why it's a problem.
I'm just saying I don't see why there's any connection, right, between the fact that because I have a choice between doing A or B, and nothing explains why I do one rather than the other, that means I'm somehow responsible, whatever that is.
Because you were the one who made the decision.
I don't know what you mean by you were the one who made the decision. All you're calling me making a decision is the fact that it was brutally contingent. I don't see why that has any connection to responsibility.
Brutally contingent on what? On you.
It's brutally contingent. It's a brutally contingent fact, right, that if I do A, that I do A rather than B because I have reasons to do both A and B, right? So given that I have reasons to do both A and B, right, I'm going to do either A or B. Whether I do one or the other is brutally contingent.
Saying it's really contingent on you is a contradiction. If it's brutally contingent, it wouldn't be on you. You
It's
wouldn't
just
be
brutally contingent simplicator. It has nothing to do with on you. That's just equivocating on contingency.
Well, maybe that was a bit poor phraseology on my part, but I meant to say like it's an entailment of your freedom and the idea that you have.
I know what you mean by entailment of your freedom. It's not entailed that you do A rather than B.
It's entailed that you have the ability to do.
What you're calling ability is just that it's a brutally contingent fact that one of the two will occur. That's what you're calling ability. I wouldn't call that ability, but fine. If you want to label that ability, you can use that label.
Sure, but it's a range. It's not like it's absolute omnipotence. Anything can happen. There's still a range within my character.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't see what that has to do with responsibility. You know, I don't see there's any connection there. If anything, it would seem to undermine responsibility. But you know, I don't know. You might have some reason for thinking that. I can't imagine what it is.
I just think that, well, I don't know, I would just go with the seemings that it seems so obvious to me that I have responsibility for my actions, at least for some of them, that it's hard for me to conceptualize how I wouldn't.
I'm not denying responsibility. I'm saying I don't see how the fact that your actions are brutally contingent confers it.
Are you a compatibilist?
Yeah, I'm a compatibilist.
That's fine. I didn't know if you were just denying.
No, I wasn't denying responsibility, but I am denying probably some kind of responsibility that's more robust. You know, but that may not be what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's hard to not. I mean, I know that there's first and second causes, but I do think that you'd have to. The primary cause would be at least partially responsible for it. Then you know, the secondary cause, if you're going to say that God.
No, that's consistent with compatibilism.
Sure, but it would still give God that responsibility, right?
Yeah, I'm saying if God is responsible, right, there can't be any evil.
Do you mean responsibility?
Before you jump in, John, before we go down that road, I just wanted to sort of ask one question on this. So, could it be? And I think I brought this up with you before, Jack. But could it be the case that sort of God creates a free will being, and God doesn't know what they're going to do, right? Then this agent has libertarian free will, and it's all considered bad. All things considered bad for them to, I don't know, like murder somebody. But
I really don't understand that because, yeah, so God could just decide to throw the dice and not know what the outcome is going to be, right? I personally wouldn't think that's something that should, you know, is desirable for him to just throw the dice like that, you know, and risk the untold suffering of, you know, billions of people. But the point is, he certainly knows enough, right, when he sees somebody holding a knife to intervene to stop them. Right?
Yeah.
He certainly knows that much to prevent, you know, it's like, okay, well, I can see what's going to happen. In this instance, it's pretty clear what's about to happen. I'm going to step in and make sure it doesn't happen. And he doesn't do that.
In certain cases.
Well, I'm just saying, normally we would say that a good person is one who intervenes to stop it. We don't say, oh, I'm interfering with their free will, right? Now, again, if you say, well, God has morally sufficient reason for doing that, presumably there's some greater good that conduces to, that God is aware of, that the agent is not aware of, right? Or that anybody else is aware of. And that justifies God permitting it to happen. But in that case, as far as I can see, that's an all things considered good.
I guess, and I'll lay out the analogy again. But I agree with you, Jack. I'm not convinced it works. And the theist is going to, in my view, have to bite a lot of bullets. But basically, if you have some sort of like random number generator, and it's, you know, you have the numbers 1 to 20, and it's really, really bad if the random number generator spits out the number 1, but it's really, really good that the random number generator spits out the number 2 to 20. And it's good for you to sort of press the random number generator, but you don't know what the number's going to come out as, and then you press it and it comes out as 1. Well, that's all things considered bad, but it's not. I don't think it's bad to press the button. So I don't know. Maybe that's like the only way I see like something analogous you could set up with God, but it's just going to have to bite so many bullets. God's gambling. I don't see how anything could justify some of the evils that we see in the world, like the torturing of children. I don't see how that can ever be justified.
Well, why not? What he'd have to give up. Well, no, he'd have to give up.
Before we go down the John road, let's just like keep this on track.
He's going to have to give up omniscience, Billy, right? Right. That's the first bullet you got to bite.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's on one hand, he's going to give up like omniscience about what free agents are going to do. You could set up like, well, God knows all of the facts that simply can be known, right? But it can't be known what.
But what justifies letting the outcome occur, right? That's what I'm trying to understand.
What justifies letting like a murder?
Yeah, because as I say, right, God can see the person holding the axe as he's about to chop off the child's head. Right? He can see it coming down with incredible force, and can conclude that apart from his intervention, nothing will prevent it from harming that child. So what justifies God saying it's better in that instance? Then, what justifies God saying it's better to let this action conclude where the agent is intending it to conclude? Where the agent is intending it to conclude.
In that case, I think you have to bite the bullet. John Shush. So in that case, I think you have to bite the bullet. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So there's no evil.
Well, okay, so for those cases, I think there's no way of getting out of it. There's no ducking out of that.
But every case is going to be like that, right?
Well, I'm talking about maybe a case where someone.
God is always going to be able to perceive. Is always going to be able to perceive what the outcome of a choice is going to be before the agent carries out the action, right? You're always going to have a millisecond to intervene to prevent some horrible thing from happening before it finally happens.
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm just making. Sorry,
if you just hold that God's limited by time, right, at all.
Sorry,
I mean, you can get out of the problem of evil by making God a finite being. You know, there's no problem of evil if God's a finite being, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's context. Yeah, I agree.
Sure. Okay, so I understand the case where an axe murderer is like midway through the axe swing, but let's say being with libertarian free will, and I agree with you that I don't really understand libertarian free will, but being with libertarian free will just like randomly chooses to like punch someone or something. There'll be no way of God. Oh, you're saying like midway through the. Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
you can always. He could say he could zap the person so they don't feel any pain. Like, there's all kinds of things, all kinds of options available to them.
No,
The question is, if he thinks no, it's better to let this play out, right? He must think there's some greater good that's being served. It can't be because of free will, right? Because that free will doesn't hold in the case of, when we intervene with the free will of others, when we act in that way to prevent some horrible thing from happening. We don't think, oh, I better stop this axe murderer. I better not stop this axe murderer because I'd be interfering with its free will, right? So that can't be the issue. It has to be that some greater good is made possible by that action being completed. But in that case, it's all things considered good that action occurred.
Well, even if it was free will, that would be the greater good, right?
Yeah, that's right. I was just imagining that free will was taken to be some kind of intrinsic good, which sometimes Christians talk about.
What about the free will of those that are dying under the hand of a murderer too?
Yeah. I don't really understand that view because clearly you're going to say there are cases. Well, almost everybody's going to say there are cases where somebody's free will being exercised is trumped by other considerations, right?
Do you guys actually imagine that God is reacting in real time?
Most of us are atheists.
But you're kind of imagining if a God existed, this is what's going down.
We were talking about a model in which we were talking about a libertarian model.
It's an internal critique, I think, is what he's doing.
Is omniscience even possible under libertarian model?
Depends if you're an open theist.
I mean, is that the necessary entailment of libertarian free will? Open theism, really?
He's just saying that if open theism is true, then there's going to be the standard concept of omniscience is not going to hold because God is not going to know the truth value of certain future contingent propositions.
So they don't have truth values.
They don't have truth values to begin with until they.
It was all true things, but they're not true at the moment. So
now someone mentioned omniscience. So now you have omniscience and omnipotence at the question just for the sake of libertarian free will.
We've already been over that.
Yeah,
but I guess that's why I don't know why people would even consider holding a view of libertarian free will. If they're going to say God,
we discussed that. But that was discussed earlier.
Yeah, but I think that what oh shoot, but I think if one were to concede Jack's point, I don't know why conceding that evil as he's defining it doesn't exist, because at that point the probably just goes away. I mean, you could say evidentially there seems to be lots of horrible suffering at that point, but it seems very hard to either verify or falsify the idea. And I'm not just in a skeptical theist approach, but the idea that this does accumulate to a person's character, has consequences and so forth in the long run. I think that actually empirically although there are exceptions to this, of course, it is generally more true than not that people go through what's called post-traumatic spiritual growth, where people do become more spiritual, more religious after very intense acts of suffering. And so I think the fact that we live in a world in which people generally have a psychological tendency to turn to religion and turn to spirituality to deal with evil is more expected under theism, whereas there's plenty of ways we could have at least conceivably evolved secularly to where we could have coped with suffering communally with folk religion. So
why is that more expected? Why is that more expected under theism?
Because I think that is more in line with what God would be wanting in terms of spiritual growth with morality, rather than just gratuitous suffering that led to no moral development, because that would at that point be gratuitous.
So you gave me a just so story and said it's more expected under theism?
I was talking about the logical problem, not an evidential problem of evil.
Yes, I know I made an evidential problem. I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with what you were saying.
Yeah, so I mean that's going to be a different discussion to address.
But I was just saying at that point, why not just concede the logical problem and just say, yeah, evil doesn't exist? How are you going to prove or disprove that? And that's why I went on to the next point.
Oh, I see. So you're saying, yeah, but if evil doesn't exist, there's no evidential problem either.
Well, but I guess the point that's the question we're asking is, does evil exist? And I guess if by evil we're saying like gratuitous suffering that has no end all be all, doesn't lead to anything good, because we're saying it's at least logically possible that it could. This is where it's the probabilistic argument of, well, we generally observe that people do grow more suffering, and so the inference we can make is that this does overall lead to something good, whereas observe either people getting worse or neutrality with it. That would at least be inferentially justification to not be very convinced by the theists saying, oh yeah, no, that's actually evil. So I agree that the seeming of it on its front is, oh, this is evil and this is wrong. Like that's the intuition we have. But I'm saying if we look at it from a larger scale, we might be able to question whether or not these actually don't have further goods that can come about them, and that's more what I was getting at. But it's an inferential
argument. Oh yeah, well no, I wasn't trying to question there couldn't be a good.
Oh, and I know you weren't. I was saying one can concede your point, and I think that the evidential problem is more interesting because I think.
Oh yeah, well that's fine. Yeah, the evidential problem. I do think the evidential problem is interesting.
Yeah, because I'm just saying if someone if I were to say, okay, fine, evil doesn't exist, and you say yes, it does, look at all this stuff, and so how do we know there isn't a greater good? Like you can't really verify that. But this is doing the inferences where we kind of weigh that whether that's plausible, because initially it does seem evil. Well, is it really evil with no good, or is it maybe? That's what I was trying to get at.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a whole other discussion about if we want to say that there's like better explanation for apparent evils on theism, granting that there could be evils at all.
I agree. Although I will say I am more perplexed by cases where God allegedly does intervene to help people than I am in cases where he doesn't. I think those are harder for me to explain than God not intervening. So that's
one thing that's hard to understand is is that people usually thank God for saving them from some horrible when some horrible outcome is expected and it doesn't occur. They often thank God. It seems like that's really not epistemically warranted in a certain way, because in the cases where the bad thing occurs, they should be thanking God too, right? Or it's kind of like when like
some people do, Jack.
No, I mean you're right, Jack. That is true. That people like in every case I know of someone who believes that they've experienced like a healing miracle. I've never met someone who was ungrateful say, "Well, God should have healed me 20 years earlier." Like it's always an thank you.
Right, and I mean like when let's say you miraculously.
I think that's how we in heaven with people who've gone through horrible suffering. They don't think, why'd you make me go through? Yeah, it sounds right for places in the Bible like Job and Daniel and others where they continue to stay steadfast to God even when God allows the suffering.
Yeah, right. No, that's fine. I'm just saying, like for instance, a lot of times people will be like thanking God for saving them, but then there'll be somebody else. Well, let's say a plane crashes, right? And I'm the only, a person is the only survivor, right? Well, it's not just that God saved them, right? He also permitted the others to die.
Right,
So,
it's like a survivorship bias, yeah.
yeah, so the idea is, well, it seems like they should be saying, well, that's a good thing too.
Yeah, I mean, I think isn't that like with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? They say, yeah, if he ends up burning us alive and we die, or sorry, if he saves us, we'll praise him, and if he doesn't, we're still not going to worship him, we'll still praise him. So it's like either or, whether you kill me or not, I'm still going to worship you. That seems to be the mentality you see throughout the Bible, at least a lot.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that the idea is, I'm just talking about it kind of like as if you don't think that, because what I'm trying to understand is, I'm just considering it from an evidential perspective, right? I'm not saying there isn't a way you could have it, but if the point is it somehow, should it be taken as kind of like confirmation of God's providence that you were saved, right? It seems to me, yeah, it seems to me it should not, because when it doesn't seem like it counts against the hypothesis when people are not saved.
It depends on, yeah, that's fair. It depends on what your model in terms of what are God's purposes, and it would depend on the what,
right.
Like someone surviving a plane crash is statistically unlikely, but not like impossible, right? Like that's more of a statistical noise. You get enough, you're going to eventually get some free cases like that. But if it's someone who was like in a wheelchair from a severed spine for 20 years and then instantly got up walking after prayer and was like healed from that, that's not going to be something you can just attribute to statistical noise. So I think that point you have to point to a providential model of direct intervention, because at least it would be hard to explain. And that's what I meant earlier when I said it's hard for me to explain stuff like that in terms of, oh, God allegedly did intervene here and I can't explain that very easily naturally, versus, oh, why didn't God intervene here, right? So,
yeah, well, so I sort of trying to imagine a kind of epistemic dilemma, let's say related to, for example, petitionary prayer, right? Like you could deny that things like prayer should generate any predictive expectations at all, right? But then if that's the case, it's sort of like, it seems like it's going to put you in a peculiar position, right? Of sort of like not being able to discern God's providence, right? Because you can't say, oh, the fact that my prayers were answered is kind of like a sign that God cares about me.
It depends on what the prayers were. I think that's a good point.
I'm just talking about petitionary prayers.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I don't think we can do predictive studies where we have like a control group and we pray for one, and they have done those. And,
yeah, but what I'm saying is that the upshot of that is to sort of make your relation. See, like if you think the prayer studies do not cast doubt on God because we don't see those kinds of correlations, right? I take it that's what the. I mean, I don't know
it
studies.
Depends. The studies give different results, which is what you'd expect at this chance. But I think I take more of a case study. So this is actually a subject I've been studying for about 2 or 3 years now that I'm writing on a pretty long book on in terms of like miracles and petitionary prayers. And I think that a case. I don't think we can predict who God will heal or if He will heal. But I think retroactively looking at the question of is it within all probability likely that God did intervene in this particular case, and look at it retroactively on an individual level rather than predicting it. I think that's better. So it depends on the nature of what was answered. So if I found my car keys or I got a job, yeah, there's no way we can factor out potential chance or natural causes from that, right? But if it's like, oh, I had a broken spine and it was instantly healed, or I was legally blind and instantly healed, and all that stuff, there's really no natural mechanism to even account for that. That would be more difficult. That would be a better.
I could sort of lay out what I understand the basic 2 arguments to be, or how I would run them.
Okay, sure. Why don't we do that?
Yeah. So I think you heard about logical problem of evil, so I can start with that, right? And one way to sort of frame the argument is something like this, that God is, well, he's going to, so the problem arises from first acknowledging that evil exists, right? So if you think there is no evil, evil is an illusion, there's only good, right? Then there's no problem with evil. But, you know, in Abrahamic religions, let's say, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, for example, it's usually thought, most people who subscribe to those religious views will affirm that evil exists. So the argument, if it's a good argument, will go through against those views, right? And there's going to be other properties of God that are going to be, there are going to be other properties attributed to God that are going to generate the contradiction. And it's going to be basically God's omnipotence and God's moral perfection, perfect goodness, omnibenevolence, omnibeneficence. Any one of those characterizations of God's supreme goodness.
Now, yeah, I think wisdom is also one that could actually generate a contradiction as well.
Yeah, if God was perfectly wise, which is usually, probably most would affirm that. Probably almost everybody would affirm that who subscribes to those religious views. So how is there a logical incompatibility there? Well, the way I like to think about it is that God is God can't actually improve things by creating. So one feature of these views, these orthodox kind of religious views in these traditions, is the idea that creation is a free gift of God. So God didn't have to create, right? He wasn't morally compelled to create, right?
Right.
There are people who don't take that view, and so it's, you know, the argument would have to be modified to deal with that. But most, I think it's generally taken to be orthodox in those traditions that God didn't have to create a world. If he had chosen not to do so, that would have been fine, right? So it can't be the case that, if you have a view like that, it can't be the case that the creation of a world, the creation of a universe, I should say, would improve a world, right? So a world I'm taking to be sort of a broader notion. God exists at a world, or at multiple different possible worlds, or usually at all different possible worlds. He's a necessary being, so he's generally taken to be a necessary being. Again, there are dissenters, but the orthodox view tends to be that overwhelmingly that God is some kind of necessary being who exists at all possible worlds. And so a world at which God exists without a universe is nonetheless perfect on this type of orthodox view, because if it were imperfect, it could be improved by creating a universe. But if it could be improved, then the reasoning would ordinarily go that God would be compelled to create it, because since God is all-powerful and perfectly good in intention, he would seek to maximize good wherever possible. And so if there's room for improvement, he would be compelled to act, in which case the creation would be necessary, which would violate the idea that the creation was a free gift, right? At least on most construals, right? Because again, you should keep in mind all these issues are very complicated. So there's all kinds of different ways. There's room to, there are ways to try to resist the argument. But this is sort of like the basic kind of dialectic. So if it's the case that God can't improve the world by creating a universe, right? And which seems consistent with the idea of something like God as an infinite being who's infinite in goodness, which is another orthodox kind of characterization. If you have infinite amounts of goodness, no amount of good could actually increase the sum of goodness at that world, such as any good that would be brought about by creating the universe, right? So on that view, God can't improve things by creating, right? And so creation is totally odious, totally unnecessary, right? So then how is it that we have an evil world if that kind of a God exists, right? So I take it what they have to say is something like, well, God, although creation doesn't improve things, there's no obstacle to him creating a world as long as it doesn't diminish perfection, right?
Right.
So then the question would become, well, why have any evil at all, right? It just seems, at least I think it would be intuitive to most people, right? It just seems like God could create a perfectly good world, right? No, evil would just be entirely unnecessary. So why would he choose to do that, right? If he were perfectly good, I think to many people it will just seem straightforwardly inconsistent for there to be any evil at all, right? So I think the reply that the theist is generally going to want to make is something like, well, God can create a world in which there's some evil, but it can be balanced out by compensatory goods, and if it can be balanced out by compensatory goods, then there's really no logical bar to God actualizing such a world, which is, say, creating a universe in which there are evils, but the evils are always balanced by good, right? Because if you can imagine that goods somehow could balance out the evils, then whatever evils you include are okay because they're balanced out by compensatory goods. That's sort of the basic idea, I think. So I don't think that works because it doesn't seem like, since they've sort of arranged things conceptually in such a way that even pure good doesn't actually increase the sum of the good, because God is taken to be infinitely good, and you don't increase the amount of goodness by adding finite goods to an infinite set of goods, something like that, right? Because they've sort of arranged things that way, it doesn't seem like that there need to be compensatory goods at all, right?
Yeah, and any evil you add would just make things worse.
No, it won't make things worse, because God is, as long as it's finite, as long as the set of evils at least is finite, that because God is perfectly good, the amount of evils can't actually diminish the total sum of the good, because there's an infinite, the set of things includes an infinite amount of good things, right? And so adding finite evils won't diminish the infinite goodness of the set. That's the basic idea. But see, I just take that to be a reductio of the position, right? Because then you're just...
You cut out there for a second.
Sorry, I just take that to be a reductio of the position, because it then becomes possible for God to create countless purely evil worlds, right? Well, when I say countless, it's maybe a bit misleading, but an unthinkable number, a number of unthinkable size of worlds.
You could have like billions and billions and billions, so long as it's not literally infinite.
Yeah. And so I just think that at that point, the theist could bite the bullet and say, yeah, that's okay, right? But I think at that point, they are just, well, I think from the standpoint of the person posing the argument, right, they're just going to seem to be talking about some other concept, which I think is going to be a problem for the view, right? In other words, our concept of the good is just not consistent with the idea of a being that could do that, right? We would, if he could and would do that. So that, like, if God, since there's nothing on this view that could constrain God from creating enormous numbers of fully evil worlds, right? Worlds which lasted for unthinkable durations, causing, let's say, unthinkable amounts of suffering, right? Sufferings of unthinkable intensity, right? If a being just did that and did nothing else, right? We would just say that. I think most people would just say, well, that's just not what I mean by a good being, right?
Yeah,
that's just tracking some other concept, right? So they could bite the bullet at that, but that bullet is bitten at a high cost. Maybe it's redundant to say that. That's what it means to bite a bullet. But what the cost is that the notion of good that they're invoking just becomes unintelligible to their interlocutors, right? The people that they're sort of trying to persuade right? Because the point
Yeah.
is, they're saying, well, look, you don't want to be, let's say, a Christian because you don't think that what you see in the world is compatible with the existence of such a being, right? And so if what we're seeing in the world, that is to say evils, exist, right, you want to say, well, the God that is described, let's say, in the Bible or by theologians just couldn't exist, right? Or alternatively, if he could exist, then that just means that when you say he's good, you're equivocating, right? You're just, well, they might not be equivocating.
You cut out there for a second.
Sorry, they might not, I'll repeat what I said. They might not be equivocating in the sense that their usage might be consistent, but when they say God is good, they're just using good to mean something totally different from what I mean.
Yeah.
Right?
Most
I don't
people,
think they
when
want to say that.
Yeah, like even theists, like I don't think most people when they think of like an all good being, they think of like a being that would create infinite amount of goods and then, finite but massive amounts of evil. Like that's not really a concept of an all good being that most people would hold.
Exactly, and even Plantinga himself says as much. He says that it would be incompatible for God to create worlds of pure suffering. If that was what we observed, then that couldn't be the God described by Christianity, right? That being couldn't be perfectly good and all-powerful.
Yeah, I mean, just like it makes logical sense. Even if he could create an infinite amount of goods, just creating a finite amount of evils, I would still see that as incompatible. Even if the finite evils were pretty minor, I would still see that as incompatible. Like if a being is a perfect good, like how would he be able to create any amount of finite evil?
That's right. Yeah. Now I think there's sort of another way to maybe get at this. There's sort of like another way of framing the argument that gets to the same or similar conclusion, right? Which might be to think about it kind of like this. What evil is, as contrasted with the good, is what ought not to be done, right? And so the good is what ought to be done, and so evil is what ought not to be done, right? So all else equal, you should avoid doing evil and seek to do good, right? That's sort of the simple, basic kind of understanding of what good and evil are, right? I mean, again, there's going to be ways to push back and complications, but this is sort of the basic picture, right? Now, it just seems then straightforwardly that on that view, there couldn't be any evil if God was perfectly good and perfectly powerful, right? And so again, the way that theists are typically want to push back on that is to talk about what are called necessary evils. So we might say that an evil is permissible if it leads to a greater good, right? So, the standard example is going to be something like a vaccination. Like if you vaccinate a child, right? The shot causes suffering to the child. Let's say that that's bad, right? So why would we cause suffering to a child? Well, because by doing so, we save it from death by disease, and let's say suffering caused by diseases, right? So for a smaller amount of suffering, we could avert greater suffering, and we could also get, life, which might be taken to be a good, as long as it's not, overwhelmed with suffering or something like that. So people will say, yeah, so what evils we see are permitted because there's some greater good, which can't really be avoided. I'm sorry, the evils can't really be avoided to bring about this greater good. That's what's meant by a necessary evil. Now, I think the issue there is, well, of course, I mean, one point you could make is, well, God is all powerful, so he doesn't need vaccinations to prevent disease, right? He can just sort of bring about a state where the evil is avoided altogether, right? And so it's not actually necessary, right? Now, they're going to want to push back on that. And so I think what we need to do is look a little bit carefully, sort of try to analyze this idea of necessary evil. And I think the idea there is that it's a notion that involves a counterfactual, which is to say, what it means to say that an evil is necessary. Because you might say, well, if the evil is necessary, then why not just call it a good, right? Since it ought to be done, right? If there's no way around if there's no way to avert the disease without the vaccination, right? Then why say the vaccination isn't evil at all? Why not just say it's a good, right? Because it brings about a good state of affairs, right? So I think what they want to say, which I think is fine, which I would accept, right, is that, what makes it a necessary evil rather than a necessary good, or any kind of good, or at least the kind of good that's unmixed with evil, right, is that all else equal, which is to say, if there was an alternative, you ought not to have it at all. So if you could bring about the good some other way, then you ought not to have it, right? So if we could figure out a way to administer the vaccine without causing the pain of the shot, that ought to be preferred, right? Now, again, that's not going to help immediately with respect to God, because again, as we say, God can bring about that state of affairs, right?
Yeah.
So how can they draw upon this?
You just cut out.
Sorry, how can they draw upon this as a way to resist the objection, right? And I think what they want to do is say, well, there are some goods that are logically connected to evils, right? Which is to say that they can't be untangled, right? You can't have one without the other, right? So in the case of a vaccination, right, presumably there's a logically possible world such that one can be inoculated with a vaccine without any pain being administered, right? So the idea of inoculation is not logically tied to pain and suffering and so on. It just happens to be a contingent fact that we're at a world at which, at least for the present, the only way to get inoculated is through a painful shot, right? But that doesn't mean that necessarily at all worlds that connection would hold between the two events, right? But see, they're going to want to say there are some events, some states of affairs that logically, which are good, that logically require an evil in order for them to exist at all, right? And one example of this would be the idea of redemption. There can't be redemption without a fall, right?
Right.
So they want to say redemption is a good, and the only way to bring it about is to permit an evil, a fall, but that's an evil which can be justified because there's no other way to bring about that outcome, right? And so it becomes a permissible evil, right? So permissible evil is not some kind of contradiction on this field.
I still see that as like a weird explanation because, I mean, you don't have to have redemption.
Yeah, so I certainly think that's an issue. I certainly think that's a problem that they don't have a good answer to. But I don't even think this is going to work. So one way to think about it is that you might object. Sorry, one way to think about it is that you might object that that if in fact the connection is a logical one, then there's no actual counterfactual such that the evil could ever be done without, right? Because the way I had framed it was that previously was that a necessary evil is one which, all else equal, you would dispense with, right? Which is to say, if you could bring about the good without it, right, then we could legitimately call it an evil rather than a good, right?
Yeah.
If you should do without it in those cases where you can, right? But see, in the case of redemption, since there is no counterfactual world where you can have redemption without a fall, then it just seems like it doesn't make sense to say that there's any way to say that it ought not be done, because in every possible world it ought to be done, right? Unlike in the vaccination case, right, where if you want to bring about protection from disease, there could be worlds where you don't need to administer a painful shot, right? In the case of redemption, there's no world where if your aim is to bring about redemption, you can do so without a fall. So one could object that a fall is always something that ought to be done, right? Because it brings about redemption, right? So in fact, it doesn't make sense to call it an evil at all, right? Now, I think the way they're going to want to respond here is to say something like, well, what actually makes it an evil, rather than just simply a good, even though it ought to be done, right? So it's an evil that's permissible, right? Is that you can have a fall without a redemption. So it is true that a redemption requires a fall, but a fall doesn't require a redemption. And so a fall in itself will be bad, right? But it will be a bad that's permissible in the cases where it brings about a redemption, right? Where it's necessary for a redemption, right?
Right, and you can find plenty of circumstances where there was a fall and no redemption, a la Hitler or something.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, I mean, they're going to probably want to contest. Yeah, so that's where you get into the evidential arguments, which is like, well, is it actually like this, right? The world that we see. But leaving that aside, right? Because what they're going to want to do is say something like, well, as long as there's some redemption, then it's logically possible, right, for the evil to exist, even though it is an evil, right, because it can be compensated for by good, right. But see, I think there's going to be a number of problems with that view, because for one thing, if you take God to be a necessary being, then at every world which he exists, he's going, which is to say every world, right? Because a necessary being exists at all possible worlds. It's going to be the case that...
You cut out for a second there.
Sorry, the push button got stuck. It's going to be the case that God is going to be compelled to balance the fall with a redemption, right? And so it's not actually the case that there's any possible world at which that fall is evil, right? Because since God exists in every possible world, right? So in other words, for it to be an evil, it requires a world at which it exists and is not compensated, right? So when we say it's a necessary evil, right, the counterfactual analysis requires that there's some possible world where you could have it without having the compensatory good. And in those cases, it would
Cut out again. There.
Sorry. So it has to be balanced out. The evil has to be balanced out in some possible world. Sorry, there's going to be some possible world where the evil is not balanced out by some compensatory good, right? And in those worlds, it will be evil simplicator. So what makes it a necessary evil is that in some worlds that evil can be balanced out by a compensatory good. Let's say redemption, right? But the thing is, since God exists in every possible world, then He's compelled at every world where He permits that so-called evil to have a compensatory good, right? In this case, redemption, right, to balance it out. Then that just means it can't actually be construed as an evil, because for it to be construed as an evil of the permissible kind, right, it has to be that there's some counterfactual world where you could have it without the compensating good. But there is no such world if God exists and is perfectly good and perfectly powerful at every possible world, right? In which case, He always ought to cause the fall, right? There's nothing evil about it on that analysis, right?
Right, and that ends up being like a weird situation for theists, because then they have to say like, okay, well, no murder is like wrong because, okay, well, we need that to have some sort of redemption.
Exactly. The point is they want to affirm the existence of evil, but this analysis contradicts the view that anything that God permits can be called evil, because it just seems to follow that if God permits it, it's a good.
Yeah, and like you can get into really, really weird territory. Like you could say, okay, well, if Hitler were to survive, didn't kill himself, and then ended up, I don't know, saving even more people than he ended up killing, you could say, okay, well, that was redemption. Therefore, like him, murdering 10 million people was good. I don't think anybody would say that's a good, or that ended up, justifying the redemption,
Yeah,
or the redemption justifying the evil.
Yeah, the whole idea of evil being permissible as consistent with God's moral perfection and His omnipotence, on this strategy of saying that the goods are reasonably outweighed, that the evils are reasonably outweighed by goods, right, turns on the idea that it's even a coherent notion to say that there can be necessary evils, right? But if this analysis is correct, then if God exists and He's all powerful, and He's all good, right, if those are taken to be essential properties of God, right, then there just cannot be any evil, and these things are mislabeled. Now that's going to contradict with Orthodox theology, right, because they affirm that evils do exist. But if this analysis is correct, it just doesn't seem like that makes any sense, right?
Yeah, they basically have to bite the bullet and say evil doesn't exist.
Right, and that's just going to mean that the problem of evil argument doesn't go through. But the whole point is that the argument is targeted at theological positions that affirm the existence of evil in worlds where all powerful, all good deities exist, right?
Yeah, and pretty much every religion, every Abrahamic religion certainly acknowledges the existence of evil.
Yeah, it's going to be an unusual theology that is going to bite that bullet, right? But I think either way, it's not going to matter, given the sort of first way I framed the problem, which is that God can't actually increase the sum of the good because He's infinitely good, and therefore, it's the idea of compensatory goods doesn't really seem to make any sense at all, because they're completely unnecessary, since that view of God is just going to be compatible with perfectly evil worlds of countless size in number, duration in existence, and well, I shouldn't say countless, but unthinkably large numbers, unthinkably long-lasting, and unthinkably intense in the degree of
so
suffering.
long as it's not infinite, like His infinite good, then any evil He commits would be justified, no matter the magnitude or duration, which is kind of a ridiculous position to hold.
Exactly.
All right, does that cover all of your stuff on
Well, I mean,
the
that covers
philosophical problem of evil?
Sorry, yeah, that covers the basic structure. I mean, again, as I say, the way philosophy works is that there's kind of like always room to push back, right? Because all of these things, rest on sort of complicated analyses for every part of the conceptual apparatus, right? Every concept, right? Omnipotence, God, freedom, evil, so on, right? All these things are require complicated analysis to give an account of. And given that those analyses are complicated, the theist can always sort of say, well, the analysis you've given doesn't capture the view that I'm proposing. And so they'll offer some analysis that has some modification, and they can often try to resist the argument in those ways, right? But just sort of leaving aside all those issues, I think that's sort of like the basic outline of the logical problem.
This time we want you to defend it without asking us questions.
You mean defend it without asking questions?
Okay, so
I've given you the argument.
No, you haven't given me the argument. Yeah, I've denied it. Now, here's 3 premises that we accept. God is all good, He is all powerful, all knowing, and He has morally sufficient reason for allowing evil. Why is that a contradiction?
like morally sufficient reason
Yes.
for allowing evil.
Yep.
So evil is that which ought not be done, right?
No. Evil is.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I've explained to you. Evil is. Wait, sorry. What are you talking about? Moral evil or just evil in general?
Well, it's what ought not to be, I guess, if it's not an action.
Well, okay, fine. It's what ought not to be. That would require some clarification, but that's fine. Okay.
Yeah. So, given that God is omnipotent, there's nothing that ought not to be, right?
No. How does that follow?
Since his aim is to maximize the good.
No,
right?
that's false. We don't agree.
His aim is not to maximize the good?
No.
I don't know what you mean by him being perfect good then.
But I don't understand. Are you saying that you define perfectly good in such a way that would be susceptible to this argument?
I don't know what you mean by perfectly good. I'm not even
He
sure
has
what
no
you
lack.
mean by good.
He has no lack. He has no privation.
But that's not what good means.
But I don't understand on whose analysis. You can't define what good is.
You're just changing the subject.
Okay. Are you willing to defend the problem without asking us questions? Are you willing to defend that?
What do you mean? I've already defended
You
it.
haven't defended it. You've argued in a circle that I have to accept the definition of God that would be susceptible to this problem.
Definition of God?
Yes. You think
I was
that God is
asking
that which...
You're saying you just redefine good in order to...
No, we're not
escape the
redefining
argument,
the good.
right?
This is how we've defined the good all along. God has no privation.
That's not what good means, right? Because
No, that's what
somebody
it
can
means.
meaningfully ask, is not lacking anything good, right?
But that's a different argument. I'm asking you to defend the logical problem.
No, but that just shows that that isn't the meaning of the word, right? You're just changing the subject.
Okay,
That's called the open question argument.
Yeah, I know the open question argument. Are you telling me?
So you're just redefining the word.
I don't understand what you mean by redefining the
Maybe
word.
he means they're co-referential.
Yeah, there could be a synthetic.
But then I don't know why he's talking about meaning if he's talking about co-reference.
Wait, first of all, this is a different argument. What's the contradiction with having those 4 steps? Or 3 steps? The ones I gave.
Venus, I don't have Venus's argument.
Yeah, we had that and we disagreed with it.
No, all you did was redefine the good, which is what you're doing now.
But
right?
I really don't understand how this argument is. So you're saying that good ought to be defined in such a way that God can't allow
What do you mean
any...
by ought to be defined?
Wait,
it's not a question of ought to be defined.
Okay, so you're...
what the word means.
Okay, you're saying word good has a prescribed meaning on which...
Not prescribed.
I'm not following.
Yes, if you're not following because you just redefine the good to mean something other than what it means.
Okay, what does good mean?
Well, I take it to be some kind of primitive, I guess.
Yeah, I also take it to be a primitive that ought to be defined in terms of lack of privation.
I don't know what you mean by ought to be defined.
But is this just a definition game? Like, is there going to be a reason given why we should take the logical problem seriously?
But you've been given the argument, right?
Yeah, it was just a horrible argument.
The argument is by redefining the good.
But I don't understand why you're...
That's not resisting the argument, right? That's just playing word games.
But I don't understand. Why do you think that we should define good the way you define it?
What do you mean by should define? I didn't say anything about should define.
E3, am I the only one confused here?
Well, the whole conversation.
I can't follow.
Is they're rapidly talking back and forth over each
So
other.
basically, the way the argument is supposed to go, you should accept that when they say God is good, what it means is it would be logically contradictory for him to cause evil, and they're going to use that circular argument to say, therefore, it's logically contradictory for him to cause evil. And when we say, obviously, that's not how we view God, they're going to say you're defining the word. It's just a circular argument. Tofi, do I have a wrong read on the room?
You have Jack on the ropes, bro. Keep going.
Wait, Tofi, what's your defense of the logical problem?
I don't defend it.
You think it's garbage?
Well, I don't think it succeeds.
Why not just defend it the way I suggested earlier?
How do you defend it?
Well, if I wanted to defend it, I would just say it's never okay to allow evil for some other good. I would just put that as a premise.
Doesn't evil allow free will?
Well, it's like the ontological morality. People say like you can never justify a greater good by some evil action.
Greg, somebody is telling me that Joe doesn't think that the logical problem succeeds. Joe Schmid.
Look, if the theodicy is
Jack, why do you think, Jack? Why do you think that these? Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that Joe is a philosopher, but why do you think that? Well, maybe he is actually bad one, but he is. So why do you think that atheist philosophers like Stephen Ludd don't think that the logical problem succeeds?
I don't know.
What's your opinion?
I think that Plantinga successfully answered it.
But Jack, what's your?
That might be why.
But what's your opinion? Why do you think they don't defend the logical problem?
I just told you.
So why do you think they think that way?
I don't know. I mean, there's lots of stuff that's very commonly held in academic philosophy that seems to me very hard to make sense of or take seriously. So I don't really understand it.
But Jack, I don't understand. You think that Plantinga has not defended the problem very well?
I think that what?
You don't think that Plantinga's defense succeeds?
No.
Well, what's wrong with the free will defense?
Well, there's probably a lot of things wrong with it. For one thing, it entails that God doesn't have free will.
But why would that be true?
Well, because the way that Plantinga defines morally significant freedom is having the ability to do evil.
Wait, stop.
God doesn't have that ability.
Wait, but I don't understand why can't
God doesn't
God
have morally significant freedom.
wait, stop. Just first of all, he says that that's for humans because they're transworld depraved. But more importantly, why is it that God can't have freedom to choose only between two equally perfect actions? Or sorry, two equally perfect choices. What's the problem there?
That wouldn't be morally significant freedom.
But God isn't transworld depraved, right?
It doesn't seem like you're familiar with free will defense.
Okay, so from my perspective, there is.
But I think those. Sorry, I'm just saying. Like, I think those moves are like blocked though, so that's why I think keeping it simple is the best. But yeah, the idea there is like if you're omnibenevolent, your actions would never be well. If you're omnibenevolent and you're aware of the consequences of your action, like if you install the omni view of God there, it's gonna be hard to see how your actions could possibly decrease the degree of moral perfection in the world.
So, so two things. One is when God created, at least biblically speaking, in my understanding, he didn't create something that was evil, right? So he created what he created. He called good, including the angels. They were good when he first created them. So they weren't evil to begin with. Now, evil did come, and he knew that it would. So I'm not saying that he wasn't aware evil would come, but he didn't just instantiate evil as it stands. I mean, he didn't just instantiate evil; he instantiated good, and then evil came from the free choices of free agents, right? So there's that part. But then also the end goal of God, if it justifies all of these evils that occurred, right? If they're necessary in some sense for this end goal, wouldn't that be a moral justification? Wouldn't that be a justification for him creating?
Yeah, but here's like I think the problems with these replies are like the following. The first one is, if God knows the results of their actions, it's hard to see how there will be blame on the part of God. So like there's like two views about future contingencies, the truth of future contingencies. There's one view that they have a truth maker, that is they can be true. Under that view, God foreknows, and it's very easy to put the blame on God. The second view is a more controversial one, but it's that the future contingent propositions don't have a truth maker, so they're neither true nor false. And if they're neither true nor false, God can't know them because knowledge is like just by true belief. But at that point, I think it's almost as if God is just like gambling with the moral state of the world in that case, and that I think is equally bad. But here's the thing, though: if you remember, the argument goes that like the world is currently morally perfect and it's not improvable upon. And the reason why the Christian is committed to such a view is because the Christian is committed to the view that creation is a free gift. Because if the world was morally improvable, then that means that God has an obligation to create because he's omnibenevolent. And the way I'm understanding omnibenevolent is to maximize good as much as possible to the capabilities of the agents and decrease evil as much as possible given the capabilities of the agent. And so, given that he's omnibenevolent, he would be committed to creating, and creation wouldn't be a free gift. So if the world is like morally perfect now, it doesn't make sense to create evil by lowering the moral state of the world just to then eventually get a state that has the same degree of moral perfection of the world as the world has sans creation, without God ever having created.
So just adding to be able to share his infinite love or his perfect love with free beings, that wouldn't be a justification for evil.
Right, because the world is morally perfect without God creating. If I have like $1 million in the bank, and I think that like if I give like $500,000 to a bunch of mafias and they go out and like kill people, they'll be able to like obtain me $500,000 back. So I could say, look, I paid them off to get me these money, and that's like the greater good. But the point is, like, allowing their evil actions, I'm just going to end up with like the same sum of money. And it seems like the state of affairs in which I have $1 million without anybody getting killed is better than the state of affairs where I have $1 million, but a bunch of people got killed. The point here is that the world is morally perfect without God ever having created. If you compare that to a state of affairs where God created and there's a lot of evil, there's the degree of moral perfection is being lowered, just for it eventually to end up at the same point as God never created, that seems to be a worse history than the history in which God never created. I don't know if that made sense. That was kind of a mouthful.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I guess the only thing I'm saying is like if there were beings, right, that were totally free, right, libertarianly free, I mean, and God wanted to have them choose him by their choice, right, choose to love him, and he loves them back for eternity, and the good that would be brought to them, and the praise and glory that God would get from the creatures, and the love, that they would show towards him, that doesn't have a value, that there's no value in that would counterbalance or I just tip the scales in favor of that being taken as an action to instantiate that, as opposed to
Yeah, but it can't be better. So think about the two scenarios with like the $1 million. Like he might pay off the mafia just to get back the $1 million. But the point is, even the world where he creates creatures with like libertarian free will, that can't be a better state of affairs than the world. Sorry, that can't be a better world than the world in which God exists on creation. God exists without creation.
Well, what do you mean by it can't be better? Like, how are we defining better here?
Well, in terms of like moral perfection. But the point with that is because if you think that the world can be better, if you think that like by God creating creatures with liberty and free will, that makes that state of affairs better in some sense, you're going to be committed to the view that God had to create out of obligation, because the state of affairs in which God exists by himself and only by himself it would mean that that state of affairs is worse than the state of affairs in which God exists alongside creatures with liberty and free will. And given his omnibenevolence, he will then have an obligation to create. But in Christianity, you're committed to the view that creation is a free gift.
Yeah,
Can
so
I just,
that's interesting.
I
Well, I
think
was
that's sorry.
oh, go ahead, go ahead. No, go ahead, Zelina.
Yeah,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Zelina, what do you want to say?
Oh, I want. Can I say something real quick?
Well, Zelina.
I'll be quick.
Okay, go ahead, Carlos.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Zeleny.
No, go ahead if you're gonna be quick, sure.
Yeah, the world is I mean, it's perfect before the world. God is perfect. Perfect is in without any flaw. And then the addition of the world magnifies the perfection. It magnifies what is already perfect.
What does that mean?
Are you trolling?
Sounds good.
That's what's controlled.
Wait,
She's
Zelina,
always doing this,
Zelina,
Jack. What are you talking about?
Wait, isn't
Zelina,
that
do
a
you have
John
Tom block?
Leeism, like word for word?
Yeah,
He said
that actually, I thought John Lee came up with a pretty good. That was. I thought that was clever when Tom said it.
What does it mean to magnify?
Wait, Zelina, do you have Tom blocked?
Very good question, Jack.
We may need to bring you down. To
Like if
bring
you had a
Tom in.
if you had like something that was a perfect object with no flaws,
Yeah. Real quick,
then
guys.
you
Yeah.
put a magnifying glass.
Hold,
And
yeah,
that's
hold
why
on.
it brings glory. It brings glory
I'm
Uh,
to
amazed that
that which is
Andrew
already
maintains his
perfect.
composure
It
with
makes
you
it
guys.
bigger and better. Oh, but not better. Just
Anyway.
Wina said something like, if it's improving the state of the world, then God has a moral obligation. Like that's the an important part of the claim. Is
Yeah, if the world's morally improvable and God is omnibenevolent, then God has an obligation to create.
but does that like have a hidden premise that like benevolence or omnibenevolence
Well,
needs
it's
to
not
entail
well, it's an
some kind of
analysis. Yeah, it's an analysis of what omnibenevolence means. We just said earlier, I'm thinking that if a being is omnibenevolent, they will increase the good as far as their capabilities and decrease evil as far as their capabilities give.
So a theist could like then say, I disagree with that kind of utilitarian like maximizing notion of goodness,
Well, it's not like
and instead of accept something like the ontology and the notion of supererogatory goodness that like God does in creating.
Yeah. Well, if you want to think that
So I don't think I tracked.
God could be
I mean,
benevolent,
somebody can have a different. Sorry, go ahead.
if you want to think that on your model of God could make the world worse, as consistent with his attributes, or he could not do as much good as he could, right? Addressing the supererogatory concern, then that could be your model. I think what Venus is getting at is people who think that God is sort of all good in the kind of more usual sense, which would conflict with that. But yeah, I mean, if you think God is going to increase the amount of just going to intentionally make the world worse than it could have been, then that could be your view.
Yeah, but I don't. Also, this is connected with making it worse. It was just about an obligation. But does God have an obligation to maximize goodness?
I think the important thing is that supererogatory goods just seem to be a gibberish concept. I mean, I realize that they're.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, because like, where's the normativity, right? It just seems like they're talking about some non-normative notion of the good, right? And that's not what's at stake in this argument.
Yeah. Well, if you're thinking about the good,
Yeah, that may be.
in the way that you do, it's going
I
to be
just want to say, I don't think it's like a utilitarian concept of omnibenevolence. I'm just saying that if you're omnibenevolent, then if you see room to increase the good, you will increase the good. That's going to be an
Yeah,
incentive for you being omnibenevolent.
you're using a normative notion of the good, and so
Yeah,
you're just saying if we don't understand the good normatively, then this argument won't go through, right? And Detroit,
No,
of course, is right. Of course, it's right. If that's your model, that you understand goodness in some non-normative way, then sure the argument doesn't address that, right?
Oh, no, I'm just saying I don't like it being called. I just object to it being called utilitarian.
Oh no, I agree with you about that. I agree with you about that. I'm just saying.
And also, what I'm saying is, you can understand the good in a normative way, but if your model is, I mean, essentially,
Yeah, but that means you have to bite the
actually acting in ways that he shouldn't act.
No, that's fine, but
that's
you're sort of granting that the gibberish bullet is a biteable bullet.
Oh, to do with the supererogatory stuff?
Yeah, because what the hell is that, right?
Well,
do you really understand that concept?
I
It's a pretty
understand
straightforward
it in,
concept of like you don't have a moral obligation to do it, but it increases good if you do it.
Yeah, but
It's
when you
like,
say increases
merely
good,
accepted that as a
you're
part
just
of
understanding that
utilitarianism.
non-normatively.
Wait, Zelena, do you understand the critique being raised?
It's not really worth engaging with them, though. Let's just go back. The point that I want to make. The point that I want to make is that let's say they say, well, the fact that my view isn't orthodox just means that I have to give up on orthodoxy, right? I think the point though is that if they want to say that evils are justified by greater goods, then it just seems to me they're saying there is no evil. Do you agree with that, Venus?
No, I agree with that. I don't think you can have an evil as a means. So evil as a necessary means. I think in that case it'll just be a good.
Right, exactly. So I think they could even give up on orthodoxy, but there'd still be that problem.
But there's like a triple objection to this point. The first one is, given God's omnipotence, I think you can just get the end without the means. The second point is the one you brought up, and the third point was the one that I brought up, which is that if the world is morally perfect from the get-go, like its own creation, it doesn't make even creating evil to eventually end up with the same amount of good seems like a worse history than the history in which no evil ever happened, and which was like good all along. Like why would I worsen the state of the universe just to get it back to the same degree, like sometime in the future?
Yeah, no, I think that's probably all right, but I think the way Andrew and Converse would be inclined to try to resist the argument is to say that they would prefer to think that they're not committed to such a robust view of omnipotence, right?
I mean, that's fine, but what normative notion of omnibenevolence do they have as an alternative to this one?
No, not omnibenevolence, omnipotence.
Oh.
I think they're going to want to say
Omnipotence. Okay,
yeah,
I see.
they're going to want to say God. There are logically possible worlds that God can't actualize.
Yeah, but that just seems like well, I mean, like I have two arguments against that, which is the first one is I just take that to be downgrading God's omnipotence from logical omnipotence to metaphysical or feasibility, and I would just say the argument is initially tailored towards the person who believes in logical omnipotence, and the second one will just be like I think the feasibility or metaphysical modality is just like gobbledygook.
Yeah, I think there's probably more you can say though about it because
No, probably, but I mean, like,
There's proof, 'cause I think it's not. I'm not even sure the gibberish objection. The metaphysical possibility is gibberish objection or gobbledygook objection is one you even need, right? Because how are they going to understand foreknowledge on this view, right? Because it
well, they
doesn't
can
seem
deny
like.
there is foreknowledge, though.
Yeah, well then, okay, then I don't know. I have to think about whether. Yeah, so you mean if they become open theists?
No, 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 no,
Wait,
no,
Jack,
no. What I'm
what was
saying
the?
is,
I missed what you said. How do you deny? How are you going to have foreknowledge on what view?
wait, this is important, Jack. You don't need to be an open theist because they can hold that like future contingencies don't have truth makers.
Yeah, that's open theism, though. I mean, that's a feature of open theism.
Yeah, I would reject that.
Wait.
But what did Jack? I was
Wait,
wondering.
sorry, go ahead, Converse.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I agree with Jack there, and I would just say that I was wondering what Jack was saying. How do you hold a view of foreknowledge on what view? Because I had somebody come
I'm
out.
saying if you give up on omnipotence, meaning that God can actualize all logically possible worlds, and you say, well, he can only actualize feasible worlds or metaphysically possible worlds or whatever, right? I'm trying to understand how foreknowledge is supposed to work there, because I don't think Molinism can work, because there's just going to be logical problems that are insuperable. So I don't really know what alternative they have.
You mean because of the objection that there's no truth values to the counterfactual statements?
Yeah.
Well, you think that's Well, what about somebody like Stalnaker that disagrees with that, right?
I don't know how they disagree.
Wait. I just want to ask Jack something.
Yeah.
Because I think we might understand the thesis of open theism differently. I took open theism to be the thesis that God chooses to make his knowledge limited with regard to our future actions, or at the very least that our future actions are not going to be known to him, but he can still know future contingencies about non-libertarian actions, which is different from like the view that I was proposing.
There might be different versions of which future contingencies don't have a truth value, because maybe probably Detroit knows if this is the case.
I wasn't saying that anything on God's part. I was making a claim about future contingent propositions. I was saying maybe.
I was just saying that I think a lot of open theists just think that God's omniscience doesn't include knowledge of future contingents because they don't think future contingents have a truth value.
Oh, okay. See, I've never heard it cashed out that way, but maybe that's some. Like I always thought that it was on God's part that He made Himself either not know the future ones, or that His future knowledge is just limited to not knowing the actions of like libertarian agents, but He can know other future contingencies.
It might be limited in that way, right? They might say, well, he knows, some future contingent propositions, but future contingent propositions about libertarian free acts are not knowable because they don't have.
What I was saying is like maybe like there are no truth makers of future contingent propositions, like regardless whether it's like actions or
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, leaving aside open theism, which might be worth exploring, like whether they have a way out that way. If they don't go that route, I'm just not seeing how God can have foreknowledge. At least in the sense that, because I suppose he could have foreknowledge in the gambling sense, which is to say, upon creation, he knows. Upon the creative act, maybe he knows all future propositions, right? But he can't really know prior to the creative act, right?
Well,
I think you have to give up the best possible world for one thing.
well, I don't actually think there's a best possible world. So, sorry if it's boring. I'm not going to go into. You guys have heard me talk about my conceptions like a lot, but like I don't think there is a best possible world. The philosophers that I read, they talk about best possible worlds. So most of them think that there's an infinite number of best possible worlds that are all equal in value, right? And then God just can choose from the one that he thinks would bring about his goals or pleasure or whatever the case may be, right? And so, yeah, I just think it would follow because you could always add one more. Like, what is the goal? To save as many free people as possible. Well, what if I extended the world out for another 400,000 years? You could save 10 more people. Well, you could just do that ad infinitum, right? Or to whatever it is, you could just add one more to it every single time for all eternity. So there's just going to be an infinite number of best possible worlds.
It just seems like the word best is being misused then.
I think there's a problem with that though, which is that you're claiming there can't be a best possible world, right?
Well, there have been multiple arguments. Like one of them is the one I just gave, that you can always do one more thing. Yeah.
No, right. I think that's actually those types of arguments are usually presented as a reason why God is not required to actualize the best possible world, because there is no best possible world. God can't do something that's impossible, right? But I think actually, if it's the case that one world is a better world, right? One way to think about it is, so imagine there's an infinite hierarchy of better possible worlds, right? But no best possible world, right? Well, the world at which God produces a better world than this world, right, is a world in which God is the better agent, right? Because he's acting more rationally, right? Because rational action involves doing what's better, right? What you have most reason to do. So surely God has more reason to create a better world than a worse world. And so if a better world is possible than this world, that would just mean that the God that existed at that world was a more rational being than the God that exists at this world, right? And I think that's just going to show that God can't exist. So I think that argument is just not going to help the theist. I think it's going to be a reductio against God's existence to try to invoke that there's no best possible world.
Yeah, I definitely understand that move. I think that's a potential issue with it, right? But the only thing that I've heard is just that look, the same issue that you have with an infinite past, right? Sorry, let's check here. Well, there's an issue that you have with an infinite past, right? Where you can use like grim reaper paradoxes and things like this to kind of try to debunk. But then Malpass and others have, sorry, Jack's back.
Sorry, I disconnected by accident.
Yeah, no worries. So one thing that I have heard is like how you're probably familiar with like this infinite past thing, right? Where you can use like grim reaper paradoxes and things like this to try and show a reductio in an infinite past. But then you have people like Alex Malpass and others that kind of argue for like certain conceptions where time starts at a point in the set or something like that, right? I don't remember the exact argument they give. It's escaping me right now, but I'm sure you're familiar with these type of things where it's like a moment picked a moment started or something like that, whatever the case is. You probably know better than me. But in a conception like that, right, there's just going to be reductios in regards to time and possibility. And yet, many smart atheist philosophers argue that it's just still the case that there can be an infinite past, and we still made it to this moment in time. And I've seen, unfortunately, I don't remember now who, but I've seen a paper where somebody's kind of arguing the same thing about this objection, or a similar one, where they were saying, look, if there is, this, you can always add one more, and you can see it as a reductio that, well, that world would be better than this one. Well, that next world would be better because you had one more, and so forth. So it's reductio against God. They're arguing kind of the same thing, but in reverse. That no, you would pick this moment, or there would be this instant where it started or something. Anyway, sorry, that probably is not very informative as far as, unless you know the argument that Malpass and others make about that. And I didn't lay that out very well, but maybe you might want to say something about it.
Well, are you talking about an argument that doesn't block, an argument that sort of shows that the arguments against the existence or the possible existence of an infinite past fail? Because one of the things Malpass has done is try to show that these arguments that are supposed to show that actual infinities there can't be actual infinities, or there can't be a past infinite universe, that those arguments fail. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so you have like Alex Cruz, the Grim Reaper paradox, right? And there are a couple of others that I'm not really familiar with. Right, and I think that Alex tries to argue some type of like, I don't think he just tried to say that, the Grim Reaper paradox is, there's nothing to it, there's no content to it, but rather that it can be avoided in some type of way by, I'm actually, I feel bad now speaking out of ignorance, but it's something like, there's a point started within the set or something like that. So if I'm killing that, just please, look up the arguments yourself. But am I misunderstanding that?
I don't remember how Alex tries to argue against the Grim Reaper paradox. I think his view is that what the sort of thought experiment shows is that Grim Reapers are impossible or something like that. It doesn't show that actual infinities are impossible. It just shows that there couldn't be a Grim Reaper or something like that. But you'd have to ask Troyer, because Troyer knows a lot about the Grim Reaper paradox.
Intuitions that would be matching up. Yeah, presumably they can go awry, Jack, and I would be fine with saying that. And some of these intuitions are going to be stronger than others. I'm going to have a stronger intuition that it's wrong to take the innocent life of somebody in some brutal way than I would that it is wrong to lie to somebody so you can make a few bucks or something like that. I'm going to see a difference qualitatively between those two. And I think to whatever degree that I've warped my intuitions is the degree that I won't be understanding of how those things are quite different from each other.
I don't think that being the case can really be squared very easily with the claim that there could be like 20 Holocausts tomorrow.
Yeah, I will say this, Jack. I probably should, and this is very good. And that's why I love these conversations with you, and I see great value in them, and I appreciate you very much. And people can say whatever they want, but I appreciate it. So I will say this. I want to maybe amend that a little bit. If 20 Holocausts happen tomorrow, it would bother me. I'm not saying that.
I don't doubt it would bother you. I don't doubt it would bother you. The question is, would you take that as evidence that God is
against God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist. One or the other. Right?
Complete your thought, Andrew. What do you think?
I mean, I guess there's a number of things you could do. You could say God does not exist. God is not good. God is not omnipotent.
Yeah. I would say that the experience I have there would be like, geez, I mean, it's hard to know what my psychology would be if that happened. But if I was to assume it happened right now, and I thought about that would be like, ooh, is God? Yeah, maybe I might think, is God giving up control here in some sense, or like I mean, Scripture does teach the devil's going to be able to unleash on the earth and do some pretty big. What's that?
I remember I was talking to Andrew this is like a long time ago, like a couple months ago, and like it was the subject of what would cause you to become a theist, or what would cause you to become an atheist if you are a theist. I remember you answered this question with, well, if everybody on the earth except for me died, that might do it for me.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, my audible.
I think it's you problem, Andrew. I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm in a kind of bad signal. You said if everybody, the whole thing about everybody dying was I was talking about that would falsify prophecy that Christ gave, and so I would either believe that is not actually supposed to be in the Bible, so I'd have to give up inerrancy, or I would believe that Christ was wrong. I'd have to give up his omniscience, or that he's always honest. I could conclude that God doesn't exist as a result of that. It's hard to say, but that would definitely be a problem.
Well, on skeptical theism, it wouldn't be a problem.
Andrew, could you conclude that God could resurrect all those people?
Sure. I guess that is true. But let's see. Could God resurrect those people?
You can make anything work.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Andrew.
Huh? What'd you say, Jack?
You can make anything work on this model. You can make it consistent with any observation on this model.
Well, yeah, I'm going to see. I guess, but Jack, I guess the thing is, I guess with any view of God, really, I don't see how it would be different for any theist, because it would always be the case. It would always be the case that you could say God could do these things. I mean, I don't know what restraint somebody would have.
No. The point is, what's different about skeptical theism is you're committed to doubting the reliability of your moral perceptions.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why I probably wouldn't want to commit to that. I would say in general, I'm going to accept my intuitions because I don't think that I'm in a position right now where they are malfunctioning or not mapping onto
but if you think
reality.
Moral perceptions are reliable, then you're just back to the evidential problem of evil.
Yeah. Right. So if I saw the Holocaust, I would be like, yeah, that's pretty rough.
Then you'd have to say it's inconsistent with my conception of the good for a good all-powerful God to have 50 Holocausts tomorrow, right? And that's not what you've been saying.
No, you're right. I wouldn't say that it's inconsistent. I wouldn't say that it disproves God or that it's damning evidence against him.
It doesn't have to be logically impossible for God to exist.
Right.
The point is, it has to provide overwhelming evidence.
Yes. Yeah. So I guess I would have to weigh that against the idea of eternity and what God is getting out of that and what humans are getting out of that, and compare that on a scale and say, is that something that is justifiable? And in my view, that is going
It seems
to.
like it seems like you could have eternity without those things, right?
Well, I mean, I guess that would be the hard thing to prove, because I don't know that is the case. I mean, again, this is going to be me falling back on.
If God is all powerful, why would it be a problem to have eternity without those things?
Without what things?
Whatever the gratuitous evils, the apparent gratuitous evils are taken to be, Auschwitz or Hiroshima or whatever.
Well, I mean, there might be. We might not know what reasons. There might be reasons for it. We might not be aware of it. Doesn't mean that they're not.
Theism.
No, well, if you mean that, I don't know.
So.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, go.
Well, I was just going to say, I want to give you a chance to speak too much. I just want to say this, though, Jack. I was thinking about this, and I want to think about this more, Jack, because I love these conversations. But if you were to look back, say we have the history, which we do, right? We have history. We just trust the history, right? And we trust we trust the reasoning behind it. So if we look at what's happened to all the disciples, or a lot of the persecution that took place, the Colosseum, Christ dying himself, right? All of these things, Cain killing Abel, all of these things that happened in the Old Testament. If we look at that, and all of these various events, and we see some of them bringing about things that we're like, oh, okay, I see. Shoot, okay, that makes sense. Like that could counterbalance, right? If we see that enough times, is there a point that it would build up such a precedent that when we see something that we're like, oh, this surely counts against God in some way? Wouldn't it be the case that we've built up enough precedent that it would tip that you would be able to say, you know what, this has happened before. I've looked at many of these things before. They were not okay when I first saw them at first glance. But once I realized that there was a reason provided, and I mean, I know all reasons, but I know like a satisfying reason as to why certain things like the crucifixion, like the disciples being persecuted, things like that. Knowing those things, that they did achieve a good, having that precedent, couldn't that be something that would give me pause in jumping to the conclusion that there's not a good reason for these things that are occurring, and in fact, it may be forthcoming.
Well, I'm not sure it matters whether it may be forthcoming or not, right? Point is, if you don't think you have access to the reasons, and I don't see how you rule out any observation as inconsistent with God's moral character, because you can always say, well, I don't have access to the reasons. They may be forthcoming, right? But I don't have access to the reasons.
Yeah. So anything that occurs in my life, even stubbing a toe or somebody lying to me or whatever might happen, I guess any person could say I don't have access. I mean, I don't think people would be being honest if they said they did know. I mean, I could plot out things that I think are plausible. In fact, I think they would be pretty much necessarily the case, that certain goods would come out of certain evils. And I think we could show that, plot it out. But I don't think that we could get down to, like, why is God doing this just by the nature of the case? If he doesn't want to reveal it, he doesn't have to. And I don't see that putting me in this position of saying, now I have zero way to judge anything that happens as far as if it's in line with God's moral character or not. I don't know that.
When something happens and something happens that is prima facie bad, right? You think, well, I don't really see why that had to happen for the sake of the greater good, right? And you think, oh, well, maybe God has a good reason, I just don't have access to it. Well, I don't see why you can't say that about anything, including 90 Holocausts tomorrow. And if that's the case, right, I've given you the reason to think that commits you to global skepticism. I can run through that reasoning again. If it's not,
Do you mind, Jack? I'm sorry for being kind of dense.
To not be a global skeptic, you have to say the fact that I am unlikely to be deceived about this belief is something that's inconsistent with God's character. But you've already said that if there were 90 Holocausts tomorrow, right, that wouldn't count as strong evidence, or really as any evidence that God was a bad being or what have you, right? So why would it be the case that any other belief that would be inconsistent with his moral character for him to permit you to be mistaken about it?
Okay. Yeah, I do remember getting here with you. Okay. And I wonder, because I'm pretty sure, Jack, I wish we'd go back. I think after we went back and forth on this a bit, I think it went to ultimately somehow got to Molinism. I think, but I'm trying to remember. Ultimately, I can't trust anything. So it's not even just skeptical theism, not having reasons for why any particular egregious evil or any particular evil happens, not having access to those reasons. But then it goes even further than that, to a global situation to where you aren't even able to trust your senses on anything, on your conclusions on anything. Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so to say that I can't, I mean, I guess my issue with that is that I would feel like that. Why would that be any different than saying it could be the case that I'm a brain in the vat? I don't have a reason to believe that.
No, but you look.
Yeah.
You just take an ordinary case, right?
Okay, sure.
I take it that when I see an orange, that counts as strong evidence that there's an orange in front of me.
Right.
Presumably that's going to be a justified belief, right?
Sense perception, right?
Now,
yeah.
Now somebody tells you, oh, wait a minute, we're in a special room owned by this guy named Ollie, and Ollie has this projector, right? Take a look at this projector. He's going to turn it on now. Look, voila, you see an orange. Can you tell the difference between that and a real orange? And if you answer no, they look exactly alike.
Yeah, no.
Well, so then the question is, okay, I know I'm in the room with Ollie and the projector, right? Now, what knowledge do I have that Ollie doesn't have? Let's say I see an orange. What knowledge do I have that Ollie hasn't turned on his projector, right? And there might be circumstances where you knew a lot about Ollie. Maybe you've lived with Ollie all your life, right? And so you have very strong reason to doubt that he would turn on the projector and lie to you about it, right? Because you have all this other evidence about him, right? But in the example, you don't know anything about Ollie's moral character, right? You don't know what kinds of things Ollie would or would not be likely to do, right? Well, if you see an orange, right, normally, if you weren't in Ollie's room, right, normally you would just think, okay, I have strong evidence that there's an orange there. But when you're in Ollie's room, right, you have a defeater for that belief. You're not justified in saying, yeah, there's likely an orange there, because you don't have a basis upon which to say Ollie is likely not using his projector, right? And so that's the
Very
analogy
good.
here. That's the
Yeah.
analogy here,
Okay.
right? Is that God's moral character is of a
Let him
kind.
finish, Mister.
God's moral character is of a kind where there certain observations, right? Any observation is consistent with it, right? Because you can just say, well, if that were to happen, God would have a morally sufficient reason for doing it. That wouldn't show that he was a bad being, right? It wouldn't be evidence that he was a bad being, right? Well, on the view, there is no observation that would count as evidence that he's a bad being.
Fair enough. And I want to give Mr. I'll let you respond, buddy. I just want to say this real quick, though. Jack, we can continue. I was just going to say, wouldn't I now, if I have good reason to preclude God from being a liar or a deceiver, then me seeing that orange, I would have good reason to believe that that in fact is the orange that I'm seeing. It's not a projection.
No,
It could be the case. It's a projection.
Again, the issue is not
Yeah.
whether God cannot lie or not, or whether he can permit you
Okay.
to be deceived.
Okay. So he would be putting that orange. He could be putting that orange there, and I wouldn't know. He could be projecting that.
He could have permitted a certain set of circumstances to obtain, such that you would be persuaded to believe something that was false.
Okay, but it wouldn't be necessarily him doing it. I mean, I understand he constructs it. I get it.
Well, look, I don't know. You can. I mean, presumably you think that God sends deceived blind spirits, right? And you also think people are deceived all the time, right? So it's obviously consistent with God's moral character that people are deceived, right?
Right.
So
Yes.
I'm not
There's
really
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, that's true. So I'm just trying to hone in here. So let's see. Okay. So I'm seeing that orange. Now I have reason already to think that God is honest, but you're saying it doesn't matter because he could be showing me that orange and have a greater purpose for allowing me to be deceived. We'll just say he's not showing it. Sorry, he's concocting that. He's setting up the circumstances to where I am deceived, thinking that orange is an orange, but it's not really an orange. It's a projection. So he's allowing the circumstances for the deception to take place, and I would have no way to distinguish that. So I guess this is going to come back to just what I think that people are already, and I'm not sure that I'm going to do like a Romans 1 thing, Jack, but certainly in my case, I've had this kind of apprehension of first his existence. Now,
but I'm not making
it may be the case.
I'm not making an argument.
Sure. I know. No, for sure.
I can't make such an argument, right? Because because why this came up today, right, was because you were offering evidential considerations that counted in favor of your belief that Christianity was true, right? And I'm saying that type of inference is illicit on skeptical theism, right? So whatever justifications you have for belief in God would be undermined, right? But that's not the argument I'm making at this moment, right? I'm just
Sure. Yeah, I was, and I was just building on it, but I just want to ask you real quick, Jack. So if you can help me out there, because I keep, and again, I'm sorry, this is dense if we're covering old territory, but just help me out here. How is it that I would get out of being a skeptical theist? What degree of apparent evils that take place must I have some answer for, and what does the nature of that answer look like for me to say that I'm not a skeptical theist?
I'm not really sure I know the answer to that question.
That's because it's convenient for atheists to label most people a skeptical theist because it promotes the idea of atheism to the average person like me who doesn't know philosophy. It's a misleading nomenclature. Jack, what I'm saying is, Jack, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems you explained what it is to be a skeptical atheist, but now you don't have a clear explanation of how to get out of it. It seems like
you're still not following, Mister.
No, I don't think you're following what I'm saying.
No,
what I'm saying is that
I've been listening. You're confused.
So let me ask you, because Jack was kind to me, Mister. Let me, and obviously I'd be kind to you anyway. But Jack was kind to me. Okay, Jack. Well, I just want to ask you something, because Jack was kind to me. I just want to ask you one question, just real quick, just because I think this will be helpful. If you were tomorrow, Mister, to wake up and there was 9 Holocausts that took place, you heard about this, right? 9 horrific Holocausts, right? When you look at those and you sit and ponder, right? Like, wow, that just happened. What is that going to tell you about the nature of God? Like, what are you going to think about that? Now, think about the horrific nature of this. People are suffering in agony. They're choking. They're dying. Their skins, whatever's happening, right? They're dying. They're suffocating. They're drowning in gas or whatever the case may be, right? What? And God's standing there or whatever, anthropomorphic, whatever. But he's watching this with his arms folded, doing nothing, right? And this is a loving God who cares about us, right? Some of these people, presumably Christians, they're his children. They're crying out. He does nothing, right? Now, I mean, I think we have some answers here, but let's just take it in the most like extreme, pull at your heartstrings, like pull at your like moral intuitions, like case that we can, right? So it's just horrific. Babies, adults, everything, right? Just agony. This is happening on a global scale, huge. We'll just say a couple billion people. How about that? What are you thinking about God at that point? What do you think, like, this makes sense?
Well, what I'm thinking is it's like taking the Bible example of Abraham and his son and multiplying it by 1 billion. It's horrible at first glance. If I don't know God or the scriptures or what he says, and I don't know anything or want to know anything about it, then it would be obviously horrible for another human being to be killed in that way. And you'd think, wow, what a horrible, powerful, all-powerful God that allows this, being able to stop it. However, just like in the example of Abraham, ultimately it might be a greater good that I'm not aware of. And we saw that in the example of Abraham where it was only one person. Whether it's 5 million people, a gazillion people, the example still stands. He can allow certain things to happen that we don't agree with, but there could be a greater good coming from all that, which I believe it does come.
Sure. So the question is then, the follow-up to that is that, so you could say, let's just say it's 6 billion people. And let's say it's not even just a Holocaust. Before they're Holocausted, they're put on a rotisserie or a guillotine or a rack, and they're tortured in various ways for 1 billion years. Now, this isn't hell. This isn't judgment. This isn't the end days. There's a lot of prophecy that hasn't happened yet. So it's not that. They're tortured for 1 billion years. And you're able to, we'll just say, live that long for whatever reason. God keeps you alive. You're witnessing this.
So here's a way to think about the dialectic, Andrew, right? You might think, okay, if you have a substantive concept of the good, right, and you're going to think there are certain observations you can have about a person such that you will judge that person not to be good, right? And so you're going to think, okay, well, it's not logically impossible, maybe, for a person to not intervene and stop the slaughter of 6 million people, and not have a good reason for it, right? But you're going to have an extremely high standard of evidence to be convinced of that, right? You're going to think, okay, you're going to have to show me a lot of evidence that you have a good reason for not intervening, right? Now, you might think, okay, God is
trustworthy, and he's good. And so when he says that he has a good reason for permitting this, right, I should believe him, right? Well, what's your evidence for that? Now, personally, I don't think any of the kinds of considerations you bring to bear are good reasons to think that God exists or Christianity is true at all, right? So I wouldn't find any of that persuasive. But let's just say that I thought those were pretty good arguments, right? And I thought, okay, well, here's a bunch of things that happen that we have witnesses attest to, and so on. And out of all this available evidence, I can construct a very good inference that God more likely exists than not, right? Well, then I would counter this other evidence, right? Well, if I had inferred that a good God exists, who was also all powerful, I inferred all this on the basis of certain historical claims, right? And here's some data that is anomalous with respect to the hypothesis of an all-perfect, all-powerful God. All these horrible things keep happening. Children are dying of cancer. People are having their eyes gouged out. 6 million Jews are dying in the space of 6 years, just in like one small part of the world, and so on. That is overwhelming evidence, right? That this God, if he exists, is not all good, right, or all powerful, right? Well, what is the evidence that he is all good and all powerful? Well, you can appeal to these historical arguments, which I think are much weaker than the evidence that, this kind of thing is just inconsistent with a God being all good or all powerful, right? And see, the interesting thing is, if you say, well, no, that's not a good inference, right? It's not reasonable to think that when somebody doesn't intervene in stopping the slaughter of 6 million Jews, that they're likely bad when that person is God, because he would have access to all kinds of reasons we wouldn't know about, right? Well, then that just means that's adopting skeptical theism, and that means that 90 Holocausts tomorrow are also consistent with God's moral character and omnipotence, as God's perfect moral character and omnipotence, and so forth, right? But see, given that skeptical theism entails that there are no observations that are expected on the hypothesis that God exists, then all the historical arguments that you were using to infer that God was likely existed or that Christianity was likely true, right, are no longer licensed. And the same is going to go for religious experiences and whatever else you're appealing to say that justifies your belief that God exists.
Very good.
So the
Okay.
very thing that justifies, right, your belief that even though all these horrible things happen, nonetheless, you are fully justified that Christianity is true, right? And the way to explain this is just that you don't have access to God's reasons for permitting all these seemingly horrible things, right? Once you adopt that, that undermines your case for God's existence and Christianity being true. Because if the God that you hypothesize existed, right, there would be no predictive expectations generated. And there wouldn't be any way to say, oh, these observations make it more likely that this God exists, right? Because saying that these observations make it more likely that this being exists, right, is only true if God generates predictive expectations. God's existence generates predictive expectations. But if you're a skeptical theist, God's existence doesn't generate predictive expectations.
Yeah, that's very good. Okay, so if it's the case, then Jack, if I am born into this world and I have this perception just by looking around, right, I have this intuition that there is this God, and it just impressions itself on me. It's not even a choice, right? Like I'm impressioned with it. And I mean, maybe my choices might affect where I'm at. I could maybe voluntarily influence myself in different ways and change that. But let's just say that I've maintained that belief. And also, I've observed that there are occurrences that happen that are very, they're troubling. They bother me. They hurt my feelings, so to speak. They make me feel not good about it. But then I also see these things that are amazingly what I would classify as beautiful or pleasant or good or joyful, those kind of things. And if I was to see those two things, I think I could reasonably conclude that at least at the bare minimum, and I think this is just reasonable. Again, I could be wrong, and this is going to be certainty, but I can at least conclude that the God is not all evil. Because I think if he was all evil, he wouldn't have any. There'd be like zero joy.
That's not the issue. That God is not all evil.
Right. Sure. I know. I'm just trying to work from the ground up and maybe try to see how we can proceed here. So if I've concluded that much, and then I've looked at Scripture and I see that what this seems to be based on what's being said here, it's somewhat, you might say, self-authenticating. As I'm looking at this, it appears to be the case that this is true, and I can test certain things that it says as far as it might make predictions about how interpersonal relationships should work, and certain things will result in certain reactions or certain consequences. It kind of describes the nature of humanity and how money is going to be a huge driver of evil and all these things. And you could say that they knew that just off observation at that time. That's fine. But I'm just saying, like, some of the things are going to be testable. And you can see, well, I can see how they could just learn that off of the empirics at their time. But some of it, they're going to be making claims that may not be apparent at that time, but will be in the future. And they come to pass. Like if there was a prophetic thing, like if there was this thing where there was going to be like the mark of the beast, let's say, and people have different takes on that. But let's just say that the mark of the beast is predicted, and we see something like that happen, where there's like a microchip or some kind of thing that's put into the back of your hand, and you need it to buy or sell. And if you do not do that, you will not be able to buy or sell. If that occurred, I think that would be evidence you count in favor of both the Bible being true, or at least that section. And the more you do this with it, I think it just builds the credence of trusting that book. And as that happens, I think that gives you more credence to trust that it is actually supernatural, and it comes from the being that it represents. Now, I could be wrong. Granted, in all of this, I could be wrong. But I'm just erring on what is reasonable so far. What I've encountered, the evidence is presented to me in my lifetime so far. So I just think that it is reasonable. So there I am now believing that this book is authentic, like it's from God. And there are certain things that would falsify it. For instance, if we were to find the bones of Jesus and we could prove that he did not resurrect, if we had some, our technology could show that he didn't resurrect, or we could look at the predictions that he makes, where he says certain things are going to happen. Now, whoever made the point about the blowing up of the heads and reviving them, that was a very good point. So I agree that could happen. So I wouldn't want to press that. So I just have to publicly back out on that, because I agree that could easily happen.
I mean, on skeptical theism, finding bones that somehow, passed some test that it was Jesus of Nazareth's bones, right, wouldn't count either, right? Because that could just be another false belief.
right? That God could
Right. Okay. Right. Right. So at this point, so again, remember, I'm just going off what I have most reason to believe. Now, if you're saying that I don't even have reason to believe anything that I see, like I shouldn't even make any inferences. If I believe in God, that I shouldn't even make any inferences off of any evidence that's presented to me, then I guess I just don't see. I mean, yeah, that puts me. I mean, I'm pretty much paralyzed as far as being able to trust anything. And so you would be in a position of just not moving. I'm not doing anything. If you just like not, I mean, you wouldn't have any good reason, like you're saying, to do anything. But the thing is I think that the evidence as it stands, just like, what is it, prima facie or whatever, at first blush, when you're looking at it, you're just like, hey, this seems like this is the case. And as I think about it, it still seems like it's the case. It could be wrong. God could be deceiving me. This may be all fake. I could be a brain in a vat, but I don't have reason yet to believe that. So far, well, I'm just going off.
Yeah, but the point is, if you're a skeptical theist, right, all those inferences are going to be undermined.
Right. So we've got to figure it out if I am. So I'm just like what I was doing there is like kind of starting fresh. So let's just say that let's just come across the moral thing. So now as I hold these beliefs, which is really kind of mirrors what actually has happened in my life. So then I hear about things like the Holocaust, and I see these occurrences where these horrific things have taken place, and I'm thinking, wait, I have this inference that nothing just comes into being without a cause. I have this sense that, what is it, the PSR or whatever. I have this inference that this has a cause. There's an explanation for our existence, and whatever did it is powerful. Now, I don't know much more than that. Now, I'm not sure if omnipotence can lead to omniscience, or if an omnipotent being can make itself omniscient. I don't know. I haven't really teased that out. But let's just say that it's omnipotent, and again, I believe this book, so really that can fill out the attributes that it claims. Now, I have other reasons to believe these other claims because I've already tested them in various ways, and certain prophecies I believe have came true. Now, again, you could tell me, well, hey, you don't have any reason to believe anything that you're saying here because it may not be the case, because you just don't know what the reasons are for the stuff. You could be deceived, and God could be using that for some other reason, because that's your view, is that that's going to happen, right?
That's good reasons. I'm saying you don't have good reasons. You don't have any reason to rule that out on skeptical theism.
Right. So I guess ultimately there would always be the chance that this whole thing is a deception. In fact, I actually believe that. That could be the case. That could be the case. I guess this is where the faith part is coming in. There is going to be a degree of faith that things are as they appear, and that I'm not just being, that this isn't just a massive hoodwink. Now, I do think there are minor things that I'm deceived on. I do, but not, and that there are things that people are deceiving me on.
If you're a skeptical theist, you're not entitled to that belief.
Right, and I'm not sure. Right. And so I'm just trying to get to the point where I'm, and I'll take a step for sure. I'll go right back into that body bag if I have to. But it sounds like I don't want to. So I'm trying to see if there's a step that I could take differently, authentically, honestly, not some wormy thing. If I can take an authentic step that really does match how I really believe the world is and how I perceive things, that would keep me from going into that skeptical theism trap. If there is, so just bear with me here. So if I see these events occurring and I'm saying, wait, I don't have a reason. I have no explanation. I don't have an explanation as to all of the reasons some of these things may occur. But if I can see some of the things that have come out of them that most certainly or most likely would not have come out of them, I would think that would be counting as a reason why God could permit that, why he would permit that, in fact. That if I see a good, it doesn't seem like it would have come about if that same event had not occurred. And an example of that, and I just think it's a clear one because it shows two things. Again, if I already believe Scripture, you have him dying on the cross, so he's voluntarily giving his life according to what the Scripture says. If that's true, again, it may be false, but I'm believing it because I have other reasons to believe the Scripture. It's been proven, if we go back to what I've already said. So he's voluntarily giving up his life, condescending when he doesn't have to, and expressing what I view as the greatest act of love. But simultaneously, it's a terrible evil that's occurred. And so it's the worst evil that's occurred. So it's both the worst evil that has ever occurred, and it's also the best good that has ever occurred simultaneously. And me seeing that, it can give me an idea that an infinite good, an infinite positive thing can come out of what seems to be an infinitely evil thing. And so if I'm able to look back at that and see that and have reason for that, because I believe God revealed it, he showed me the reason specifically why he did that, why that happened. I can't even think of a better reason, right? If I believe that, then when I'm looking at these other occurrences that take place, I have precedent based on certain events like that, and there's others too, that I believe are clear-cut examples of God revealing his reasons for why these things are happening, that I can deduce that he has a good reason to allow other things that are not as egregious as the crucifixion to happen. That would be one thing. And the other thing is as I'm watching these things occur, again, I would have to know from you, just to know, because I don't really know what the criteria is, what is it that commits me to being a skeptical theist to where I cannot get out of it, as far as my reasons. Like if I'm able to plot out, two reasons for the Holocaust. If let's say that, two people, in my view, we'll just say two people get saved or something that wouldn't have gotten saved just because of some memorial held for Hitler or something like that, whatever the case may be. If I can see that, if I plot that down, is that alone enough to say, well, I have a reason? If it's not, how much more do I need to add? And so that would be my question, because I would have to know that to know how to even in principle, how to get out of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but see, the point is, for somebody like me, right, if you gave me the hypothesis, an all good, all powerful God exists, right, it would just be simple, right? I would just say, okay, well, that clearly can't be true, because the Holocaust is, and all these things, children dying of cancer, all these things I encounter every day, right? There's so much evil that I can't see a justification for, right? That just seems like, it would have been a better world had these things not occurred, right? I could just conclude that hypothesis is overwhelmingly likely false, right? Now, what you want to say is, no, you shouldn't think that way, right? Because you're assuming that you would have access to the reasons that guide God's conduct, but you're just a finite being, right? You can't see the things that God can see, right? That would justify permitting those things. And that's why, right, even if 50 Holocausts were to occur tomorrow, right, that wouldn't count as overwhelming evidence against God's existence, right? Well,
right.
That just means that every state of affairs that you could observe is equally consistent with God's existence, right? And so that means that that's going to mean two interesting things. One, it commits you to global skepticism, right? And two, it undermines the evidential basis for your belief in the existence of that God. Because the evidential basis for your belief in the existence of that God was a hypothesis whereby if that God existed, certain things would be more expected than others, right? You think, well, I've observed these things that are expected if God exists, and so therefore I have good reason to think God exists, right? But if you're a skeptical theist, you're just saying anything I observe is equally consistent with the hypothesis that God exists. So in fact, those observations don't count in favor of God's existence.
Yeah, very good. Hang tight, Mister. Just real quick, 'cause I'm gonna lose a lot of things I'm trying to say here, buddy. So this is very good, Jack. So, and I appreciate this very much. So a couple things I would want to say. So when you have, again, I'm going to fall back on what I've already concluded to be the case reasonably, right? Which is that Scripture is, in fact, and you've granted this before, just for the sake of the discussion, another time, that what Scripture teaches, that I can have my whole worldview, so to speak. I can have all my tools, so to speak. And so one of the things I want to point out, heard you say,
remember that
sure,
every word of Scripture could be true, right? And nonetheless, your observations apparently contradict it.
you mean if I'm a skeptical theist?
Yeah, that's right.
Right, which I'm not sure.
No
Again, I'm not.
No observation you have will establish that something was false in Scripture.
Right. So, I mean, it is the case that I could be being tricked by humans, or
yeah, I mean,
right,
you come to believe something
that could be false.
Yeah.
Yes, right, and I'm with you there. But again, I'm just going to have to go back to I don't have reason yet to think that that's the case. It is the case that I honestly, sincerely think.
The reason you have to think. The reason, it's not so much that you have reason to think that that is the case; is that you don't have reason to think it's not the case.
Okay.
If you're a
okay.
skeptical theist.
Well, right, which again, I'm not sure. Right. And I agree. But I agree if I'm going to just adopt that thing. But again, I'm going to try to navigate away from that if I can. So again, if we just start with where I was at, I had intuitions God exists. The Bible seems to have authenticated itself to me. I believe that it has proven itself to be accurate. And now I've gotten to the point where I trust it. And when I read it, I believe that what is being said is from God and it is accurate. And I can put my faith in it. I can count on it being the case. Now, it is true. I could be being tricked and all of that. But so far, I'm not committed to skeptical theism. Now, we're going to say that I see the thing like the Holocaust occur. Now, let's just look at that again. So the Holocaust occurs. Well, as I look at Scripture, I see that God has provided a choice for mankind and said, hey, you can choose this or this. Choose this. If you choose that, you're going to die. You choose this, you'll live. So he sets that option there. And he allows them to actually go through with it and consequences occur. I will say that not only do I see that, I also see examples in my own life. I don't have children, but I do have family members.
Here's where the problem arises, right?
Okay.
Ask yourself, right? Could there have been one less minute of suffering? Assuming you think suffering is a bad thing, right?
Sure.
Or one less person killed or whatever, right? So you have to, if there's even 1 minute of suffering or 1 second of suffering that's gratuitous, right? It's just logically impossible for the God you believe in not to exist, right? And of course, you could never know that. You could never know for sure whether there wasn't a good reason for that for that 1 second, right? To be permitted, that 1 second of suffering to be permitted, right? The question is, what evidential basis do you have for thinking that there couldn't have been 1 second less, right? That seems to me that's just an easy win for me, for skepticism.
For that view, sure.
I'm just like, yeah, it's just crazy to think there couldn't have been even 1 second less, right? When it seems so obvious, there could have been 6 million less dead people, and that would have just been really better, right? It's like, it's just no question, let alone 1 second or one person, right? It's like, it's just like, the whole thing is just crazy.
Sure.
Right? It'd be crazy to think that an all-powerful, all-good being actually exists in the face of all this, right? That's just crazy, right? So you have to say, no, it's not crazy, right? But if the way that you're saying it's not crazy is, oh, well, these reasons are just hidden from view because, we can't see the whole landscape because we're finite creatures. Unlike God, we can, right? And it's just perfectly obvious to him that there was a good reason to permit all this, right? In fact, every second of it was required. There couldn't have been even 1 second less without things having been worse, right? If there was even 1 second less, it would have actually been worse, right? Well, if that's what you believe, then it just seems to me you've undermined your entire evidential case for your belief that God exists and that Christianity is true, and you're committed to global skepticism.
Yeah. So if you're saying because I have to know the reasons, again, I would want to know the criteria of what I would be able to, what I could say, okay, that is a valid reason. Because from your perspective, you're saying, yeah, this doesn't make sense that there's this second of suffering. It doesn't seem justified. But from my perspective, I'm already under the belief that God is good and he's demonstrated that.
I understand.
He has.
Look, I understand.
Right.
Saying I can grant that if you believe that God is good, right?
Right.
That you can make anything consistent with that.
Sure. There's no way to falsify.
But what I'm saying is that has 2 consequences. It undermines your evidential case for the existence of God, so that your very reason for thinking that God exists, right, falls out from under you, right? Now you have no good reason to believe that, right? And second, it commits you to global skepticism, which I don't think is a bullet that anybody can reasonably bite.
Right? Okay. So when you said that my belief, and I guess I couldn't connect the dots there, when you say my belief in God is going to fall out from underneath me, if I say
the justification for that belief.
Okay, so if I have what appears, because to me, because the other part of it too, Jack, is going to be like when I look at the suffering, I mean, I can toy with the idea that why couldn't there be 1 less second? And I guess my issue there is that I could just keep doing that. I don't know when that would stop. That'd be one concern. Is what would the threshold be to where we would say, okay, well that's actually not an unreasonable amount of suffering. That's one concern I have. So let's just say that I say, okay, 1 second less, okay, 1 second less, 1 second less, 1 second less. Okay, how much has to happen there? Because from my perspective, because we're talking about appearances here, we're talking about how you view it, how other people view it. They look at this and they say, this is egregious. This looks unnecessary. But the thing is obviously there are people such as myself who view that, and I don't think, oh, this is obviously unnecessary. I don't view it that way because I do see that there's a massive butterfly effect. There's a massive way these things interact. And I can assume just by the nature of the case, it seems like it must be the case.
Yeah, well, I think that's consistent. I think that view is consistent with the view that 50 Holocausts tomorrow, right, would be consistent with the view that God exists and that he's all good and all powerful, right?
Yeah, well, 1 second of suffering versus 9 Holocausts. Now, I agree. I would still have to grant that as being, it would still be something that...
You can make a butterfly effect about anything, right? I
agree.
I can make 9 billion Holocausts tomorrow, right?
I agree.
There's a butterfly effect, right? Well, I'm just saying if that's your view, that's fine. I don't think that view is straightforwardly logically inconsistent necessarily, right? God could exist and there could be a justification for even 9 billion holocausts in a day, and that be consistent with God's moral perfection and his omnipotence, right? It's logically possible. The problem is that if that's the case, right, there can't be any evidential justification for the belief that God exists, and you're committed to global skepticism. Am I still connected?
Oh shoot, I'm so sorry. That's so lame. I was just talking. You couldn't even hear me. Gosh, that sucks.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that was weird.
That's
Happy 420.
I'm just kidding. Okay, thanks, right? Yeah. So if I was to say, Jack, I mean, so I guess the part that I'm having a hard time with is the part where you're saying that it undermines the evidence for God's existence. Because remember, I have intuition that God exists.
You're not understanding my reasoning there?
No, I think I am. I just help me out here. If I have this intuition, right, that God exists, and I think that it's a strong intuition, and I see these occurrences of evil that I don't have any kind of I don't have maybe a fully orbed answer as to why these things might occur. Although I can think of some. To me, they're convincing, but to you, they're not. You're like, that's ridiculous. But I'm saying it seems to be the nature of the case. If I believe that this being is omnipotent and all good, that it will in fact make the best possible world.
Yeah,
and so
fine.
it would be.
I'm just saying you can believe that. I'm just saying
Right.
that means that there can't be an evidentiary basis for belief in that being's existence, right? Because it's going to be consistent with all observations, and therefore it will generate no predictions, and therefore there can't be things that count as probability raising, evidentially, for that being's existence, right? So that's going to be
because I see. So just on that real quick. So my perception, my intuition, and my looking at the world and thinking that it has a creator and thinking that's a logical inference. That you're saying those beliefs themselves are going to be undermined because all of those pieces of evidence, all the empirics, the inferences, they could all be undergirded by a deception, basically, right? Like
the point is God, if God's existence generates no predictions, right, then it's not the case that you having those kinds of experience are expected if God exists.
Okay, let me think about that, Jack. Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just one more time.
If God's existence generates no predictions, no predicted expectations, then it's not the case that you having those experiences are expected if God exists.
Oh, okay. So the examples that I gave earlier, are you not counting those as predictive expectations? Like if I was able to see, I'm viewing certain things here, what appears to be reality, and then I'm comparing it to what I think Scripture says, and it seems to be they match up, and it's like
what
prediction.
I'm saying is that the confirmation of your hypothesis there is based on the idea that the hypothesis you have generates certain predicted expectations, right? And you observe things that you think confirm the hypothesis because you observe the things that are predicted if the hypothesis is true, right? Those predictions come true. So you think, okay, well, what is expected on my hypothesis has been observed. Therefore, that's evidence that counts in favor of my hypothesis, right? But it seems to me that if you're a skeptical theist, then the God hypothesis or Christianity is true hypothesis, whatever, don't generate any predictions because all observations are consistent with God's existence.
Or non-existence.
I mean, the idea is that if that God were to exist, right, there isn't anything we can say would be expected given his existence. There isn't any observation that would be expected given his existence because he might have morally sufficient reason, right, to permit us to have any kind of experience, right?
Okay. So I appreciate that, Jack. So I think this will be a good topper then here. So I find this very interesting because I remember asking you about the brain in the vat, and I know what Hadia said about it for herself. She said she doesn't believe she's a brain in the vat. I think maybe John Lee said this too, is that they don't believe that they have reason to believe that they are a brain in the vat, and so therefore they're justified in not believing that. And so I guess I'm trying to understand what would be the symmetry breaker there if you are saying, like, for you, like if I was to ask you if you don't mind, like how do you know that you aren't a brain in the vat? Like how do you know that, or do you know that?
Well, that's a complicated. I'm not trying to have a simple answer to that question, but there's a clear asymmetry between that case and skeptical theism, right? Because skeptical theism is a commitment to the view that your moral perceptions are unreliable, and I am not committed to the view, right, that whatever that my sense perception or whatever is unreliable.
Okay, yeah. So when you said good, so it's very good. So when you said my moral perceptions are unreliable, and I'm committed to that. Now, see, that's where I was saying the thing about how you and I can look at the same occurrence, like the world and its suffering, to the T, to a second, right, and see that differently. Why is it the case that your perception of that, or say a bunch of people's perception of that, why is that the case that automatically makes it reality that that there needs to be an explanation, that it's not reasonable to say that, well, God created that, he has given me reason to trust him, reason to think he's good and loving, and it makes sense. This makes sense. That this isn't baffling. Not great, it hurts me because I don't like seeing other people hurt.
What you're saying the good is doesn't generate any predictive expectations. If you're a skeptical theist, right? God's being good doesn't predict that there should be certain kinds of things that you wouldn't observe, like 90 holocausts tomorrow, right? If you're not a skeptical theist and you see 90 holocausts tomorrow, or even one, in the period between 1939 and 45 or whatever, right? You just think, okay, that's overwhelming evidence that if God is all powerful, he's not good, right? So
Andrew, can I ask a question at some point?
Sure. You definitely can, Andre. Oh, just one second, buddy. I appreciate you, but for sure. But just so Jack, then could it be the case that I could say that my intuition, my awareness of God's goodness and his love is stronger than just about anything? And so when I look at that, I'm able to say, well, yeah, I can look at these things that are occurring, and they are horrible, right? I mean, they're horrible things, but I have such a strong reason to believe that he's an honest, good, loving God, and he's powerful. But and he's omniscient. But this is what he has determined.
I'm saying if you think that those things don't count as evidence against his moral perfection or his omnipotence, right? Then nothing does.
Okay, good. Thank you. That was very concise. I appreciate that, actually. And you're always on point, Jack. I mean, that's not been the case. I'm just saying I appreciate how clear you made that. Okay, so nothing does. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yes, because anything that occurs. Now, I shouldn't say nothing does, because it is going to be the case. Because I think this is what you're asking for, is examples of things that would be disproving of it. I mean, it seems like disproving of Christianity, or in principle, disproving of God being morally good, or at least cause some kind of tiny bit of evidence against it. I think that if it were the case, I said before, if it were the case that everyone's heads exploded, but how about this? If God wiped out every person out of existence permanently,
the observation of that is consistent with it being false on skeptical theism.
The observation of that. So I'm the only one alive. Everyone else is wiped out. I'm like, okay, well, that falsifies.
You have the experience.
Yeah, I have the experience. Correct. Okay, so it seems like then what you're saying is, it seems like what I don't know, Jack, but it feels like what's happening here is that you're making it like, so because there are things that appear like they're egregious suffering to you and others, even though I don't see it that way, that you're automatically saying that I'm therefore unable to trust my senses on just about anything. And
well, you're the one who's saying that even if there were 90 Holocausts tomorrow, that wouldn't count as evidence that God was good, right?
It would count as evidence. It would count as
evidence against God being good.
God being good, right? Well, I think it would raise an eyebrow if it happened. But I don't. But here's the thing: on my view, it is predicted that it is supposed to get horrific towards the end. It's actually supposed to get so bad that Christ said if he didn't return, there would be no flesh left alive, none.
Yeah. So
I'm
just saying that view,
right?
I'm saying that view that's going to be consistent with God's moral perfection and His omnipotence,
sure.
right? It's hard to see how anything would be inconsistent with it, right?
Well, yeah, right. And this is what I was going to say. This is the inconsistent part. If we're granting all that, because as soon as I say this next part, you're just going to say, well, your sense perception could be wrong here. And I agree, that is the case. It could be, but I don't think I have good reason to make that leap. So I would just say
what I'm saying
that
is
if I
you
woke
don't
up
have good reason to rule it out. Right? You don't have good reason to think
Yeah.
that God doesn't have a morally sufficient reason for permitting you to believe something false, whatever it is.
That's true. You're right. You're right. So I don't have morally sufficient reason to believe it with certainty. I agree with that. But I think I can
have morally
believe it.
sufficient reason to believe any of it. I mean, the point is, right? You're not in a position to say this is more likely true than false about anything, because to do so, right, is to say that God has more morally sufficient reason, or to say God does not have a morally sufficient reason, right, to permit me to believe that falsely.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me add one little element here, Jack, and I appreciate it. Let me add this element. What if I have good reason to believe that God has given me a sound mind, that he will allow deception, but the predominant experience that I have should not involve deception. It should not be deception, not on that scale. What if I have that commitment as well, and good reason to believe it?
That, I guess I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, so in Scripture it says, Christ has not given you, well, there's several things, a spirit of fear, but that of a sound mind. So if I was being deceived, understand that I guess I could have a sound mind and I'm still being deceived, but that there's all these promises and these commitments that God has to allow us to search out the truth in the matter, and it says the Holy Spirit will lead you into all truth. If it is the case that there is deception, that I can trust God, if I have good reason to believe he's loving and is going to guide us into truth, those that actually are seeking to be guided by him, that he will do that. If I have that commitment, wouldn't that be enough to supersede this conundrum of forcing me into skeptical theism or not being able to trust my perceptions?
I mean, you already think that there are people who suffer from delusions, right?
Yes.
So I'm not sure why.
Well, but I don't think that's
with God permitting people to suffer delusions, right?
Well, I think it is a result of evil and bad decisions on that agent. I don't think that's God. If in fact you are seeking God with an open heart and the Holy Spirit's leading you, he is going to give you a sound mind. I believe that. I don't believe you can be talking to yourself.
It could always be deferred, right?
Can always be deferred. You mean which part of it, the sound mind part or the deception?
Yeah, you could always get a sound mind later. This is just like the
Sure.
The butterfly effect. I mean, or the reason will be disclosed at some future date, right? It's like, yeah, the fact that I'm guaranteed to have a sound mind, right? Let's say I had independent justification for that. It's not clear to me how that isn't going to be undermined by the problem of what justifies these beliefs in the first place.
Sure.
But let's just say you had good independent justification for that, right? I don't see why you couldn't have that at some future date and be deluded now.
Yeah, so it just seems like, and there would be other scripture that I think would bring to bear on this particular point here. And I think this is the rub, Jack, and I think it's very good. And I like this, and this is why I'm very thankful, actually, because this is very good. This conversation is very good. I think there's other scripture that would talk about that he is going to help you seek out the truth in the matter, and to cling to that which is good, and to expose the works of darkness. Deception is not from God. I mean, it's not of God.
That's consistent with every observation, because that just means it's going to happen at a future date, right?
Yeah, so it is the case. So if that is the case, actually, Jack, then I would probably be. I actually would agree that people can hit these spells, so to speak, up to where they're in insanity. I mean, shoot, you heard Shay's testimony the other day. He was in pure despondency, out of his gourd, saying crazy stuff and acting crazy and totally contrary to what he thinks is good. I believe that. And I believe people do that. And I believe people are actually, and some people are just totally whacked out. People walking down the street talking to themselves, things like that. I believe that. So I think that it is the case that somebody could have that situation going on. But I think if you have a commitment to Christ, if you've been given a heart of flesh and the heart of stone's been taken out, and God is actually guiding you via the Holy Spirit, he will never leave you nor forsake you. And he's the comforter, and he will guide you into all truth. And then therefore you will have a sound mind, and you won't be able to be deceived on that scale. I don't think God would do that. If you have good reason to believe God is good, and he primarily cares about the good, I don't think deception on a massive scale like that is a good thing. And I don't think God would want that for his children. That's the best I can say, Jeff. But actually, that is it's a very, yeah, I very much like this conversation because it's you bring up a lot of good stuff, and there's a lot of stuff to think about there. Yeah, I want to think about that more, Jack. And I'm hoping and I know Andre wanted to say something. Are you cool with letting Andre say something here, Jack? Is that all good?
Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, Jack, can I thank you though for this? The fact that these aren't going to be globally held. How is it the case that we can make these pronouncements. But anyway, I just want to know, Jack. Like, I agree with Andre as that question.
Yeah, sorry, so that wasn't quite my question. My question was something like, what's the argument that just because you don't have access to God's intentions when it comes to certain poignant evils, therefore you don't have access to any of God's intentions?
That's true. Sorry.
Because presumably Jack thinks he can be wrong about the reliability of his senses sometimes. Sometimes when he sees a tree, well, it's actually not a tree. Sometimes it's just like an illusion or something like that. But that doesn't mean that whenever he looks at a tree, he's not seeing a tree. So I'm just not understanding what makes skepticism generalized to all of your beliefs in the former case, but not the latter case.
I'm not sure I really understand the question.
Yeah, neither did I.
The idea is just that if your moral perceptions are unreliable, you can't rule out some observations as being inconsistent with God's moral character.
Well, doesn't that mean that if your sense perception is unreliable, meaning that sometimes you're prone to illusions, as humans
Where's
are?
sense perception coming into this?
Yeah, I'd like to finish. Sometimes
Where
your
is sense perception coming from, though?
Can you
That's not what is being talked about.
let him finish, maybe, real quick?
Well, but I don't understand. Can you explain it?
And right, maybe like if he goes on a lot, then maybe we could do some of those interruptions. But for now, maybe let him wrap up.
Yeah. So, Jack, doesn't your argument entail? I can give a perfectly symmetrical argument against sense perception. Doesn't your argument entail that if your sense perception is unreliable, so presumably you think that humans are prone to illusions, visual illusions in certain instances? That's empirically demonstrable. Doesn't your argument entail that therefore humans, in general, shouldn't trust their senses at all?
I don't see why.
Because there's perfect symmetry between your argument and the argument I'm giving against sense perception. Namely, the theist is going to say that our experience or perception is unreliable in certain cases. We don't have access to God's intentions in certain cases, certain very limited cases. Therefore, you're saying we shouldn't trust our intentions or beliefs about God's intentions at all. Now, we can apply that argument to sense perception and say that because humans are prone to illusions in certain cases, we shouldn't trust our sense perception at all. I don't see what the symmetry breaker is.
Well, a skeptical theist is just saying that their moral perceptions are unreliable.
No.
Does Worm want to ask a question?
That's not what the skeptical theist is saying. The skeptical theist is saying our perceptions regarding certain poignant evils are unreliable.
Skeptical theist is saying that we aren't entitled to draw an inference from the fact that something appears to be gratuitously evil to the conclusion that it is most likely gratuitously evil. Right?
Yeah. How's that different from saying?
That just means they're committed to saying that their moral perceptions are unreliable.
Well, I know that's your assertion, but I don't think that follows. Because when you say your perception is unreliable when it comes to certain poignant evils, you're saying your perception is unreliable when it comes to certain isolated instances of gratuitous evils. I don't see how it follows that you shouldn't trust your perceptions at all, or you shouldn't trust your beliefs about God's intentions at all, in the same way that humans are prone to visual illusions in isolated instances, and it doesn't follow that, therefore, your sense perception is, in general,
it's so cute how you baked God into that whole thing. That was so cute, Andre.
Skeptical theist is saying that the reason why you can't draw that inference is because you don't have access to the reasons that God has for
in that case.
Yeah. And so if we don't have access to the reasons that God has for permitting such things, we aren't entitled in another case to say that God wouldn't have a morally sufficient reason for permitting us to be mistaken about some other judgment.
Yeah, that's just, again, you're reasserting the same thing, that because we don't have access to God's reason in certain cases, therefore we shouldn't trust
well, no,
our beliefs at all.
They're saying it's because we're finite beings that we don't have access to the reasons that guide God's conduct.
Yeah, in isolated instances, we don't have access, right? We
I don't know
agree.
what you mean by in isolated instances.
Well, you said it yourself, that the skeptical theist is saying that the no-seum inference is invalid when it comes to gratuitous evils. So, for instance, they're going to say that we don't have access to God's intentions when it comes to gratuitous evils. That's the first. That's what they assert, and then they assert. Therefore, the inference that God probably doesn't have good reasons to permit certain evils is invalid. That's what the skeptical
I guess
theist
I
is
don't
asserting.
understand if it's because they're finite beings, right? How do they have access to God's reasons in the other cases?
Well, that's like saying if humans are finite beings and therefore we're prone to visual illusions, how do we have access? How can we trust our senses at all?
But what's the answer to the question?
Well, what's the answer to the question that I asked?
I don't see the relevance of it.
Well, it's a perfectly symmetrical argument. What do you mean you don't see the relevance?
Could you just answer his question first?
Yeah, I mean, I can answer the question, but I asked the question first, and he's not responding to that.
No, you didn't ask the question first.
He asked you, and then you just said that you asked a different question.
Yeah, I did. I asked, what's the symmetry breaker between the
Afterwards,
argument? No, that was the first question I asked, right? What's the symmetry breaker between the former case and the latter case? Remember that question?
Do you feel that he answered the question?
Yeah, I feel like he hasn't he hasn't answered the question.
No, well, okay, that's good to know. But I'm wondering, do the other people feel that you have answered their question? I just want to make sure we're getting effective communication here.
I haven't answered his question, but he hasn't answered mine either. So I can go ahead and try to answer his question with the understanding that he's completely avoiding the question that I asked. So the reason why I think we can trust our intuitions regarding God's intentions is because of a very simple principle. It's called phenomenal conservatism, which is the idea that if something seems to you a certain way, you should probably trust it unless you have undermined evidence which undermines your beliefs. Specifically in this case, we should probably trust a theist should probably trust his intuitions regarding God's morally sufficient reasons, because it seems to him that God wouldn't deceive him when it comes to sense perception. And there's no countervailing evidence. There's no evidence to the contrary which undermines that belief. And I'm an externalist regarding justification, meaning that, well, Jack Angstreich doesn't believe in non-inferential justification. I do. I believe there's non-inferential justification, and if something seems to you a certain way, you should probably believe that unless there's evidence to the contrary, unless there's some evidence which undermines your beliefs. I'm also an externalist, meaning that if some accurate external process produces your beliefs, you should probably, well, you're justified in believing it. In this case, I think there's an external process outside of human minds which produces our beliefs about God's intentions when it comes to sense perception, namely God, and that process produces more true beliefs than false compared to false beliefs. Therefore, we are justified in believing that God doesn't.
Who the fuck is listening to this? For fuck's sake!
Andricus, be nice to my favorite person on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, all of that was stuff that Law addressed with his example of Ollie's orange. So the thing is, yeah, you might think that you have some kind of justification. If you subscribe to phenomenal conservatism, you might think that seemings are prima facie justified in the absence of a defeater, right? And you might, if you were an externalist, you might think that that your beliefs were produced by a reliable belief-forming mechanism, right, and therefore be justified. But the point is, even beliefs like that can be defeated, right? And that's what Ollie's orange. If you're in a room with Ollie, where Ollie had his projector, right, then the phenomenal conservativist justification, right, or the externalist justification would just be defeated, right? It'd be canceled. So I don't see it really makes any difference whether you subscribe to phenomenal conservatism or some kind of externalist view.
Well, I think it does make a difference because it seems to theists that God wouldn't deceive them about sense perception. And you're granting me the phenomenal conservativist principle, which just means that the theist is justified in believing that, unless there's some countervailing evidence or some undercutting evidence. So what is the undercutting evidence supposed to be?
Well, I'm saying skeptical theism commits them to believing that their moral perceptions are unreliable.
I don't see how it does. And I notice you refuse to answer the first question I asked you, which is that if your argument goes through, then it also entails that you should doubt all your sense perception.
Sorry, but did you just say that he refused to answer it?
Yeah, I asked. Specifically, the question I asked is, what is the symmetry breaker between the two scenarios I gave him, and he never gave me a symmetry breaker.
Okay,
refuse is a little different. I think that was a good. That's a good point, Ryan. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Andre, I think you're acting a little bit in bad faith by doing that, by saying that. I think you should just be like, no, he hasn't answered it. He hasn't answered it yet, or do you mind answering?
I don't see why there's any parallel there, because I don't have any commitment that my, I don't see why anybody would have a commitment that their perceptual faculties would be unreliable. But the skeptical theist does have that commitment.
Well, you have a commitment, Jack, that in certain instances your faculties or your visual perception is unreliable.
Yeah.
So, for instance, I mean, it's just empirically demonstrable that humans are prone to systematically to certain visual illusions. So there's perfect symmetry between the two cases because the skeptical theist is committed to the idea that in certain instances we don't have access to God's intentions. But the argument is supposed to generalize from specific cases to all cases. So then that's just perfectly symmetrical, saying that just because you're systematically prone to visual illusions in certain cases, therefore you shouldn't trust your sense perception at all. Now, what's the symmetry breaker?
They're saying, right, that they, as finite beings, don't have access to God's reasons. Right? That's
no, they're not saying that.
Well, I can read you
the
definition of skeptical theism.
They're saying they don't have access to God's reasons in certain instances, just like you don't have perfect visual perception in certain instances.
Let me just call up Law's paper, and I'll read to you what skeptical theism is.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that too, Jack.
Or maybe you have it, Billy, at hand?
I mean, didn't you summarize?
No, sorry, I'm walking.
Didn't you summarize skeptical theism 10 minutes ago, Jack? You said skeptical theism is the view that we don't have access to God's intentions when it comes to certain gratuitous evils. Therefore, the no-same inference doesn't follow. It doesn't follow from the fact that it appears that God doesn't have morally sufficient reasons in certain cases. Therefore, it is the case that probably God doesn't have morally sufficient reasons in permitting gratuitous evils. So I thought the skeptical theist is only committed to the idea that in certain instances we don't have access to God's reasons. Just like in certain instances, humans are prone to visual illusions.
No, skeptical theism is the view that that skepticism applies to the ability of humans to make all things considered judgments about what God would do or allow in any particular situation.
Is that a view taken by all skeptical theists, or is that just a particular
That's what
view?
I'm understanding the thesis to be.
Well, I understand skeptical theism to be the thesis that we don't have access to God's reasons when it comes to gratuitous evils.
Yeah, well, that's not the view that I'm defending. That's not the definition that I'm using.
Well, then this is going to be a
Yeah,
semantic
you can
dispute.
call, you could have a semantic dispute if
Yeah.
you want, but I'm not going to have it.
Yeah, so this is going to be just a semantic dispute then about what we mean by skeptical theism. Because skeptical
I'm using
theism.
a standard definition.
Well, what if you use like a non-standard definition that some philosophers appeal to? So the non-standard definition would be something like, well, we don't have access to God's morally sufficient reasons when it comes to gratuitous evil.
What philosopher?
I don't know. Let's suppose there's a philosopher like that.
Okay, well, that's not what the target of the argument is.
Okay, so then are you saying that the argument doesn't
Are you
work?
just like arguing to argue right now? What is this? This isn't productive.
So then are you saying the argument only works against people who take the view you espoused? Sorry, the view you quoted?
I don't know, but it does work against people who take that.
So are you saying? So you're saying the argument only works against people who say that we don't have access to any of God's moral intentions?
Sorry?
Are you saying the argument only works against skeptical theists who say we don't have access to any of God's moral intentions?
I said I don't know if it only works with that, but it certainly does work with that.
Yeah, I agree. It works with that. But let's say there's a skeptical theist who doesn't take the view that we don't have access to any of God's moral intentions. Let's say there's a skeptical theist.
Talking about something else.
No. Yeah, so a different version of skeptical theism.
Well, I don't know
Let's
why
say,
you're calling that skeptical theism.
well, let's call it skeptical theism version 2.0. So let's say there's a skeptical theist version 2.0 who says, well, we don't have access to God's intentions when it comes to gratuitous evils, but we do have access to God's intentions regarding other, let's say we have access to some of his other intentions. You're conceding the argument wouldn't work against such a person.
I'm not conceding that. I'm just not clear to me that it would.
It's not clear the argument would work against such. Okay, then we agree. I mean, actually, yes. Sorry, we don't agree because I don't think the argument would work at all. Because I don't think you can generalize from specific cases. Sorry, from specific cases of deception. I don't think you can generalize to the idea that in all cases you're being systematically deceived.
Yeah. Okay. So you've told us your opinion.
Yeah, and I asked for a symmetry breaker between the idea that sometimes you're prone to visual illusions. How come that doesn't entail that in all cases you can't trust your sense perception?
Yeah, but I've given you the symmetry breaker.
Well, I don't think you have. What's the symmetry breaker again?
Again, the skeptical theist argument, right, is the view that we can't make all things considered judgments about God's actions, right? And that just entails that their moral perceptions are false, are unreliable, rather.
Okay.
So I don't. The person who thinks that their sense perception is sometimes unreliable, right, doesn't have that commitment.
Yeah, so that's a symmetry breaker against skeptical theism as you defined it in the discussion.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about.
Definition.
Yeah, I'm not clear whether that is a standard definition or
well,
not.
I can give you the evidence that it is.
Wait, just let me finish. But you haven't given a symmetry breaker against skeptical theism 2.0 or version 2.0 as I define it.
I don't see why I need to.
Well, you would need to because skeptical theism version 2.0.
I'm not running an argument that somebody who thinks that their sense perceptions are unreliable in a specific set of cases is committed to global skepticism. I'm not running that argument. Maybe there is such an argument that could be run.
Well, that's not skeptical theism version 2.0 as I defined it. The issue, the crux of the problem for you is that skeptical theism version 2.0 also undermines the problem of evil that you're running. And if you have an argument, let me finish, Jack. But if you think that skeptical theism version 2.0 entails global skepticism, then visual illusions entail global skepticism. There's no symmetry breaker between the two views.
I didn't say that it does.
Okay, so then if you're conceding that skeptical theism version 2.0 as I defined it undercuts the problem of evil, and it doesn't entail global skepticism, then the problem is solved.
I'm not conceding that it does.
Well, you're just not clear whether it entails global skepticism, right? That's what you said.
That's right.
But do you think it undercuts the problem of evil?
I have no idea.
Well, it undercuts the problem of evil because the no-same inference doesn't follow, right? The problem of evil requires that the no-same inference, when it comes to gratuitous evil, goes through. The no-same inference is, well, we don't have access to God's intentions when it comes to gratuitous evils. Therefore, probably it is the case that God doesn't have morally sufficient reasons for permitting evils in those cases. Well, this no-same inference doesn't follow because the skeptical theist version 2.0 just says, Well, we just don't have access to God's intentions, but that doesn't entail at all that there's probably no reason.
You know what? This is just garbage because I was talking to you, Agamemnon, like last week about Aristotelian causation and how God created everything, and I explained what Aristotelian causation was to you, and you just said, "Well, I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to use Aristotelian causation 2.0, just for the sake of arguments." Okay, you didn't really have any further point. You're doing the exact same thing here.
Yeah, because this is going to come down to semantic dispute. Jack is talking about something else than what I'm talking about. I'm saying my version of skeptical theism, let's call it skeptical theism 2.0, undercuts the problem of evil without generating global skepticism. Or at least he conceded that he's unclear whether it really generates global skepticism or not. So problem solved. The Nosym
Well, I don't know
inference
that
is...
the problem is solved, right? Because the skeptical theist is offering an explanation for why the Nosym inference is undermined, right? And I'm not seeing what's motivating this principle. Like, what's the justification for the principle?
What's the justification for the principle? That we don't have access to God's reasons when it comes to gratuitous evils?
Yeah, to only those cases, but we do in the other cases.
Okay, so what's the justification for the person who believes his senses are reliable, that only his senses are only unreliable when it comes to visual illusions compared to being unreliable all the time?
But that's not an answer to the question.
Well, it is, because if your argument goes through, then it also goes through against the reliability of your senses, meaning that you should also be an external world skeptic, regardless of whether you believe in God or not.
Well, I'm not sure that follows or not, but it's still not an answer.
Well, then what is the symmetry breaker?
But you asking me that question is not an answer to the question either.
Well, that's the first question I asked, and I noticed that you still avoided answering the question about what the symmetry breaker is.
I don't see what difference it makes, right? Somebody says they have this principle that the Nosym inference doesn't go through when it comes to apparent gratuitous evils, but with respect to other moral perceptions, it does, right? Something like that.
Yeah, but I gave you a reason why it
Their
goes
moral
through.
perceptions are reliable with respect to a certain class, are unreliable with respect to a certain class of cases, but not with others. Right?
Yeah,
I'm just
but
asking, what justifies the adoption of such a principle?
Oh yeah,
The skeptical theist, right, has a justification for their principle.
but I did give you a justification for thinking that in some cases your intuitions regarding God's intentions are reliable.
No, I'm trying to understand, why should we think that they're unreliable in the gratuitous evil cases?
Why should we
The
think
skeptical theist
that?
has an explanation for that.
Well, because we don't have access, because the theist doesn't have access, he can't come up with a good reason for God permitting certain gratuitous evils.
No, that's the claim that I understand he can't come up with it, right? Question is, what justifies his belief, right? That the fact that he can't come up with one is not a reason to think that his moral perceptions are. It does not count against the view that his moral perceptions are reliable.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you're trying to say something like, well, how can the global skeptic, as I defined it, think that his perceptions are unreliable when it comes to gratuitous evils? Is that what you're asking?
What you're calling a skeptical theist, right? This bastardized form of skeptical theism, right? I'm asking, right? Why is it that his moral perceptions are reliable in one case and not in the other? Right? You're saying, yeah, there's a certain class of cases where the agent should believe that his moral perceptions are unreliable, but not in the others.
Right.
Whereas the skeptical theist, right, in the non-bastardized form, right, has an explanation for why his moral perceptions are unreliable when it comes to gratuitous evils.
Yeah, but I did give you a justification.
No, you just repeated the claim.
Wait, do you remember how I
He
talked
can't-
about? No, I didn't. Do you remember how I talked about non-inferential justification? That is, if something seems to a certain way, you're probably justified in believing that you're right unless somebody gives you undercutting evidence.
Yeah, and that's going to be true in the case of the gratuitous evil.
No, because in the gratuitous evil case, it seems to the theist that his moral perceptions are unreliable. Sorry, his intuitions are unreliable. Sorry, yeah, that he doesn't have access to God's reasons in that case. So it seems to the theist. No, wait, let me finish, Jack. So it seems to the theist that in the gratuitous evil case, he doesn't have access to God's reasons. But it seems to the theist that in other cases, he does have access to God's reasons. And if externalism about justification is correct, and there's non-inferential justification, then the theist is justified in both cases.
No, the issue is not whether he has access to God's reasons. The issue is what justifies his belief that his moral perceptions are reliable in the one case and not in the other.
But I think I answered that question. It's going to come down to intuitions regarding certain cases. So in the former case, in the case of gratuitous evils, it seems to the theist that he doesn't have access to God's intentions. In the latter case, when it comes to just other forms of evil which are not poignant or really terrible, it seems to the theist that he does have access to God's reasons.
No, I'm not asking about having access to God's reasons.
Yeah, sorry. It seems to the theist that his senses are reliable in that case, or his perceptions are reliable in that case.
That's not answering the question that I asked.
What was the question again? Sorry, I must have.
I'm asking, what justifies the belief that in the one set of cases, right, your moral perceptions are unreliable, and in the other set of cases, they're reliable?
Well, I'm not understanding how I haven't answered the question. It seems in the former case that it seems to the theist that his perceptions are unreliable. It seems to the theist in the latter, case.
That they think the moral perceptions are unreliable. I'm asking what justifies the belief.
Well, the seeming, because it's, remember I talked about non-inferential justification, which is basically just justification without an inference.
Jesus
But the point is,
Andre, come on.
it's not actually a seeming that their intuitions are unreliable.
What do you mean?
The issue is that something appears to be evil, right? And it's not because it seems that their moral perceptions are unreliable that they think it's not evil.
Yeah, you're right. Something seems to be evil. Something seems to be an instance of a poignant evil. But it also seems to the theist that he shouldn't trust his intuitions in that case.
It seems to the theist that he shouldn't trust his intuitions.
Yeah, sorry, that he shouldn't trust his intuitions about whether God has morally sufficient reasons or not. That his moral intuitions, sorry, his intuitions.
Bullshit.
Hey, Brian, why do you allow people to noise troll like Daniel or Joy Wolf? They're just randomly laughing and like interrupting.
Because you're fucking being
I
dishonest.
guess I don't understand it, right? He has a seeming that something is gratuitous evil. I don't understand what the defeater for that is.
No. He has a seeming that there's a poignant evil. He's assuming that he doesn't have access to God's reasons in that case. Well, it just doesn't follow.
I'm asking when something seems to be gratuitous, right? That should count on a phenomenal conservativist or a externalist view, right? The fact that it appears to be gratuitous should count as justification for it being gratuitous.
Well, I dispute that it appears gratuitous to a theist. I think.
That's
Wait, Jack, let me finish. I wasn't done speaking. So I'm disputing that it appears gratuitous. I'm saying it appears poignant to a theist, meaning that it appears as if he doesn't have access to God's intentions in that case. But that's all it is. The skeptical theist is the only thing he's saying is that, look, these things are terrible, and I don't know why they happen. It seems to me like I don't have access to God's intentions. So that is what it seems like. In the same way that visual illusions happen, and it seems to you like your senses are unreliable in that case. But that doesn't entail your senses are unreliable in all cases, because sometimes it seems to you like your senses are completely reliable. You don't have any non-inferential, you don't have any inference. You can't provide any arguments that your senses are reliable, because such an argument would be circular. So you can't provide an inference that your senses are reliable. Your justification your senses are reliable is going to be completely non-inferential. So there's perfect symmetry between the two cases. Anyway, I think I appreciate the discussion, Jack. Unfortunately, I gotta have some breakfast now.
Okay.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, I just don't, because the question I was asking was, if something appears gratuitous, why would that not count as justification for the belief that it is gratuitous if you subscribe to phenomenal conservatism or some kind of externalist epistemology?
Well, I can actually give an undercutting defeater against that as well. Yeah, let me just respond.
Like a genocide doesn't.
So the undercutting defeater would be something, a principle like
a genocide doesn't appear to be evil. Is that right?
You should only trust your seemings if you have.
Evil to you. Is that right?
Hey Ryan, can you stop Daniel from just noise trolling?
Well, Daniel hasn't spoken at all, Agamemnon, so he has a little bit right. It's not good to overtalk. I agree with you, but some people, he's been here for hours and hasn't said a word. So no, it's not as strict, I think, as you think. But Daniel, if you could, let him finish, I guess.
Just go eat your Wheaties, dude.
Yeah, so the undercutting defeater so seemings only work if you don't have an undercutting defeater. So you should only trust your seemings, your intuitions, if you don't have an undercutting defeater. But the theist does have an undercutting defeater for the seeming that they're bigly. You should only trust your intuitions if the data you have access to is representative of, it's representative. So what I mean by that is, suppose somebody has a garden. I'll give you an example. Suppose somebody has a garden which is 100 kilometers in length. It's 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers, and they survey, let's say 100 meters of that garden, and they only find corn in the garden. Seems to him like there's just corn in the garden. But does the inference that there's only corn in the whole garden follow? No, because his data is not representative. He just only surveyed a very small patch of the garden, and it doesn't allow you to infer that the whole garden, which is 1,000 times as large as the patch you surveyed, only contains corn. In the same way, the theist can say that, well, we only have access to the consequences of events. We only have access to very limited information regarding the consequences of events which happen now. So, for instance, we can only say what's going to happen 10 years from now as a result of events which happen today, or we can only say what's going to happen 50 years from now. But we don't have access to what's going to happen 500 years from now or 1,000 years from now. So in the cases where it seems like certain evils are gratuitous, we just don't have access to what's going to happen in the future. It's the exact same situation as somebody surveying a garden which is 100 kilometers in size, and from a patch of 100 meters, they conclude that the garden only contains corn.
Yeah, well, that can't be the solution, because that same reasoning is going to apply to ordinary moral perceptions.
Why is that the case?
Because for any given moral perception, you don't actually know what the consequences are going to be 500 years from now.
Yeah, but I think that theist does have justification about what's going to happen 500 years from now, because the overall balance of good. Well, theism, as Andrew outlined, it makes certain predictions that God is good and God is to be trusted, and the overall balance of good compared to evil in the world seems to be that there seems to be more good in the world compared to evil. So overall, that tips the balance towards believing that we should probably trust God when it comes to moral perceptions in general.
So you're dropping the other justification?
No.
Okay, well, so let's just stick with that. So how does that not apply? How does that same reasoning does not apply to all moral perceptual?
Well, I'm saying there are multiple considerations in this case. The first consideration is, first of all, the nauseam inference you're appealing to, which is that if something seems gratuitous, you should probably believe it is undercut by the fact that we don't have access to things which are going to happen 500 years into the future. And you're saying, well, that just generalizes to all nauseam inferences. But the theist is saying...
it generalizes to all moral perceptual cases.
Sure. Generalizes, no, to all nauseam inferences, because you're saying it entails global skepticism. But the theist is saying, well, no, that's not the case, because the overall balance of good to evil in the world is such that you should probably... It's consistent with there being a good God. An evil God would... well, a good God would probably produce a world. Is more likely to produce a world in which there's more good compared to evil in the world. A God who would... an evil God would probably produce a world. But an evil God wouldn't generate the prediction that there should be more good compared to evil in the world.
No, but I don't think you're understanding my question. So let's say I see somebody give help an old lady cross the street, right? You want to say that in those cases our moral perceptions are unreliable. Sorry, are reliable. When I think, oh, that's a good thing, right? But in the cases where I see 6 million Jews, killed, in the space of 6 years, in some kind of, state orchestrated genocide, that if that appears gratuitous to me, that I should think that intuition is unreliable. That moral intuition or moral perception is unreliable. And so when I asked you, why is it that in the one case your moral perception would be reliable, like in the first case, helping the old lady across the street, but not in the second case, you appeal to something about how we don't really know what the full effects are going to be 500 years from now, right? But that seems to me that that's going to apply with the case of the old lady, right? And so then when I pointed that out, you offered some other rationale for why there'd be a disanalogy between the two cases. And I said, oh, are you dropping the first rationale? And you said no, right?
Yeah, do you remember what I said? I said there are multiple considerations.
Yeah, but I want to get clear on why the reasoning doesn't apply, the same reasoning doesn't apply in the old lady case.
No, I think what you're asking is why doesn't the problem generalize, right? So when you ask why doesn't it apply to the old lady case, you're just asking why doesn't the problem generalize? Well,
Yeah,
and I give you a justification why the problem doesn't generalize. Is
I'm
because
asking specifically, right? You want to say that in the old lady case and in cases like that, right, we should trust our moral perceptual faculties. Right? And I'm just not understanding how this appeal to what's going to happen in 500 years doesn't apply to those cases. That's what I'm trying to get you to explain.
Yeah, okay. So again, I think you're just asking why the problem doesn't generalize. It doesn't generalize. You're asking why, if we observe the Holocaust, and we say we don't have access to God's intentions in that case, then why should we trust our intuitions regarding the old lady case? So why the problem doesn't generalize? In a nutshell, that's what you're asking. And I've given you a justification for that. Namely, that the overall balance of good to evil in the world is such that the theist, that's predicted under theism, but it's not predicted under a God who is evil or who systematically deceives you. Moreover, if you think the problem generalizes, you're going to be stuck with the same problem regarding the accuracy of your senses, whether God exists or doesn't, because of the problem of visual illusion, is going to generalize to visual perception at all. The only principle you can appeal to in the latter case is going to be something like, well, it seems to me like my senses are reliable most of the time, and therefore I'm going to believe they are, even though they're unreliable in certain cases. So that's the only principle that you can appeal to overcome the idea that your senses are unreliable. I'm just appealing to the same principle in the former case, in the case of theism.
But I'm just asking, what's the difference between the two cases? Why is it that in the case of the old lady, my perception should be reliable, but not in the case of like Auschwitz?
Yeah, first of all, because both seemings are undercut by the principle that we don't have access to events which happen in 500 years. But
So
then
that should mean
we can also appeal
that
to other data.
because you were appealing
Wait,
to
I'm
that
not done.
criterion.
But we can also appeal to other data, namely that the overall balance of good to evil in the world is such that it's predicted under the existence of a good God, but not really predicted under the existence of a deceptive or evil God, which then gives you justification to which undercuts which rebuts the undercutting defeater that you had for the seeming. So then you have justification to believe that your intuitions are reliable in that case, and that's perfectly symmetrical to visual perception, because what happens there is that you have an undercutting defeater for the accuracy of visual perception, namely that sometimes you're prone to illusions. Now that so that's an undercutter, but now you have a rebutting defeater for the undercutting defeater, namely that it seems to you like in most cases your senses are reliable. So then you should probably trust your senses are mostly reliable. So I don't see what the symmetry breaker is between the two scenarios.
Yeah. So I'd ask you, you know, why it is that when it comes to things like Auschwitz and Hiroshima, our moral perceptions are unreliable. But when it comes to like helping old ladies across the street, right, our moral perceptions are reliable. And what you said was that the reason why our moral perceptions about Auschwitz and Hiroshima are unreliable is because we don't know what the full effects of those events are going to be in 500 years, right? But as far as I can see, that's true of the old lady case too, right?
Right.
And that's what you were citing as to what distinguishes the reliability in the two cases. The very fact that in the one case, right, we don't know what's going to be true in 500 years, right? But I'm just not seeing any logical bar to why we would not apply the same reasoning with respect to helping the old lady across the street case.
But you don't understand, because I already conceded that the evidence undercuts. Sorry, you have an undercutting defeater for both cases, both the old lady case and both the Hiroshima
that's why
case.
I asked you.
Oh,
That's why
wait,
I asked
Jack,
you
let me
if
finish.
you were.
But I'm saying you have extraneous considerations. You have other considerations as well. The other consideration would be that the overall balance of good to evil in the world is such that it's predicted under the good God hypothesis, but not really predicted under the evil God or skeptical God hypothesis, or not equally well predicted. So that's the other consideration that I'm appealing to justify the fact that you probably should trust your intuitions as a theist in the latter case, in the old lady case, but not the Hiroshima case. And it's perfectly symmetrical to visual experience, as I outlined. So what's the symmetry breaker, Jack?
Oh, sorry, because what I'm trying to get clear on is when I asked you, right, why is it that our moral perceptions are reliable in the one case and not in the other, right? What you said with respect to the gratuitous evil cases was that because we didn't know that in 500 years we didn't know what the likely consequences were of those events, right?
Yes.
Now that was what you cited as what distinguished the two cases.
No.
Right. So if you're that is what you cited as what distinguished the two cases. I asked you very explicitly, right? Why is it that they're reliable in the one case and not in the other case? And what you said was in the gratuitous evil cases, right? In 500 years, we wouldn't know what the likely effects were of the events taking place that appear gratuitously evil.
Yeah, I'm saying that's part of the explanation, not the full
our
explanation.
moral perception that it is gratuitously evil. So you cited that as something that was different about the gratuitous evil cases from the ordinary moral perceptions. Right?
So
and I pointed out to you, that the same reasoning applies, it seems to me, in both cases, right? And so what I'm asking, and then I asked you, right? Then you said something in response to that. And I said, so does that mean, which didn't seem to address the question. So I said, does that mean that you're dropping the claim that that's what distinguishes the two cases? And you said no, right? So are you now conceding that the same reasoning applies in both cases and therefore doesn't count as a reason to think that our moral perceptions are unreliable in the gratuitous evil cases, but reliable in the ordinary moral perceptual cases?
No, I think you're confused, because I gave a two-part explanation. So certainly what you just summarized is a part of the explanation, but you failed to reiterate what I said after that. So prima facie, it seems to you like you have an undercutting defeater in both cases. So the undercutting defeaters, we don't have access to the consequences of events which happen 500 years into the future. So that undercuts both beliefs, both in the Hiroshima case and in the old lady case, right? I'm conceding that. But that's just part of the story. The other part of the story is that you have other considerations in mind as well. The other consideration which allows you to trust your intuitions in the old lady case is that, and it doesn't allow you to trust your moral intuitions in the first case, in the Hiroshima case, is that the overall good to balance in the world is such that it's predicted by the existence of a good God, but not equally well predicted by the existence of a deceptive or evil God. So that's the second part that you're refusing to address. And moreover, I've laid out a perfectly symmetrical scenario when it comes to visual perception. So the perfectly symmetrical scenario is that, which again you're not addressing, is that well, look, there are visual illusions which happen in specific cases. Does that mean you shouldn't trust your visual perceptions at all? No, because when it comes to visual perceptions, it seems to be the case that mostly your visual perceptions are reliable. In the same way that it seems to the theist that overall the balance of good to evil in the world is such that it's better predicted by a good God. Well, in the visual perception case, if it seems to you like your visual perceptions are most reliable, you should probably trust it, and that gives you justification. So the two scenarios are perfectly symmetrical, and I think you're just addressing a part of my explanation, not focusing fully on. Not focusing on the full explanation.
Yeah. So just to be clear, the same reasoning applies in the both cases, and so it's not a symmetry breaker between the two cases, right? We agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's not the reason that in the one case they're reliable.
Well, that's not a sufficient reason, but it's a necessary reason.
No, it's exactly the same in both cases. So something else must be different between the two cases, such that they're reliable in the one and not the other.
Well, you're not tracking what I said. I said it's not a sufficient reason, but it's a necessary reason, right? My explanation has two parts.
I'm saying, right, that something differs between the two cases, right? In one case, your moral perceptions are reliable, and in the other case, they're not. So now what I'm asking is, what is it that's different between the two cases?
I already explained that.
All right. Well, I didn't catch it, but if you don't feel like repeating it,
I said it 3 times.
Yeah, well, it might be my fault.
Jack, do you remember what I said the second part of the explanation is?
Oh no.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay.
Just go ahead and give it, would you, Andre?
Yeah. Well, it just seems very strange Jack doesn't remember, because I said, like, clearly, distinctly, that my explanation has two parts. The first part of the explanation is necessary, but not sufficient to explain the difference.
No, but I'm asking for the part where the two are different. So what is that?
Yeah, so the second part of the explanation would be something like, the overall balance of good to evil in the world is better predicted by the existence of a good god than by the existence of a deceptive or evil god. That's the second part of the explanation, in the same way that your visual perception, you should probably trust your visual perceptions, because overall it seems to you like your visual perceptions are reliable in most cases.
Wait a minute. The overall balance of good to evil is predicted by what?
Is better predicted by a good god, by a god of Christianity rather than a deceptive or evil
Wait, but is the
god.
god of Christianity omnibenevolent and omnipotent?
Yes.
Oh, well, no, it's not supposed to predict gratuitous evils if you're not a skeptical theist.
Well, we can discuss that.
It's not supposed to predict apparent gratuitous evils if you're not a skeptical theist.
Yes, yes, but you see, but that's what I'm disputing, that there's such things as gratuitous evils, because now you're missing.
There are such things as gratuitous
Wait,
evils.
Jack, let me finish. Because now you're ignoring the first part of the explanation. I gave an undercutting defeater for the seeming that they're gratuitous evils. So you can't appeal now to the seeming that they're gratuitous evils to justify the idea that that it's, well, you're basically trying to say that it seems to me like they're gratuitous evils, therefore that's not predicted by the existence of a good god, therefore the evil god is a better hypothesis, right? But I've given an undercutting defeater for that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get clear on this. Are you saying that the hypothesis of an all-good, all-powerful God predicts apparent gratuitous evils? Predicts the appearance of gratuitous evils?
Probably not.
Okay, so if there is the appearance of gratuitous evil, right, that would count as disconfirmation of the hypothesis, right?
Yes, unless there's an undercutting defeater.
Great. So what I'm trying to understand is, what's the undercutting defeater?
The undercutting defeater would be the first principle that I appeal to.
Which was what?
Do you not remember?
I don't.
Yep. We don't have access to consequence events which happen 500 years into the future.
Wait a minute, but that's skeptical theism, because that same reasoning applies to the ordinary moral cases, right? So that's skeptical theism. That's saying that our moral perceptions are unreliable.
Yes, and what is your point?
Oh, well, that's going to entail global skepticism, because there isn't going to be a symmetry breaker between the gratuitous evil cases and the ordinary moral perceptions.
I just wanted to say real quick, this is a good dialogue, Andre. I just wanted to, if you would, buddy, just for the sake of, just coming at it in total good faith. If he says he doesn't remember, just assume that he's being honest, and it could be the same when if you ask him, hey, or if you say, hey, I don't remember, he'll do the same for you. I think it's a good faith conversation. If you would, buddy. But go ahead.
It's skeptical theism in one case, but not the other, because.
Are you there, Andre?
Yeah, he heard good faith and he bailed.
I mean, I don't.
It seemed that Jack asked a very straightforward question.
He does win. He went all the way back around in a circle to the original.
So anyway, I don't see why I have to give justification at all for the seemings, or intuitions, because intuitions are supposed to be just non-inferential. So Jack is basically appealing to the principle that your justifications have to be inferential. But if there's such a thing as non-inferential justification, the theist can just say, well, I have the seeming that I have access to God's morally sufficient reasons in ordinary cases, but I don't have access to God's morally sufficient reasons in poignant in evils where in cases where evils seem very poignant, and that's the end of the story. I don't see where Jack can go from there.
But that's not the question that I'm asking. I'm asking why, if it's the case that the hypothesis of an all good, all powerful being, right, doesn't predict the appearance of gratuitous evils, right? Why that does not count? Why the intuition that some evils are gratuitous does not count as strong disconfirmation for the hypothesis? And you wanted to say that in those cases, we ought to believe that our moral intuitions would be unreliable, whereas we shouldn't think that our moral intuitions are unreliable in the case of ordinary moral perceptions, like thinking that it's good when I see somebody help an old lady cross the street, right? And I think that's good. So what I'm asking for is why in the one case our moral perceptions should be taken to be reliable, and in the other case they shouldn't. And I'm still not clear on what that is.
But I did give you a reason. Specifically, the theist has intuitions in the former case that their perceptions are unreliable. They have intuitions in the latter case that their perceptions are reliable. Your presuppose. I think there's a hidden presupposition in your position, which is that, well, there's justification can only be inferential. But I'm saying intuitions themselves can be justifiers unless there's undercutting evidence. Now, and certainly, you can apply the same principle when it comes to visual perception. You still haven't told me what's the symmetry breaker between visual perception and the former case, the skeptical theist scenario.
Yeah. So again, the question is, I'm trying to understand what the claim you're making is, right? So we're imagining a case where somebody sees something that appears gratuitously evil. Now, the fact that it appears gratuitously evil on phenomenal conservatism or on some externalist theory of justification, right, is just going to mean, presumably, that it's prima facie justified, right? That
No, that doesn't
that
follow.
the evil is gratuitous, right?
That doesn't follow at all.
Oh, so on phenomenal conservatism, it doesn't follow that if something seems to be the case, right, that's prima facie justification.
No, because what you said is that on phenomenal conservatism and externalism, if something seems to be the case, then it's justified. But that's not true. On phenomenal conservatism and externalism, if it's produced by an accurate truth-preserving process, external process, and it seems to you like it's the case, then you're probably justified in believing it. Now you're missing the second part, that it has to be produced by an external truth-preserving process. If God exists, then of course he can assure that we have accurate moral perceptions in most cases.
Well, but I'm not asking for a conditional claim.
What aren't we doing an internal critique, starting with the presupposition that a good God exists, and you're trying to show an inconsistency in that set of beliefs? Well, then, if we start with the presupposition that a good God exists and he has reasons to produce accurate beliefs, then there's an external process which can produce true beliefs, more true beliefs compared to false beliefs. So on externalism, yes, there's that external truth preserving mechanism, and you also have the justification. Sorry, you also have the seeming that you can trust your moral intuitions in some cases. Therefore, you're justified.
But I don't see why it has to be an internal critique.
Why it has to be? I thought you're doing it when you do the problem of evil. You do an internal critique.
I don't see why it has to be.
Well, that's just standard.
It is?
I thought so. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think that's the way Stephen Law runs it.
Now you're feeling a standard.
Well, so explain to me. So if it's not an internal critique, then I don't see how you can get the argument off the ground, because then if it's an external critique, then naturalism has to offer a better account of the existence of suffering or evil. But I don't see how naturalism can offer a better account of existence of atheism or naturalism has to offer a better account. But I don't see how naturalism can offer a better account of existence of suffering, because, well, naturally, first of all, atheism is a non-belief. Non-beliefs don't predict anything. So atheism isn't going to predict that there's going to be suffering. So then you have to appeal to an extraneous hypothesis like naturalism. But I don't think naturalism is a tenable hypothesis. Moreover, naturalism doesn't predict the existence of consciousness because of the hard problem of consciousness. And if there's no if it doesn't predict consciousness, then it can't predict suffering. So therefore, I don't think you can appeal to an external critique.
Yeah, well, so I'm just imagining that we have a hypothesis like that an all good, all-powerful being exists, right? That's a hypothesis. Let's say that that's on the table, right? And we think, okay, what would that predict, right? It would predict a world, presumably it would predict a world without the appearance of gratuitous evils, right? And
no,
if we in fact if we had the appearance of gratuitous evils, then on either an externalist or a phenomenal conservatist epistemology, the appearance of gratuitous evils would count as justification for the belief that there are gratuitous evils, right? And that would disconfirm the hypothesis that an all good, all powerful.
Why does the existence of an all good God predict the idea that we should have access to God's reasons in all moral circumstances?
Sorry, would you mind trying not to interrupt him?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then it seems to me that you wanted to say, well, there's a reason why we should think that those moral perceptions are unreliable, but other moral perceptions are not, right? And I was just trying to find the symmetry breaker there. Because the skeptical theist, right, is going to say, well, if God really existed, it wouldn't actually generate a predictive expectation of that kind. That there should not appear to be gratuitous evils. Because in fact, if God existed, his the reasons that guide his actions should be unavailable to us, and therefore we shouldn't expect that our moral perceptions should actually track reality, right? But that's just going to generalize, right? And you wanted to provide a means by which we could restrict the unreliable moral perceptions to the class of cases where evils appear to be gratuitous. And I was just trying to understand how you do that.
Yeah, there's so many different things which are wrong with what you said. I don't know where to begin. The first thing which is wrong is that we have the seeming that gratuitous evils exist. The theist doesn't have the seeming that gratuitous evils exist. They have the seeming that we just don't know. We don't have access to God's reasons. So they just have the seeming that I don't know why this evil exists, but that doesn't mean the evils are pointless. Because pointless evils just means there's no reason. So for it to seem to somebody there's no reason, well, sorry, from the fact that it seems to me like I don't know what the reason is, you can't say it seems to me like there's no reason for permitting these evils. So that's the first thing that I'm disputing. The theist is simply going to say that it's not the case that it seems to me that there's there's gratuitous evils. It seems to me there's poignant evils. Second, why does the hypothesis that a good God exists predict the fact that we should have access to all of God's reasons? I don't see why it would generate that prediction. Third, you still haven't responded to the idea that naturalism, well, as I understood, Stephen Law believes that naturalism or atheism offers a better account of the existence of suffering and evil. I don't see how it can do that, because naturalism simply doesn't generate the prediction that there should be suffering, because naturalism faces the hard problem of consciousness, meaning that it doesn't predict that there should be anything like conscious entities. And if it doesn't predict that there should be anything like conscious entities, then it doesn't predict that there should be anything like entities who suffer. Atheism doesn't generate the prediction that there should be suffering entities, because atheism is a non-belief, or it's just the denial of God. Non-beliefs don't generate predictions. Denial of God is simply just saying, oh, well, something doesn't exist. Saying something doesn't exist by itself doesn't generate predictions unless you combine it with some extraneous hypothesis like naturalism.
Yeah, so I didn't say anything about it having to be a theist, right? I was just saying, here's a hypothesis on the table that the existence of an all good, that an all good, all powerful being exists. So then, is it the case that that generates a prediction? Is it the case that if that hypothesis were true, right, it would generate a prediction that we shouldn't see gratuitous evils, right? Well, if you're not a skeptical theist, it seems that it does generate that prediction.
No.
So you're saying that if a all good, all powerful being exists, we should expect to see gratuitous evils. Is that your view?
No. So no, I'm saying I don't have reasons to suppose that it generates or it doesn't generate the prediction. You're trying to assert that it does generate the prediction. I'm trying to understand what's the argument for that. What's the argument that the existence of a perfectly good God generates the prediction that we should have access to all of God's reasons under any circumstance?
Oh yeah. So the idea, well, that's not the prediction. The prediction is that if there were an all good, all powerful God, there would be no apparent gratuitous evils, and the reason is because there would not be any apparent gratuitous evils, right? And there's no reason why we should mistakenly believe that there are apparent gratuitous evils when there are none.
Well, the only way you can justify that would be to first generate the prediction that we should have access to God's reasons. If a good God exists, then we should have access to God's reasons under all moral situations, in all moral contexts or situations. But I don't see why the existence of a good God generates a prediction that we should have access to all of God's reasons under any circumstance. Because if it doesn't generate the prediction, then there's no reason to suppose it generates the prediction that there shouldn't be an appearance of poignant evils, evils for which we have no access to God's intentions.
Yeah, so it sounds like you want to say that if, in fact, things appear to be gratuitously evil, we should doubt our moral perception in those cases.
No, I asked.
In the cases, but in the cases where, but in the other cases of moral perception, where we should trust our moral perceptions, and I'm still trying to get clear on why that's the case.
Yeah, it's the case because you're saying that a good God wouldn't predict. Well, sorry, I thought your assertion as a good God wouldn't predict that there should be the appearance of poignant evils in the world. And my argument against that is going to come down to two premises. Well, sorry, my argument against that simply rests on the idea that, well, I don't think a good God generates that prediction. Oh, sorry, you made the positive assertion that it generates that prediction, that there shouldn't be appearance of pointed evils in the world. But I think that rests on the presupposition that we should have access to God's intentions in all cases. And I don't see why the existence of a good God generates that prediction. So I want you to justify why the existence of a good God generates the prediction that we should have access to God's reasons in all circumstances.
No, but we're back to square one, right? Because the point is, you started out this whole discussion by saying that if it's the case that we perceive something to be a gratuitous evil, we should consider that perception unreliable. Because if in fact it were a gratuitous evil, right, God, the proposition that God exists would be false, right? Or all powerful God would be false, since it's logically inconsistent with such a God that there would be gratuitous evils. So my question is, right, so one way you can say that our moral perceptions in the case of gratuitous evils would be unreliable, and therefore we wouldn't be licensed to that inference, right, would be to say that all our moral perceptions are unreliable, which is what the skeptical theist is doing. But you don't want to say that. You want to say we should doubt those perceptions, but we shouldn't doubt the perceptions in the ordinary cases, right? And so I'm just trying to get clear on why it is that we should think that our moral perceptions are reliable in the one case, but not in the other case.
I think I answered that question so many different times. I'll give you the two responses. First, it seems to the theist that is the case. They should trust their intuitions unless there's an undercutting defeater. The overall balance of good to evil in the world seems to be more predicted under the existence of a good God rather than an evil or deceptive God. Third, if your argument goes through, then it generalizes to visual perception, meaning that you shouldn't trust your visual senses at all, and you should be a global skeptic or external world skeptic. Fourth, your account doesn't offer better, doesn't predict the existence of suffering better than the existence of a good God, because your account is atheism or naturalism. Atheism doesn't predict anything at all because it's just a non-belief. Naturalism doesn't predict the existence of suffering or evil, because naturalism faces the hard problem of consciousness, meaning that it doesn't predict that there should be anything like conscious entities. If it doesn't predict conscious entities, then there's no suffering in the world. That's 4 reasons against the view you're espousing. I don't think you're addressing any one of them.
So let's go through them one by one. What's the first one you want to discuss?
Sure. Atheism or naturalism better accounts for the existence of suffering compared to the existence of a good God.
Well, that's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking why is it that we should doubt our moral perceptions in the one case, but not the other?
Well, if you're not asserting that atheism or naturalism offers a better account of the existence of suffering, then your point is moot, because I thought you're making the point that you have an inductive argument against the existence of God from the problem of evil, meaning a probabilistic argument. Well, probabilistic arguments are such that we have 2 hypotheses in front of us. First hypothesis is unlikely to account for a given set of data. The second hypothesis better explains the data. So if you're not asserting that atheism or naturalism gives a better account of the existence of suffering or evil, then you just don't have an argument at all.
But that's not an answer to my question either.
Well, I think your question is nonsensical, because if it goes through, it's going to entail that visual perception in general is going to be unreliable.
Yeah. So right now I'm just asking, if something appears gratuitously evil to me, right? Why should I doubt that moral perception? But why should I trust my moral perception in ordinary cases?
Yeah. I answered that question so many different times. If something appears gratuitous to you, Jack, you'd probably distrust your senses because you don't have access to the consequences of events which happen 500 years into the future. Furthermore, you don't have an external process which can justify your beliefs. So an external process, so let's say you're arguing from an atheist perspective. There's not going to be an external process, an external truth-preserving process under your worldview, which is going to entail that your sense perception, that your seemings are going to be accurate in such a case. The theist does. The theist can appeal to an external truth-preserving mechanism, which can entail that some of his seemings are going to be accurate.
Yeah, so I wasn't asking why my moral perceptions should be unreliable. I was asking why a specific class of moral perceptions should be unreliable. So you telling me that me not knowing what the consequences of a given event would be in 500 years is just going to apply to both the cases where evils appear to be gratuitous and to the cases that are ordinary, right? So that's not going to be an answer to the question.
Yeah, right. But there's a second seeming, which is that in cases of ordinary moral perception, the theist can trust his beliefs. In the same way that it seems to the a person having a visual experience that in most cases, aside from visual illusions, they can trust their experiences. I don't see what the symmetry breaker is.
I'm asking, right, why I should not trust the one set of perceptions, but should trust the others.
Well, the theist should trust the other set of perceptions because it seems to him like if a good God exists, then we can trust our senses, and he should trust those seemings because under theism there's an external truth preserving mechanism which gives you justification if externalism is true, and it seems to him that way.
But I wasn't asking about the theist.
You're asking about the atheist? So you're no longer doing an internal critique, you're doing
I
an
never said I
external
was doing
critique now?
external critique, and I didn't say that the person had to be an atheist. I'm merely
Well,
asking,
then,
right, why somebody who thinks that a certain set of events would be gratuitously evil if an all-good, all-powerful God existed, right? Or would be inconsistent with the existence of an all-good, all-powerful God because they would be gratuitously evil. Why, if they perceive that there were such events, they should doubt their perception that, in fact, those things are gratuitously evil.
well, I don't know where to go from here because I answered that question so many different times. But the final point I want to reiterate is if you're doing an external critique, your argument is completely vapid and completely pointless because an external critique would need to offer two different, well, it needs to compare two different hypotheses. The first hypothesis is theism. The second one, it's alternatives like naturalism or atheism. So the external critique offered by people like Stephen Law, the probabilistic version of the argument from evil, says that that atheism or naturalism better predicts that there should be suffering or evil as opposed to theism. So that's the external critique, the probabilistic argument from evil. But you conceded that atheism or naturalism, or at least you failed to defend the idea that atheism or naturalism offers a better account. And moreover, your account faces insurmountable problems like, well, the hard problem of consciousness entails that there's no account of how a naturalistic worldview can predict that there should be anything like conscious entities. And if it can't predict conscious entities, then it can't predict suffering. Or atheism is a non-belief. Non-beliefs are don't generate any predictions. Anyway, thank you for the discussion, Jack. I feel like we're retreading, we're retreading the same ground over and over again. But I gotta have some breakfast now, so thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm getting missing good. Like if your bucket is full to the brim, there's no privation of whatever's in the bucket.
I don't see how it makes any difference, the ontology, because the point is, what it means to say something is evil is that you have a reason to not do it, or prevent it, or what have you, right? It doesn't matter whether what evil is privative or not, right? If there's a perfectly good being, right, the fact that some state of affairs is evil means that God has a motive to prevent it, or avert it, or arrest it.
Yeah, I mean, but Jack,
for being good.
I'm gonna have to go back off a break, so make me proud, John. Fold them like cheap plastic chairs while I'm listening.
well, you know, Jack, when we read the Bible, from the beginning with Adam and Eve, there's no intention whatsoever of God to prevent evil. He didn't prevent it there. He didn't prevent it with Joseph.
That just means you're understanding good and evil in non-normative terms.
Well, I mean, there is a part of that as far as I understand it sort of descriptively. Not to say that there's no normativity. I think there's a way to understand both, actually.
Look, it's just not complicated. If good and evil are understood to be normative, what evil means is what ought not be, or what ought not be done, right, or ought not exist, and good is what ought be done, right, what ought exist, right. And so when it comes to God's actions, because he's perfectly good, right, he's going to seek to maximize goods and minimize evils. And given that he's all powerful, and there's no logical contradiction in there being no evil, right, he's always necessarily going to succeed in minimizing evils to zero. That's all there is to it.
I mean, about a year ago, I remember you defined good as that which ought to be done, and I've had an issue with that ever since. And when I think about the God of the Bible, for example, God is good.
Why did you just say it is normative?
Yeah, so for example, God is good because he's merciful. Ought he be merciful to every individual? No, it's not a matter of God's grace that he requires to be merciful to every creature.
Why is it good to be
also
merciful?
Just. My point is that he's not obligated. He's not obligated to be merciful to all, but mercy is good.
Is mercy in all things considered good?
Well, so is justice. That's my point.
What's the answer to the question?
Is mercy all things considered good?
Yeah.
Well, I certainly think it is.
Yeah. So then then you're just equivocating on the good if you're saying God isn't obligated.
Well, when it comes to justice and mercy, it has to be such that to the individual, to the creature, it's either one or the other. It cannot be both. And so the way I look at it, both are good. And so it's not the case that he ought to do one or the other.
Yeah, but you can't do both.
That's my whole point, Hayden, that he can't
Yeah,
do both. But they're both good. And therefore, it is not the case that one ought to be merciful, because if he ought to be merciful, he ought not be just.
So both good and both X and the negation of X are good.
And that is the reason why it never resonated with me in the sense that God or good is that which ought to be
Yeah,
done.
I'm not really sure what you're saying, but are you saying both X and its negation are good?
I'm saying that both mercy and justice is good. There's no contradiction in that.
Well, is mercy the negation of justice?
It is, and it's a suspension of justice. You might look at it that way. However, what I'm trying to say is, if it is a case that good is understood as that which ought to be done, it does not conform in the sense of justice and mercy. And therefore, rather than say justice and mercy contradict, it's better to say that good
Your point.
understood.
No, you're saying justice and mercy contradict. You can't be just and merciful at the same time.
Correct, but both are good. That's the whole point, John.
So God can't be good.
No, God can't be good if good is understood as that which ought to be done.
That's not the case.
Right? What I'm proposing is that to have the understanding that justice is good, that mercy is good, and therefore, because justice is a suspension of mercy, or mercy is a suspension of justice, that it is not appropriate to understand good as that which ought to be done. That's my argument.
You said mercy was in all things considered good.
Correct.
Now, do you know what that means, all things
and
considered?
And so is justice, all things considered good.
Now, do you know what that means, all things considered?
Sure.
What does it mean?
It means that in the totality of considerations, the end result would be good.
No, it means that you ought to always do that thing.
Well, I reject that because It is not the case that God ought to or is obligated to always be merciful. That's my entire point.
Is it good when God's merciful?
That just means either that God is not good, or that mercy is not in all things considered.
What I'm saying is within the
or
model,
that
if
you're
you're going to
understanding
hold
the
to the
good
premise
in,
that good
or
is
that
that
you're
which ought to be done,
that you're understanding the good in a non-normative way. None of that is an answer to the problem of evil. That's conceding the argument.
my whole point has been for a very long time. I don't understand good as that which ought to be done. It can be understood in that way.
Yeah, if you don't understand it that way, then you just think that good is a non-normative notion. There's no problem with evil
I
if
actually
good
think
is
it's both.
non-normative.
I actually think it's both, but in different senses, of course.
That just sounds like equivocation now.
Well, John, if say somebody like Hitler had perfect access to God's reasons, right, then he would think he ought to do the Holocaust, right?
Yeah, but you're distracting away from my point about justice and mercy.
It seems just it's arbitrary. When God's merciful, that's good. When God's does justice, that's
They
good.
are both good. How can you say
No,
they're
no,
not
no.
good?
But in the moment when he's doing mercy, the mercy's good and the justice would not be good, right? Because he's the one doing it.
What I'm saying
right?
is that
No, will you just respond to my question? Is that what you say or not?
They might both be pro tanto goods, right? But in one case, one is all things considered, and one thing's all things.
I would say they're both pro toto good.
We're talking about like
if they're both all things considered goods, they can't ever be in conflict.
I disagree.
So maybe you don't think the pro toto good.
Well, that just means you don't accept the law of non-contradiction.
The only way the non-contradiction applies is if you're firm to the understanding that good is that which ought to be done.
Yeah, well, again, we just said there's no problem of evil if you understand the good to be non-normative. I don't understand why you keep bringing this up. There's no problem with evil if the good is non-normative.
I do think that good can be understood in a normative sense.
You must be equivocating on normative.
As far as good, I do think that it can be understood in two different senses. One descriptive
two different
and one
senses just
normative.
means you equivocate to avoid the contradiction. It's not interesting.
And if it is equivocation, I don't also think that equivocation is always problematic.
As to how he thinks that it doesn't entail it. Right? He's heard the argument a zillion times. So why is it that he thinks he has a defeater for it? I think that he just
actually, Jack, I don't think I've even heard it.
Cut him off. See, just like that. That's why I was asking you to not let happen.
So John Lee is saying that he doesn't believe that he's ever heard it. Jack said that he's willing to give it. So let's let Jack give the argument, and then when Jack says, "Everybody, I'm done with the argument," then John Lee will jump in and address it.
It's just that skeptical theism is the view that we don't have access to the reasons that guide God's conduct, and so if in fact we claim that there's some proposition that's justified, right? That just means that we have access to the fact that God has more reason to permit that proposition to be true than not, and that means we have access to God's reasons, which contradicts skeptical theism. That's all there is to it.
What I would say, Jack, is that I would say that I don't have the cognitive ability to assess what God's reasons are in every instance. But what I would also say is, irrespective of my cognitive abilities, I'm provided revelation from God, and God gives us the reason, not all reasons, many examples of reasons why He does what He does. For example, He gives us the reason why He allowed evil upon an innocent man, such as Christ 2,000 years ago, is for the salvation of men. A typology was given in Genesis 50:20 with regard to Joseph and the selling of his brother. So we know the reasons why God allowed this evil, right? That we see. However, that is not to say that God has given us everything. According to Daniel 12, verse 9, we see that God has sealed up these things and to be revealed at a later time. So we see that God is in control of what He reveals, what He does not. Ephesians 1:11 says that God has purpose for everything, and that includes evil. Everything that happens, that God has a reason for purpose. We see in Romans 8:28. We see that in all things God works for the good for those who love God and according to His purpose. So this is what we stand upon.
Yeah, we could grant that.
This is what we stand upon. So what I am saying, Jack, is do we know the exact reason why God does what He does? We are given some, but not. But more importantly, our cognitive abilities to assess whether any given instance, what reason God has, we simply don't have that ability.
Wait, I'm not understanding how you're blocking the inference.
That's the only thing you don't know.
So if you say if I say it's raining outside, if you say it's raining outside, and I say, how do you know that? You say, oh, I looked outside, right? So that means that God has more reason to permit you to correctly see what's going on outside than not, right? And that just contradicts skeptical theism, right?
I don't understand how that's related to whether evil is gratuitous or not.
You understand what skeptical theism is?
I think I do. It's saying that we don't
So
have the
what do you think it
cognitive ability to assess whether God has a good reason for what we see, what the evil that we see in the world or not. Isn't that what is that properly accurate?
It says we don't have the cognitive ability to assess what reasons God has.
Correct. But there are reasons that are given by God explicitly in special revelation, right? So that is not based upon our cognitive abilities. It's based on what God has revealed to us. Does He reveal everything that He does and the reasons for what He does? No, He does not. But He does explicitly say that He does have a reason for everything. So that's not that assessment that He does have a reason for everything. It's not based upon my rationality. It's based upon what is revealed to us by God Himself, if God exists. And so this is what we rely upon. This is scriptures by which we stand in observation of the world around. Now, given that we have reasonable basis for confidence in these biblical claims, what do we see? Is the world that we observe consistent with what the Bible claims? I would contend that there's a reasonable basis to not only trust the Bible, but to confirm that what I expect to see is exactly what I see in the world that we observe. And therefore, it is more likely that the God of the Bible exists. That's my argument.
It's fine that the God of the Bible exists, but this just contradicts skeptical theism, right? You're just saying we have more reason to believe that special revelation is true than not.
I don't know why it makes a difference, but in any case, yeah,
Well, we
I'm
should probably
understanding.
keep it between 1 and 2.
I'm
that
not
way
understanding how
it's
you're
easier to
addressing
follow.
the rain. I'm not understanding how you're addressing the rain example.
To be honest, I don't understand how it's related.
Yeah, so skeptical theism is the view that we don't have access to the reasons that guide God's conduct.
Not all reasons.
That's why
We do have access to some reasons.
Well, I guess I'm not understanding. The Noceum inference is saying we don't see an explanation for some
everything?
evil. For some evil.
Some, thank you. Some.
Yeah.
No, when I say some, I mean a given evil. We don't see an explanation for it, right? Therefore, it's likely that there's no good explanation, right?
And,
So
and
the
if we
skeptical
do
theist
have
is saying,
for some explanation, Jack?
I mean, I don't see how that would block the problem of global skepticism that emerges when you adopt skeptical theism.
And if I do have access to some reasons, I don't think that qualifies me as a global skeptic.
Well, I'm not seeing how you have access to any reasons.
And
I'm
I'm telling you how I do.
I'm not seeing how that belief is not undermined by skeptical theism, which entails global skepticism.
I thought you're just assuming that it entails global skepticism. You have not demonstrated that.
Yeah, I'm showing you why. I'm showing you why it entails it.
And I'm showing you why it does not. Because what you're assuming
you're not
is that
understanding the inference.
Well, because what you're saying is that we don't have access to some. I really want to know all. You said some. So
I'm saying that it's a defeater.
My understanding is that we do have access to others. That does not entail global skepticism.
Yeah, so you're not understanding the problem. Right? The problem is this, right? If it's the case that God can have morally sufficient reasons for things unbeknownst to you, right? And that means he could have a morally sufficient reason to deceive you about anything that you believe. That's the problem.
Well, we do understand, Jack, is that God is not. It's a matter of deceiving. If we are deceived, there's no reason to think that God is deceiving us. God does not deceive, right? So assuming that we are deceived in any particular reason that God has is not to say that God is deceiving us.
No, the problem. I'll give you.
Sir, may I finish? Okay. And so, with regard to what God reveals to us through Scripture, again, that is not based upon any part of our seemings. And so, if it is a case that we do have explicit reason why God does it, for example, the saving of lives is explicitly expressed in Scripture on more than one occasion as to why God permitted this evil. It has purpose. It is not gratuitous. By having that understanding, it already disqualifies us of global skepticism.
No. See, the problem is that the belief that we don't have access to the reasons that guide God's conduct just means that God can have reasons unbeknownst to us, right?
But that's what I'm trying to say.
And so, if God has a reason, I don't understand why you're overtalking me. Why are you overtalking me?
No, Jack. Okay, you interrupted him. This is what I was worried
Yeah,
about.
if God has a reason, given that we don't know whether God has a reason unbeknownst to us or not to deceive us, right?
So what I am saying,
I don't understand why you're interrupting me. Given that we don't know whether God has a reason unbeknownst to us, right? Given that we don't have access to a possible reason God has unbeknownst to us to deceive us, that fact acts as a defeater for any belief that we have. And so we give an analogy. This is the analogy that law gives to show why this is the case, right? So imagine that I'm in a room and I see an orange before me, right? And normally I could just say that the fact that I see an orange before me counts as justification for the belief that there's an orange before me, right? But now if I find out that there's somebody named Ali who has this projector that can project holograms that look exactly like an orange, then unless I have some knowledge that Ali is not the kind of person to deceive me with that projector, any beliefs that I have that are derived from seeing what appear to be oranges, right, are undercut by the fact that they might just as well be projections that Ali has generated with his special projector, right? Okay. And so given that God can have reasons unbeknownst to us, right, to deceive us or to do anything, right, because he could have morally sufficient reasons that we do not have access to, since we cannot see the morally sufficient reasons that justify God in his conduct. That means that for any belief that we claim justification for, right, God might just as well have justification for us to be deceived about that belief, right? And he might have more justification to do so, right, than not.
Are you done? Do you need 5 more minutes, Jack?
And that just means that every belief we have is undercut by skeptical theism.
Are you done, Jack?
Yeah.
Okay, this won't take me long. Thank you for providing the example of Bob, the orange, and the projector, right? Because it seems to me that you're telling me that irrespective of any God, right, that you yourself cannot be sure and of your own mental faculties with regard to even an orange. If you can't even be sure about the orange that you see in front of you, sir, why would you think that you can trust your own mental faculties for some sort of the evil to be gratuitous based upon what seems to be? So why can't what seems to be gratuitous evil be exactly analogous to an orange and it's really a projector?
That's easy. That's misunderstanding the example. The point is, we know that Ali has this projector, right? And we know that Ali is in the room and that the projector is in the room. That's why.
If you don't have that background information.
Right? Yeah, then the fact that there's a projector of that kind, or that there might be a projector of that kind, doesn't act as a defeater for the belief.
So you agree that if you do not have access to the knowledge of a projector, of things that you have not been revealed, right? Then your assumption of some sort of gratuitous evil, without that background information that may exist or not, that you're not aware of, then you are justified in being skeptical of your own skepticism.
Nope.
How does one know without some sort of projector that the orange that they're seeing is actually not an orange? In other words, a person that's invoking the notion of inference, who it seems to them, without any further information of some sort of truth-revealing defeater, how can they be sure that they are what seems to them has a basis in reality? I would think that if anything, that person making that inference is subject to their own skepticism and global skepticism. So they themselves.
Look, the argument is just saying, right, given that you're justified to believe there's an orange, right, from having seen an orange, right, that belief is undercut when you understand that there's a person who has a projector that can produce facsimiles that are indistinguishable, right, by your abilities from a real orange, right?
So
unless you have access, I don't know why you're interrupting me. Unless you have access, I don't know why you're interrupting me again. Unless you have access to some facts about the motivations of that agent, right? That's going to be an undercutter for your belief that there's a real orange rather than a facsimile of an orange. There.
Okay, so what we have.
Sorry, I wasn't done.
Unbelievable.
So what I'm asking you to explain to me, right, is how it is, given that you're a skeptical theist, that you rule out that God has more that God has more reason to deceive you about your belief that it's raining outside, or any belief that you have, right, than not, given that you're a
So I
skeptical
would,
theist.
so
I'll say
I would,
just for a point of moderation.
let me just be real brief.
No,
Jack.
you're okay.
So
You're okay
real
to
brief,
respond.
in one sentence.
No, John,
Okay.
you're gonna get to go. Look, this is gonna be beneficial to
I
you.
can't get one sentence, Jack. I mean,
No,
I'll
you're
take
gonna
Jack
get
last
to do
one
this.
sentence.
No, you
I
get
don't
to do the
understand
full
this
sentence,
interruption,
John.
James. I don't understand this interruption.
John, hang on. You'll get to go. Look, so
One
Billy,
sentence, you can't only do one sentence.
Billy, you have been kind of cutting into the tail end of John's sentences, and then kind of stopping him, or sorry, not Billy, Jack. Jack, you have been
Yeah,
kind of cutting into the tail end of John's
I
sentences.
wasn't done.
But when John does that, you kind of cut him off. So I'm just saying, point of moderation. Let
I'm
John
not
tell
gonna
you
do
when he's
about it.
done, Jack, and then you can
Just check him
respond.
out, John. Yeah, so,
So once
so
John
in
says
other
I'm
words,
done, then you can go, Jack.
when Jack took about 5 minutes, right? He said I was trying to respond, and he said I was cutting him off. Fine, let him finish. I made sure what he finished. Does he need 5 more minutes? I made sure. Now, when I began to put my answer, you are correct, James, that he interrupted me because I was not done, right? Now, I don't know if he's cognizant of that. Now, what I did want to say briefly, and it's just a 1-second response. When you're talking about the orange and the projector and all this stuff, we have the information of the projector. Well, guess what, Jack? And what I would contend is the Bible is the projector in your analogy, and doesn't need to be more said than that.
Yeah, so the question is, how is it that God cannot have a morally sufficient reason?
Would you like to address the projector?
Sorry, you're interrupting me again. So the question on the table is, in the rain case, how is it that you have, as a skeptical theist, you can know that God has more reason not to deceive you about the rain, that he cannot have a morally sufficient reason, and does not have a morally sufficient reason to deceive you about the rain? As a skeptical
I don't know why
theist,
you're talking about the rain. You spent all these minutes on the projector. As I'm listening, there's a simple 1-sentence response, is that you have a projector to demonstrate that the orange is an illusion, right? Well, we have the Bible. The Bible is the projector, is the evidence to demonstrate that the gratuitous evil that seems to the individual is similar to the orange that seems to the individual, but it's negated by the projector, and the Bible is negation of what seems to be gratuitous evil of the skeptic.
Oh, he's
That's
not
my
tracking.
response.
So your claim is that God cannot have a morally sufficient reason to
I'm
deceive you
saying,
about the rain?
no, you keep talking about the rain again. You made a comment.
Argument anybody's ever given you.
Yeah, you just abuse mods routinely. I mean,
I don't think I've used
how can we take seriously this idea that you want to debate when you're like only willing to debate when you have mods, where it's so clear that when you do that, you do that in order to be able to abuse mods. It's just
Well,
ridiculous.
you can take it seriously because I've actually said I would have a debate in which there's a neutral moderator, where there's me and someone else on stage.
Yeah, but
like
the
Lady
only
James
reason
Tires
why
the
you
mod,
want that is
or
so you.
someone else.
Yeah, but the only reason why you
So
want
we can
that
debate.
is so. No, that's not why. The reason why you want
That's
those
absolutely
conditions
why.
is because you want protection from being backed into a corner, right? That's the
Well,
reason
I
why
mean,
you want. That's what,
I would
usually when
take
people say they want a
Rabbit
moderator
as
to
mod.
debate, that's the real reason why.
I would take Tom Rabbit as the mod if he thinks he could fairly
How-
mod a debate between me and another atheist.
Wait, are you talking about a formal
Yeah,
debate?
I'm talking about. That's why I often say
Yeah, the
anybody
formal
wants to have a
debate
formal
thing is
debate.
just
Yeah.
formal debate thing is just a dodge, right? That's just a way for you
Really?
to protect
You think
yourself
so?
during the debate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a way for you to get
Absolutely.
out now and never do it later.
That's kind of
Yeah,
funny.
because you get challenged all the time, right? And if you were like really interested in debating, you would respond to the challenge. Instead, what you do is either say I want a formal debate, or you start to do your suicide by mod shtick, right? Rather than just address the arguments. You do that all the fucking time. It's
But it's a
tiresome.
lot better to address the argument when you have a neutral mod and you have two people actually presenting arguments and defending arguments, as opposed to being in a room where you're outnumbered and doing that. That's why I've multiple times asked for like debates like that. So, I mean,
If you
anybody
really
thinks that
cared,
I'm
if you really
absurd in
cared
that
about
idea,
debating,
then I don't know what to think at this point.
if you really cared about debating, I don't see why you wouldn't just answer the arguments rather than do that shtick where you start over talking, right? It's so clear
Because
you
it's
don't
a
care
lot
about
easier to
debating.
answer
You
an
just care
argument
about obstructing.
when you have 5 straight minutes in which nobody can interrupt you.
I
Matt Adams,
understand.
to engage in a debate, all you'd have to do is engage and be cordial. Like, why was it not a problem when Converse would actually engage in these conversations and give responses? So you have a go-to move, Matt, where when you're presented with something you can't respond
Yeah,
to,
when you start to
you just
lose.
try to look for a way of saying, well, this just responds to you too. Like 2 garbage.
No, but it's worse.
Like, I don't know what
It's
you mean.
worse than just the 2 garbage, right? 'Cause that's giving him too much credit. He like routinely lapses into this over talking thing where he does
Yeah.
everything possible to obstruct a person prosecuting an argument. You know, so how can anybody take seriously his claim that he really wants to debate? It's
They can take
ridiculous.
it seriously by actually debating.
What are you talking about? People debate
And
you.
they can take-
People debate you all the time, and then you start engaging in this over talking stuff.
Hmm.
You send people
I don't
down
remember
into the
that.
audience. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Matt,
I'll
it
just point
happens
it out to you.
all the time.
I'll point. Yeah, it happens
Would y'all
all
like
the
to try
time.
it right now?
Sure.
Okay, uninterrupted.
What does that mean, uninterrupted?
Have a moderated debate in which there's no
No,
interruption.
not
You don't need
moderation.
moderation. You can just be
Not
cordial.
moderation.
Oh, we don't need moderation? Okay.
Yeah, we don't need
put myself
moderation.
out here that I'm not in a position to moderate very well right now.
No, but moderation is just a bunch of bullshit.
A gentleman's
That's just a way.
debate.
That's just a way for Matt to dodge. That's the only reason why he's bringing up moderation.
Okay, you want an unmoderated debate right now?
Well, you could just run an argument or
Okay.
respond to an argument.
Would you like me to respond to an argument?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why skeptical theism cannot entail global skepticism is, by definition, a skeptic would have to consider some things that he's not skeptical of in order to be skeptical. And if he's not skeptical of certain things, then he can't be a global skeptic.
I don't understand. Do you understand why skeptical theism, like what the inference is, whereby from skeptical theism you can show that it entails skepticism, global skepticism?
No, I'm saying you can't show it. It's impossible.
Yeah, but do you understand how the reasoning goes?
Yeah, but I don't think Stephen Law and these people think it through far enough. Because
so
if you're saying you're a global skeptic, then skepticism itself implies that there's certain things that you can't be skeptical of. And if that's the case, then you can't be a global skeptic.
Well, but the point is, show me where the reasoning goes wrong from skeptical theism to global skepticism. Like, where's there an error in the reasoning there?
Because Stephen Law's argument is that skepticism can spill out everywhere if you're a skeptical theist. The problem with that argument is, and then he says, well, you could be being deceived by God or whatever. The problem with that argument is there's certain things that you're having not to be skeptical of in order for that to even be true, such as in order to be
No,
deceived,
you already said that.
then you're presupposing that your cognitive faculties are reliable to begin with. Because if your cognitive faculties are not reliable, then there would be no necessity to deceive anything because you'd never know anyway. So you're kind of presupposing you're not skeptical of those things. So therefore, global skepticism could not entail.
No. The point is that you don't have justification for any claim, right? Because any justifier you have will be undercut by the fact that God may have morally sufficient reason to permit you to be deceived about that, right? That's the issue.
Permit you to be deceived about what?
About whatever that claim is.
The gratuitous evil?
No. Like, the point is, the idea is that if you're a skeptical theist, right, that's supposed to undermine all beliefs, right? And the way it does that is by like, to just sort of lay it out illustratively, is just take any belief, any ordinary belief, like it's raining outside, right? Now, for that to be a justified belief, right, you could just point to the ordinary justifiers. You could say, I looked out the window, or I checked the weather report, or I asked my wife who just came in from outside, right? You could offer all kinds of justifiers, right? The problem is that that belief, whatever justification you have, God could have morally sufficient reason to permit you to be deceived about, despite the fact that you have ample justification. That's the reason why skeptical theism entails global skepticism.
Matt's doing a Mauritian shift.
I don't see what a Mauritian shift has to do with it.
Yeah,
he's saying it's entailed, but he's saying even though it's entailed, he has beliefs. Therefore, it's global skepticism is false.
Yeah, and there's certain things. Like what I'm saying is, skepticism implies having true beliefs in certain things in order to be skeptical of others. So if there's certain things you're not skeptical of, then you can't be a global skeptic. So the very word skepticism implies that it's not. It's kind of it can't imply global skepticism.
Well, you see, the problem though is this, right? I just gave one example, right, of a belief, right, which if skeptical theism were true, you wouldn't be justified to have, right?
Just one?
Well, I gave one example, right? So you can see how in that example, given skeptical theism, it wouldn't be a justified belief.
But that would just be one example.
Yeah, it would be one example. But you can see how in that example you would see
examples
in
everything.
Well, we didn't get to that yet. You can see how in that example, just skeptical theism entails skepticism about that proposition, right?
Yeah, you could say it entails skepticism about one thing.
Yeah, but you can see why, right? You can see why, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't imply it would be absolute skepticism.
The problem is going to be for you to show. The problem is going to be for you to show how any belief that you select, right, doesn't get undermined by the same problem.
Well, the other beliefs you just wouldn't be skeptical of.
No, what I'm saying is, just like you can't have justification for thinking, well, just like whatever justifications you have for believing that it's raining outside are going to be undercut by the fact that given skeptical theism, God has a morally sufficient reason to permit you to be deceived about thinking that that proposition is more likely to be true than not, right? You can actually raise the same criticism with respect to any proposition.
Well, the skeptical theist isn't saying that they believe God is deceiving you.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
They don't know the reasons for certain things.
Yeah, that's right. But it's not just that they don't know the reasons for certain things. There's a specific reason why they don't know the reasons for certain things. And that's because we're not in a position to know what reasons guide God's conduct, because, we're limited, finite, whatever, right? Our perspective on the moral fact is limited.
Correct.
Yeah, and so that's what generates the problem.
But that wouldn't generate skepticism, really. Just say we just
Well,
don't know.
you're not showing. No, the reason why I showed you why it generates skepticism, because every belief is going to run into the same problem that the rain belief is going to run into.
Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about, the ring belief, because I'm talking about specifically gratuitous evil. We don't know why something that they say appears to be gratuitous, but we don't know whether it is or not. We're just not in the position to know, and God may very well have morally justified reasons for allowing it. But they're not really necessarily thinking, "Oh, God is deceiving me here." So that might not even come to their mind. And even if they do think that God is if they do think, well, I don't even know that a skeptical theist would ever even think that. I mean, I don't know why a skeptical theist would ever think that God would be deceiving them on that idea.
Well, I'm a little confused because I thought that you understood what the problem with the rain belief was, given skeptical theism. But now it sounds like you didn't understand that example.
Because
Okay,
I
that's fine.
don't think any skeptical theist would say, "Oh, we're not in the position to know why God is allowing this gratuitous evil." But I don't think that would then make them think, "Oh, you know what? God may be deceiving me here." I just don't know why that would ever.
Right.
But I'm going to have to.
All right. Well, we'll pick it up another time.
We'll
but I just want to say that I thought you behaved very reasonably in this discussion. So.
See, that's.
And that's his epistemology, right?
But I don't see. I think one of the problems is that what people seem to be mistaken about is this idea that there's a skeptical challenge that works against atheists but doesn't work against theists.
Exactly.
So I think there's just a straightforward dilemma, right? Either there's a skeptical challenge that's a serious worry, right, which will apply to both atheists and theists, or there is no skeptical challenge. And either way, theists don't actually have an advantage, right? So the assumption assumption here is that there's some kind of skeptical challenge that can somehow be unique to atheists and not to theists. And I just don't get it. It just seems like whatever generates the skepticism that that the skeptical challenger is not satisfied with could equally well apply to any theistic view. So what I would need to see is, what is it that the theist has in their arsenal that the atheist doesn't have, right? Because if you just look at the ordinary challenges, like take the evolutionary argument from naturalism, right? That if your cognitive faculties are not designed to be truth tracking, right, then it's unlikely that your beliefs could be relied on to be true, right? Well, that could be a problem. Let's grant for the sake of argument that it's a problem. I don't really think it's a problem. I mean, I think there's ways to answer that challenge. But if I accepted the challenge, how would the theist get off the hook, right? They can't say, oh, our cognitive faculties are designed to be truth tracking by a being that knows the truth, right? Because God wouldn't actually have reason to rely on his cognitive faculties because they're not designed to be truth tracking, right? Because God is not designed by another God, right? So I think all these skeptical challenges are going to work the same way. Like take Cartesian skepticism, right? Well, if the atheist doesn't have an answer to Cartesian skepticism, like how do you know you're not a brain in a vat, right? How do you know there's an external world outside you, right? Either there's something available to the atheist to answer that, like let's say some kind of inference or appeal to an intuition or something, right? I mean, I'm not sympathetic to appeals to intuition, but let's just say you said that, right? Either they have that available to them, in which case they can answer the challenge, or they don't. But if they don't, how would the same challenge not apply to God, right? Because if God could possess the inference, why couldn't we? And if there was some type of intuition that justified it, why couldn't we appeal to that? So it just seems like God is going to be vulnerable to the same challenge. So I just need to see how, whenever these issues come up, right, it doesn't seem like it's some kind of disinterested inquiry about like the limits of knowledge, right? It seems like, oh, here's a kind of gotcha question I can ask an atheist, right? And if they don't have a good answer, right, I can say your worldview rests on I don't know. But that would only be interesting, right, if the theist had some solution to the I don't know problem. But I'm just not seeing where it is, right?
I think the solution would be an omniscient being. And when I say omniscient, a being
but to say he's omniscient is just to presuppose. To say he's omniscient is just to presuppose, right, that he has some justification for his belief that he's not a brain in a vat.
Well, see, the problem is, what I'm saying is there has to be some sort of omniscient being, whatever you want to call it. There's something has to be omniscient. Because when I say omniscient, meaning that someone who would know all true propositions, including would know he's not a brain in a vat. Because if he doesn't know he's not a brain in a vat,
yeah, but to say he knows, the challenge is, how is it that he can know that he's not a brain in a vat in a way that we can't? It doesn't seem like you have an explanation.
Well, he would just have the characteristic of being omniscient.
No, that's just to
Knowing
say
all
that he has a
propositions.
justification. That's just to say that he has a justification.
Well, no,
Right?
not just that.
The question is, what is that justification?
Meaning he would
Sorry,
know.
I don't know why you're over talking.
He's
So
not
what is the why is it that you keep talking when I'm
just making sure I get my point across.
Do you not hear me when I'm
I
talking?
hear you. Do you not hear me?
Okay. So when I'm talking, that's the signal for you to not talk
Not
until
necessarily.
I'm done.
No.
Okay, so then if we're gonna play that game, you know what this is, Matt, right? This is called suicide. This is called suicide by mod, right?
Well, until you can tell me how an omniscient being can not know he's not a brain in a vat, when by definition he's omniscient, I would love to hear the argument for that, Jack. Until you present an argument for that, then I am bound to reject your argument.
What argument?
You said an omniscient being could possibly, he could not know he's, wouldn't be able to know he's not a brain in a vat. But if we're
I'm asking
applying
how.
the attributes
I'm asking
of
how he
omniscience,
knows.
by default,
I'm asking
you would
how he
know
knows.
because
I'm
he's
asking how he
omniscient.
knows.
And until you
I'm
can
asking how he
provide it,
knows.
you're
I'm asking
contradicting
how he
yourself.
knows. How he knows. I'm asking
Because
how
he's
does he know it?
omniscient.
No, no,
He's
no. That's
not-
just repeating.
that's a
No,
contradiction.
no, 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 no.
Jack, do you
No.
accept true contradictions?
Omniscient. Omniscient
Jack, that's a true
means
contradiction.
right.
You're
Omniscient.
accepting true
Omniscient.
contradictions.
Omniscient. Omniscient means that he has a justification for the belief.
No,
So when
it
I
means
ask
that
what the
he knows
sorry,
all true
sorry, sorry,
propositions,
sorry, sorry,
including
sorry,
he would know
sorry,
he's not.
sorry,
You're not
sorry, sorry,
understanding
sorry,
the
sorry,
definition of
sorry, sorry,
omniscience. Would
sorry,
you like me to
sorry,
look it up?
sorry, 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 sorry. Yeah. So and just so you know, Matt, when you interrupt me, right, I'm going to repeat the same thing that you tried to prevent me from finishing by interrupting me. So yeah, an omniscient being is a being, right, that has all true beliefs and all of them are justified, right? So when I ask what is the justification for this belief, saying that he's omniscient is not an answer to that question. It's just to repeat the claim that he has a justification. I'm asking what the justification is.
Could you define what omniscient means to you?
Yeah, knowing all true propositions, where knowledge is understood as having justified true beliefs.
Okay, now would knowing all propositions include knowing the proposition you're not a brain in a vat, or that you're not being deceived by a demon?
Yeah, if he were omniscient, he would
That's
know
my
that.
point. So if
Yeah, that's not what I. Did you hear what my question was?
Yeah, your question
Matt,
makes absolutely
did you
no
hear what my
sense.
question was?
Because
I'll
you
repeat the
conceded to
question.
this,
I'll
Jack.
repeat the question. I'll repeat the question. I'll repeat the question. What is God's justification for his belief that he's not a brain in a vat?
His justification would be he's omniscient. He knows all true propositions.
Yeah, now did you not
He
hear
doesn't need
what
to
I said in
justify
response to that?
to you
Did you not
or
hear
anyone
what I
else.
said? Did you not hear what I said in
Yeah,
response
you're
to that, Matt?
contradicting yourself.
Did you not hear what I said in response to that, Matt? Did you not hear what I said in response to that, Matt? Did you not hear what I said in response to that, Matt? Did you not hear what I said in response to that, Matt? Did you not hear what I said in response to that, Matt? So what I said, right? And by the way, just so you know, I'm going to continue to overtalk you until you stop, right? So if you just keep overtalking, that just means you're just going to have to wait to be heard, because I'm just going to continue to overtalk you if you're going to play this game, right? So yeah, what I said was, right, to say that he's omniscient is just to say that he has a justification, right? But it is not itself the justification for any belief, right? So what I'm asking is, what is his justification? What is his justification for his belief that he's not a brain in a vat? What is the justification?
That question makes no sense to me, Jack.
Yeah, so you understand what it means to believe you're not a brain in a vat?
Could you still man what Jack is
Do you understand what it means? Do you understand what it means to believe that you're not a brain in a vat? Do you understand that?
So yes.
Okay, good. Now, if I ask you, what is your justification for that belief? Do you understand that question?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand what it means to ask what is God's justification for his belief that he's
No,
not a
I
brain
don't
in a vat?
understand that question.
Does he have a
Because you asked
justification?
me what my justification. You didn't ask me what God's justification. Those are two different.
Yeah, so does God have justifications for his beliefs?
Well, yeah. I would say by his nature,
Okay.
he's omniscient. An omniscient.
I didn't
being
ask you
would
that.
know
I
all
asked
true
you
propositions,
if he has, I asked
including
you,
that he's not a
I
brain in a
asked
vat.
you. It's a yes or no question. Does God have justification for his beliefs? The answer is yes, right?
You're wanting me to give justifications for God's.
That's a yes or no question.
Yes, he would have justification for his
Yes, okay, stop there. Stop. God has justifications for his beliefs, right? So, I'm asking, right, what is special about this belief that's different from other beliefs that God has that I could ask what is his justification for, right? What is different about this belief where you don't understand the question, but you understand the question, where you understand, but you understand the question, right, when I ask it about the other beliefs?
No, I don't understand when you're asking any of these questions. It makes no sense to me.
So if I ask him, if I ask
it seems like you're contradicting yourself.
if I ask what justifies God's belief, right, that Socrates is a man, I'm sorry, that Socrates is mortal. God can't give an answer like Socrates is a man. All men are mortal, therefore Socrates is mortal. God can't justify his belief that way?
I suppose. I really don't know.
Yeah, so you understand what it is if God believes that Socrates is mortal. You understand what it is to ask for a justification for that belief, right? Because all God has to do is provide that inference.
Justify that belief. That seems like
Sorry, I just gave you the justification. I just gave you the sorry. I just gave you the justification, right?
No, I don't think you did.
Does that inference justify the belief?
No, you did get the justification.
Sorry, that inference doesn't justify the belief?
If you're saying all men are mortal, then that's just a presupposition. Now, Jesus was a man. Jesus wasn't mortal. He didn't die in the sense that all men die.
It doesn't matter what the inference is, right? You can pick whatever inference you like.
I don't understand.
If I ask you, why do you believe Socrates is mortal? What would you say?
Why do I believe Socrates is mortal? Is because we all have a sin nature. The wages of sin is death.
Great. So now if I ask God, why does he believe that Socrates is mortal? Could he say that Socrates has a sin nature?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand what it means for God to have a justification for his belief, right? And what it is to ask for that justification. Sorry, didn't you just say God could provide? Didn't you just say that God? Didn't you just say that God could? Didn't you just say?
No, I said God could.
Didn't you just say that if I asked? Didn't you just say that if I asked God? Didn't you just say?
Jack, you're making a category here.
Didn't you just say that if I asked God to provide a justification for the claim that Socrates is mortal, God could say, well, he has a sin nature, therefore it follows that he's mortal. Didn't you just say that? Great. So that would be a justification for the claim, right?
Yep. Yes.
God is in possession of that justification, right, for that claim.
Yes.
Okay. And he believes that claim is true, right?
I suppose you could call it a belief, sure.
Yeah, he believes it's true that Socrates is mortal. He believes that Socrates is mortal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so he has a justification for that belief.
Correct.
Right? He has justification for it, right?
Correct. And we have justification for it.
So now you understand what it is for God to have a justification for his belief, right? Yes. In this case, his belief that Socrates is mortal. So now the question is, right, what is his justification for his belief that he's not a brain in a vat?
Because God is God and he's omniscient.
No. That's just saying, right, that he has a justification. I'm asking, what is the justification?
He's God and he's omniscient.
It doesn't justify it.
Then what would justify it?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who's making the claim. You're the one who's making the claim. You're the one who's making the claim that he has a justification for the belief.
Yes, his justification is he's God and he's omniscient. That's his justification.
Yeah. What we're asking is what justifies. What we're asking is look. We're asking is what justifies his belief that he's God, which is to say, an omniscient being.
Yeah, but you're probably asking a non-omniscient being to justify the omniscience.
You're the one who's you said you agreed that omniscience, right, means knowing all true propositions, and you agreed that to know a proposition is to have justified. What you agreed is that to know a proposition is to have what you agreed is what you agreed is that to have what you agreed is that to have
doesn't matter what I agree about.
what you agreed is that to have knowledge of a proposition is to have a justified belief, right, in it when it's true, right? That's what you agreed to, right? That's a yes or no question.
Yes, based on.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. No, you don't have to say anymore. You said yes. Yeah, no, that's it. You just no. I'm not going to listen to anything else. I'm not going to listen to anything else other than the yes. So you just keep talking as long as you want. I'm just going to keep talking over you until you're done. Just keep talking. 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 So yeah. Okay. So you said yes. He has a justification. Sorry. So you said yes. He has a justification for each of his beliefs. So, if it's the case that he has a justification for his belief that he's a brain in a vat, right? He's not a brain in a vat. The answer to that question can't be because he's omniscient, right? That doesn't justify his belief that he's omniscient, right? Because his belief that he's omniscient is just his belief that not only that all his beliefs are true, but that all his beliefs are justified, right? It's not an answer to the question, right, that what justifies his belief, right? The fact that he believes he has a justification, because that doesn't tell us what the justification is. That just tells us he believes he has a justification. So when I ask God, how is it that you know you're not a brain in a vat, right? If he says, oh, because I believe that I have a justification for that, that's not telling me what the justification is.
That's just affirming the consequent.
If they ask the same question tomorrow, I promise you.
I don't know if he's muted. I mean, I don't know if he knows he's muted.
Put the argument in the chat.
You know that's
do
a
you have a
formal
response?
fallacy.
Premises and a conclusion.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
fallacy you just
Do
did there, Matt.
you have a response to what Jack said?
Well, Jack is contradicting himself. That's
Okay.
the point. Because
Yeah.
if God, Jack's already conceded that God knows all true propositions. If he knows
No,
all
he
true
didn't.
propositions, then he would also know the truth.
Okay, he didn't concede that. He said if he was omniscient, he would know all true propositions. He conceded that's the definition. Okay.
I typed the argument in the chat. I
That's a
couldn't make the
fallacious argument,
Are
Matt.
you claiming that Jack conceded that God is omniscient? Because it seems to me he was saying, how do we know God's omniscient if God can't justify it? So I don't know how you can claim he's saying, yeah, I'm going to
If
grant
I
God's
keep getting
omniscient.
muted, I can't have a conversation.
Well,
Am I going to be able to make the argument or not?
I don't think, I mean,
Just don't make the one you
Someone
put it back,
define
because that's
omniscience
fallacious.
for me, please.
I think the one you and Jack were working with was knows all true propositions, something like that. Was that? I mean, you told me you talked to him.
And if God knows all true propositions, the true proposition, wouldn't God know if it's true whether he's a brain in the vat or not?
Do you remember when?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you knew that.
Thank you.
They're calling you into
Matt,
question.
do you remember when? Matt, do you remember when Jack asked you how God should justify that Socrates is a man, and you gave a justification? Do you remember that?
Yes. No.
Did
yeah,
you?
I remember.
You gave a justification, right? Did
And
you
I
answer?
gave a justification for why God would know he's not a brain in the vat too, because he's omniscient. That's by definition a justification.
Right. You gave a justification that was. I haven't finished. You gave a justification that wasn't God's omniscient. You actually gave one. You said, well, God knows that. What is it? Men have I don't know what the fuck, evil souls or whatever it was, right? You didn't just say God's omniscient, did you? You gave it. You gave a